our matches for today. It's going to be T1 versus a GE. Up
Morning,
first,
good evening,
as we send it to the
depending on
stage.
where we are. Good afternoon for some people as well, maybe. Boop, with the Prime, thank you very much, mate. First sub of the day. How was my sleep? My sleep was great. Sleep was great. Dude, a double 2-0 in Americas really helps. I just gained 2 extra hours. Incredible.
Global Esports. Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season.
So much sleep, I'm gonna be tired. I feel good. Normally I feel like a little bit slow in the morning. I actually don't feel that slow right now. Prediction for this game? Who did I go for? I went for T1.
T1 and GE, two teams
when a
that
team
are
is
looking to end
out,
the
you
season
never
strong.
know
No matter
how
what
they're
the
gonna
standings might say. No matter what,
react.
you still want to win. There are still points on the line, and of course, the massive fan bases for both of these teams.
The hard one.
I mean, Global, you can see there at the bottom of the screen, need this victory, then also need to take down GenG or pray that GenG
Sometimes
fall
it's
in
like
both their series, but we are asking the question, and now
sometimes
we
it's like
have
a
it
kick,
answered.
but
Carpe
it's not.
is on stage. Rossi on
Guess
the
we have
bench
no
for this
Rossi.
series.
Wow.
That is a big surprise.
That's a huge surprise just because Rossi seemed to be one of the most consistent players for T1, both in terms of just the frags, the comms, whenever you see the replays, whatever it could be.
But also the
that's
attitude.
Yes, exactly.
a good
But
sign.
at the same time, once Carpe wasn't IGLing anymore, he was putting up some great numbers. He was really finding
I guess
space
if you
and
have a
timings to support his
6-person
teammates.
roster, though,
So
you might as
I
well.
will say that Stax and Rossi probably have the most overlap in
I
their
guess
strongest Asian pool.
6-player roster.
So overall, I think the comps should be fine.
You
but I'm
might
curious to
as
see,
well
are there changes on
change
Icebox?
something
You know,
if
is it
you're
still gonna
out.
be the ISO? Those
Might
are
as
the
well
big
test
questions
some
for me.
stuff.
Yeah, I
Like
feel
the perfect time
again,
if you
this
wanted to
iteration
test
of T1
something within
is
your
yet
team.
Another one that we have
Perfect
to
time
start
to
from,
do it.
especially since Rossi, hey, that
It's someone
explains
cool
his
in,
earlier
getting a new
post,
player
I
in.
believe on Twitter, where he just tweeted a picture of a
Find
bench. Now
something
we know
crazy.
exactly why. It was a bit of a teaser for what we're seeing right now. But is this GE prepared for this kind of T1 is going to be my big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think G is probably just not going to care, right?
They
Who
aren't
was on that
officially
stage,
out?
'cause comms
Wait,
shouldn't
I
be
thought they
affected too
are
much.
officially
You
out,
prepped
right?
for it, you prepped your own game, as Spin said. I would love to see G
Maybe I
focus
just
on
fully
that.
missed that.
Meanwhile, over on T1, let's see how the comms are now.
Isn't
with
Rossi the
this
most
new
consistent
version.
one?
We haven't seen this version.
No, we haven't, but we have seen
yeah,
T1
I think he
catching
is.
other teams off guard when they have made changes to the roster. When Xcurate first moved into that IGL position, teams are caught off guard by their aggression. Does that happen again today?
Well, all of our questions will be answered as we step
Is there a
into
really good
this
chance for,
series. Let's kick
GE
it off
here?
with Paper Thin and Asarai.
Thank you so much, panel. Again, my name is Asher. With me now is Paper Thin, and we are about to begin with this grueling, very, very important and so many stakes match between T1 and Global Esports.
Yeah, it is a must-win because, yes, you still have to rely on what happens with GenG later, but you might as well try and get this win here and at least keep your chances alive, keep your hopes alive. Two teams who I think in my
I'm a
mind are
Benji
pretty
Fishy. Good
evenly
morning.
matched right now in terms of their relative strength.
Morning, good morning. You're
Yeah,
up early.
Carpe coming in is a
Wait,
bit of a surprise to
9
me.
in UK? You're not up
I mean,
early.
who knows exactly what the
Take it
reasoning
back.
is behind that. It could just be a map-dependent thing where they need him to play a certain age and a certain role, and there is a bit of a change as
How you
well.
doing?
So Izu over to the Jet. You're going to keep Saya player on the Chamber, but we are going to move away from that ISO. Tried it last week. You know, it almost worked against Team Secret. They took him to overtime.
Okay, so
Yeah, true. I think the only real issue
Izu
there
Jet
was Izu didn't really
and
have any
Carpe
means to get access
Gecko.
into the back of the site without just running in and hoping for a big contact. You
Global
can't
changed
usually
to
do
Russ
that against
on
teams like Team
KO,
Secret,
and
maybe
I
against Global
think
Esports.
he was on
It's
Gecko.
not really the best thing. Another thing that I also wanted to point it out was Carpe. This is the first I've
Yeah,
ever
and
seen
Chamber.
him back in T1 after
It's
a month.
interesting
The
'cause
last
it's
time he played with
like-
the team was back in Masters Shanghai, so it's
Yeah,
been
I
a
mean
while
that-
since Carpe has played a
This
game.
team, this team is double. This team has double
in
offers,
Valorant,
but they,
competitive time.
I
That's
feel
a
like
pretty
everyone.
long,
I feel like
that's a
actually
pretty long time.
everyone in.
Eternity.
Yeah.
Especially with
Like
the
everyone in
condensed
T1
format
wants
this
to
year,
all.
like everything
Exactly.
happens so fast. So certainly, really curious to see
Andreas,
if piloting
thank you
that
so much as
Gecko,
well. Appreciate
how
the
that's
2
gonna
months.
look As we're jumping into
I will
Icebox
say
for our first
also,
map, I'm very curious.
Icebox,
I
you
think
might as
another
like
thing
my
that
Icebox
just
is
as
one of
like
those maps where a lot more things
broader
can fly.
picture perspective for these two teams, other than this is a must-win moment for them, but like the map pool is so similar, like in terms of what they like to play, what
Yeah,
they're
we'll,
good
we'll
at.
see. And
So
they'll
I'm really kind of curious
they'll probably
how
offer
it's
a good
all going to work out.
they'll probably
I mean,
offer
global,
a hell of a lot.
very similar setup to what they've run
T1 is the team
Played in
that has
Icebox
to
for a
win
little
this.
while, but
Yeah.
Oh,
very
I
good on
called
it
him
for the
out,
most
chat.
part. They were beating
No
teams
way.
like RQ, Zeta, etc.
Dude,
So
that's so funny,
no
man.
slouches at all.
Better ban
Just gonna
Icebox
leave
and
Saya player all the way in
T1
spawn while they've got a
T1 are doing
four-man
the
push
400
trying
so
to
they
take
can have
advantage of
up.
this weak side setup. Meanwhile, GE had
Every time I call out a team
three
in
players
Platchat
stacked
in
up in a
Pacific,
corner there,
they
trying to
change to what
mimic
I
the old-
say.
I don't know if they're setting up like a tower like we saw with 100 Thieves at Shanghai or what over there, but
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Fair enough.
So
In any case,
powerful.
that's going to be a clean plant here for T1.
Spike planted.
Yeah, okay, just going to be a 5 versus 5 retake. This is going to be quite interesting. Saya player might have to start moving in with the rest of the team because there's no flanks coming in from
Lightning
GE all
Fast.
the way
Lightning
through their
Fast has the
spawn,
wall
so
on
he
this.
needs
That's
to
what we
be
gotta
there
look
for
out
the
for.
5 versus 5, unless they're okay with right now there's just
Wait.
out of numbers contact in favor
Okay,
of GE.
Would've had
Obi's
the
already
sound
pulled the
given
trigger
early
on that
wall.
tailwind, gets the first pick, but immediately Lightning Fast and Blaze King do get the trades. Shot not connecting. TPs, gets
player
punished, and it's
standing.
all down to stacks. Defuse still
Whoa.
coming in. Ben Kai
Whoa.
challenges.
Oh my god, it
and
was so
very
close.
but
Oh
Stacks,
my god, that
even
was
though he
so
has about
close.
effort, that's still going to
Okay,
be
Lightning
GE
Fast did
in the
great,
round.
to be honest.
yeah,
And Stacks also did good.
pretty
Stacks
difficult
always
there
did
for
incredible.
GE. Once back yellow control is taken by Blaze King, makes it really hard for T1 to kind of hold their ground. They used the snake bite really early to T1. You can see it right there on the ground, right where Lightning Fast went. So they don't have that to delay a little bit. Maybe if that's still in the bag, Stacks can finish the job here. I mean, I like what Stacks did using the wall, but this peak so well timed by Benkai.
Yeah, I think because of his
just enough
peak, he keeps going
Showed a
across
little
the
bit of
wall,
that
but
pants,
it's super
you know?
hindsight to say that. It was a really nice try.
Showing the leg.
Yeah. Oh. Ow. Oh, yeah, I was about to say. did
Wait, is
not
Rossi
see-
here?
In any case, though, gonna have that heal from Lightning Fast. Polvi has been getting better and
Rossi.
better with the Outlaw and the
Going on?
Operator in the past few games that Global Esports has been playing. We'll see how much value you can get off of this one, but so far it's been a hit and miss, actually all misses. No connections whatsoever just yet. And this is still going to be the push from T1. Izu finds the first pick already. But
Rossi, I went for you guys in Pick'ems and you're not playing?
Able to stop the plant from the
What-
wingman.
What's going on,
It's all
man?
down to Saya player
Think
and
about,
Stacks.
think about the poor Pick'ems.
Wall still kind of separates them from the rest of the site. Blade comes through, gets a little bit of information that Russ is here, but they can't really find any meaningful contact just yet. Saya player,
Player
he
standing.
goes down, so it's just now onto Stacks. Oh, there he goes. Falls down to Russ.
Yeah, so I mean, I think
nice
there for
Start for
T1,
GE. We got
they
two guns that
kind of
get lost.
identified some of the
They invested pretty heavy
main
into it,
point
but I
for
think
some of
that's
the
also
teams going
fine
up
on this
against
map.
GE, you
It's
know,
long
that holding
rotates. It's
position
one of
with
those
the
maps that maybe
Outlaw
is a little bit
was
easier to
at
pick up
least
some of the guns.
knocked further back and forced out the heal, things like that. So yeah, you know, the expected result for GE, but
Did I do what you
I
sent?
like
yeah.
what I'm seeing out of T1 in terms of like their anti-strat. their
it should just
ability
be
to kind
done
of
for.
understand how GE.
I added
going
an
to try to set up
an
their
extra thing
defenses
as
on
well
that
through that
site.
was like below
And
it.
this is kind of part of the map where T1 found more success against
Okay, so
Team
because
Secret.
well,
I mean, on
honestly
their
because of
attacker
the
side, they were doing a
plant
really
that
good
you
job.
managed to
I think they were
for
like
sure
9 and 3
get
or
this,
something like
but
that on their attacker side. So
Saya player saves
really, this is where
400
you
in
wanna
the
get some more
pistol.
damage done for
Next
sure.
round, I think he bought armor as well in the
However, it is
next round, but
different agent comp
and that's the
setup,
reason he
so,
doesn't have armor here.
some
But
different
this is T1 team that
ideas
is
gonna be in
reliant
play. That
on
jet does
ops,
give you, I think, a little
out
bit
doing
more
the
comfort,
cryo. We'll call
for
it the
making some of
cryo,
those executes in a way. I mean, it didn't
and
feel
he has
as
an op on
comfortable,
attack.
uh,
That is a
on
good
the
sign.
ISO.
Exactly.
My worry is he has
Definitely
no
agree.
armor.
I think the other thing as well is if it gets a little bit too hot
Povey
for Izu,
one
he can
shot him,
always
but I
just
think
use
that's always
Tailwind
going to
to
be
get out of
happening
the
on the
site,
third
and then
round
they
op
can
anyway.
maybe hit another or just take a break and then hit it again. Any case though, there's the execute already for T1. Also wanted to say, operator in the hands of Saya player, so he's going to be using that. Interestingly enough though, he is joining the rest of the team onto the site itself. They might have left the flank a little bit too wide open for Russ as he's already encroaching on Raptors. I think GE is just waiting for Russ to get any meaningful contact first, and then they start moving in. It's about to be here. Shots from Izu gonna connect first. Backs away a little bit, and he's just making
What
a
does Russ
clear-cut
get, though?
amount of kills for this one. Russ the only one
It
left
doesn't even
standing.
matter what
Can't
Russ
really
gets.
do
Okay,
anything
shout out
against
to
Stacks.
T1. They
That's
held
going
site
to
pretty
be
well,
a
huh?
clean
They did pretty well,
1
incredibly
for
well.
T1.
Yeah, and I think you're already seeing some of the benefits.
Bonus
that
for GE.
the jet will
great.
give you over the ISO.
Good news is they have res.
Fast execute, a lot cleaner. You know, and like you're talking about, you have the ability to pull back a little bit better potentially as well. You don't have to commit quite as hard, but just good setups overall from the side of T1. Stax was up on pipes watching for that lurk from Russ the whole time. Made it really difficult for Russ to really find that meaningful engage to kind of kick off that retake, that flood retake that you want to attempt as GE. And so it just kind of gets cut down piece by piece. Good hold from Izu behind the box.
First big buy rounds.
That's a typical spot.
Got what, one?
Definitely had a great setup for it. Now T1 getting stalled just a little bit.
And if we're looking at this round, that orb, I'm surprised they didn't go aggro for it, and that is why T1 had something ready in terms of the Gecko contact of it. Carpe is hitting some shots, man.
Fortunately for Polvi there, just could not find any position to really get any second kills or anything. Great pop shots though. Benkai and the rest actually able to get a couple of kills.
I don't know
here,
about that
that's
decision,
going to be
Ross.
Frag after frag. Dust settles. It's going to be a 2 versus 2.
You got a higher, lower, and you get the flash out.
For the moment, Stax
Your
still
other
has
mate's
a frag,
committed.
so he can't use that for the post plant. But this is troublesome. The res comes in. Benkai's back into play.
Yeah, and they kind of got to fight a little bit heavy. The op is a nightmare against the Sage Wall.
GE.
If this Sage Wall goes up, that op is doing nothing
now
here.
dropping onto the site. I wonder how long this wall is going to
A
last.
lot of this is up to Stax. It goes down, this should be done.
Okay,
Shot though.
Unless
I mean, you're not going to win the round, but this is a lovely shot.
He just has to back away. Great shot though, but again, that's going to be GE just very clean on this Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're also seeing some of the power
this is the lightning
still
fast
why
map
a lot
though.
of teams
Lightning fast
globally
has been
are leaning into Sage
unbelievable on
onto
this map.
We saw
Whether
the
it's
pistol round where you're able to
MV
use the
kills
wall
or whether
to
it's
protect
just
the defuse.
impact.
Here, same thing.
Lightning
and
fast
the operator just becomes
this is his
completely
map.
worthless because you can't take down the wall quick enough. Headhunter's not going to help you there either.
Yeah.
So this is just really good understanding of the situation that GE has, the understanding of the comp they're going against, and how they can punish it with that Sage Wall. So really good stuff from Lightning Fast.
T1 managed to squeeze out another buy. It's just one person that should be taking a hit.
Tremendous
I don't see who it is.
Yeah,
And maybe they're all good.
And another big thing, I think, on this
Just
one
the
as
light
well
armor.
is GE is trying to get that
Fish
first
ult,
bit of
but
information
KO ult to
on
cancel
where
it.
side player is peeking at. Right?
Being
It just-
easy call
if
there.
side player, if they know side player's there, he's holding the operator.
And then if you're
no one
T1, you
from
know
GE
you
will
gotta
try to
kill
peek
this
it. Maybe
KO
just Polvi
first.
because again he has that exit
Or
ability with the
you just do the
tailwind.
fish
Everyone
ult, take
else,
it back,
they're
don't
chilling.
go anywhere with it.
Ooh.
Yeah, okay, that's smart.
Slapping your face with the null command as well.
you
so
just
Thrax
use it
not gonna get
again.
the site.
Yeah,
That's nice. You
great
can see
timing
literally
there
just they were so fine
from
for
Russ. Does a
one use of
really
the
good
fish
job
ult,
nullifying this
Then
attempted execute.
didn't even go anywhere with it.
I mean, that has to be somewhat expected from T1, I would think. You know, oftentimes KO's going to be playing there. Now they're going to respond in kind, and Polvi's detained.
Okay.
That's unfortunate. We'll see though if Polvi can survive. Izu gets the double kill. Spray down is beautiful. Third for Izu. Setting things up. Repositions.
Oh my gosh.
It still hits the 4K.
Almost.
Izu's flying around.
Oh.
Cannot escape Blaze King's clutches.
It was a really nice round though.
It's still going to be Blaze King against the world. T1. Saya player now gets a bit of value off of that operator. And they strike back.
I feel like they got a little bit unlucky that that fish ult hit.
I think fully expecting, you know, that 0 point is going to come. Wait it out, pop a no command of your own, so they have no hope of really countering you with any utility.
It was just on the edge. I'm pretty sure he just popped dash ready to go back.
That smoke to cut off the angles. He gets the info.
I was not expecting that to hit.
Comes on in, knocks
There's
four
some
down.
lovely shots from
That's what you
Izu.
need out of your duelist.
But
And Izu delivers.
forced him
big
down
time
to
for
eco.
T1.
That's like
Yeah, again, this is what
the
we
good
were
start
exactly
on.
talking about. It felt like he was comfortable, but not as comfortable as he was on the Jet compared to last time's ISO.
Okay, and they get a hero. They get a hero rifle out. Benkai saves enough money for
the
op.
rest of T1 already
And T1 are literally just
onto the B side. That is
go
just a
in.
pop shot through his smoke. This could actually start
go and
something
be against
good
the ecos.
for GE on this retake.
Absolutely, you have the Viper's Pit as well to potentially work with. You have a good angle to potentially get
Shot,
it down.
man.
Never mind, it's gone. Oh, Polvi though!
Yep, he's
Oh,
not done just
oh
yet.
god.
Goes right on
Oh
top.
my god,
Izu
that would have been
finds
incredible.
himself now,
Oh,
and he
they actually
cannot
won it.
escape
Wait.
the clutches
Okay,
of Russ.
Polvi had what?
That is going to be that.
5
Polvi, great heroics from him as he
pretty,
comes around the corner and yellow.
let's say,
basically
unfortunate
catches
rounds.
on T1 looking at the other corner.
And that was
Just
a massive round.
from Polvi
Picks
there,
up the
man.
op as well.
Really just shut that round down. Found a perfect timing after that op shot to go for his
That was
move.
nice. The updraft up to yellow was cool here.
Starts knocking players down. The opener from Blaze King.
Oh, okay.
All right. This right there, the timing. Right as Saya player is trying to exit, and then
I think
immediately
Easy did incredibly well. That was a nice shot as well. I think Easy did
Just gets so
incredibly
much
well
damage.
to get that shot on Polvi.
I love it.
That's how I felt about it too. I was like, whoa, that's pretty good. Saya does have
If first round with the
Force,
op, and it looks like
Blaze
he's
Storm
sending
Reset.
it.
So some ults to work with.
Oh, this is close. Polvi's not going to see him. He's right on top of him, though.
Oh my god.
I don't think Izu did get that same information
Whoa.
as well. This is just him charging in right in the face of two. And
Izu's having an insane game at the moment.
Trying to re-encapsulate the situation, falls down in this quick pinch. Oh my god, he just gets it in like 2 seconds as soon as he finds that contact on Polvi.
Yeah, as soon as he knew Polvi was here, he knows
And
he's not
again,
going to
this
hit
is
the
something that the Jet's gonna
180
give
shot.
you the ability to
13 and 5.
change
GE win a
directions,
round,
change
lose
the
the
pace,
next. 1-9 loss
get
bonus.
up and over
They
your
got to save
opponent.
one
Something
gun.
ISO absolutely cannot do
They
easily
could
without
drop
going
like
on
a-
ropes and things like that.
Could
So,
drop something, but Polvi wants to
just
op.
makes it that much more explosive in rounds like this. And again, he gets that little bit of extra
Time is
info
at the
onto
moment,
Russ. Yeah, Russ is
8:15
able to
here.
get one, but then T1's ready to trade him right
Nice
out.
and
So
early.
all those things put together make it much easier for T1.
Both save.
Saya player, yeah, has the tour de
That
force to
is
watch.
unreal for T1.
Just in case anybody's coming out from screens, but
Game after this,
see
you
it on
got
the map, that is going to
GenG,
be a save for Blaze King and Benkai.
GenG Bleed.
Cash, well, not too bad though for GE.
Should be
able
a
to string
2-0.
by together, no problem at
I
all.
would imagine.
In the next round, but man, T1.
Never know,
I mean,
but-
when Izu is popping off in these rounds, it is fun to watch.
I would like to think that they
And
wouldn't
this
drop
is
a match.
much necessary because right now we've, Saya player hasn't really gotten that impact that we were kind of hoping for. To be fair though, of course, he's staying in the back lines for now, and on the attacking side, that's not really how Chamber gets those, big plays. So we'll probably see him on the second half. In any case, more on the second half. But in any case, you're absolutely right.
Okay,
Izu's
so they
been
save
doing
the
so
guns
well,
to get the
13
op
kills
out
already
again.
on the
Are they
map.
going to be going this
And-
aggro with the op? This
Yeah, so far so
Kinda
good.
looks like it.
Question now is, Global, how much are they willing to put in to this ace
I didn't
stack
even
that
say
they
more
are
aggro.
doing? Well, that's a question. Answered already. As Polvi, as you spotted, just immediately rushing out onto Raptors. Could not hit the shot, though, against Saya player.
Yeah, and T1's had a really good read on how Polvi likes to play on this map. He's really aggressive in general with an operator or without, but with that operator in particular, we've seen it where he's trying to push angles early, and T1's been able to punish that a couple times. So credit where credit's due. So far, T1's game plan, really good job of identifying.
and GE
some
are
of the
just so
tendencies
fine
of
to play
GE,
off the site
particularly
here. They
on
got
this A
Killjoy
site.
ult.
You do have Xcurate though, all the way over in B by himself, just chilling right behind green. So he's got a little bit of info. Hasn't really heard any noise, had any contact. Just looking for that lurk, but
Careful.
there's the option here that T1 could pull back if they don't like what they see on this A site.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the time still kind of favoring a possibility, a safe possibility.
OG,
of going for that
OG
rotate.
flash
Yeah,
score,
it's
thank you
gonna
so much,
be
man.
Crucial.
Thank
Hold
you so much, bro.
on. Saya player just
Tell you what,
gets
Sai's been hitting some
one
shots.
nasty shot, followed up by
Whoa.
Izu,
I feel like
using the
everyone's been
wingman
hitting
as
some
bait.
shots, to
Sure,
be fair.
the
Especially
lockdown's gonna
T1.
be there, but matter of seconds, broken down by the fragment as well, and T1 had this completely locked and
Love
loaded.
this.
Xcurate now hearing the retreat, spots the one,
remaining.
takes away
Oh.
the operator from the hands of Benkai, and Blaze King not going to feel the backstab as he just falls down
Okay,
quite quickly
and
too.
maybe a timeout here.
Very
Like,
strong,
T1 have just been
round
pretty
as we saw.
simple. Just
Yeah,
buy
and
rounds.
the
They go
response now
A,
from T1
ecos,
is
they go
really,
B.
really good. Starting to really dissect these angles. And
So
Saya
maybe you can
there
time out and at least make them stop that.
just barely
Enemy
able
remaining.
to win out that battle. Polvi just missing that shot. And that breaks things way open for T1.
It sounds like risky intuition, right? You just have to go for that pick. He also took leg damage, so that could have been him. not
Yeah,
getting
and
that
maybe
peek
they go
first as
more
well. Sure,
aggro,
again, that's
but
still
just
not
not on
gonna
A.
hinder T1 from pushing into the site, but this is what we were kind of expecting from Saya player.
Izu? Yeah, Izu's
even
looking
from
great.
The past couple of weeks when he was just picking up this chamber, it's just absolutely strong, and you see the confidence still brimming into, well, this first
What
two
teams
rounds
do you think
against
make
GE.
A pack
Right, exactly.
from
But
to
that's what you're
champs?
gonna need. You're gonna need that confidence to
Like
get you
who
over the line
joins
here as
who
T1.
joins Paper X GenG?
And so far,
I really think
he's done pretty
RRQ are
good.
gonna do it,
I mean, you can tell Izu's way more comfortable on the jet.
and then I'm just
for
not sure.
I feel like
I guess
the plan around the Gecko utility
I would actually
has
guess
been a little bit better. Now they're getting to the
if I had
point
to
where
fully guess, I would say
the walls
RRQ
aren't
Team
coming into play
Secret.
as much in those
That's
B2
where I'm at.
situations because they're just kind of knocking so many
I
players
don't know.
down
DRX
on
worry
their
me,
way
man.
through to getting the plant. that they're really
are
just using good
accelerating me.
opportunities for GE to go for those flood retakes like they would like.
Alon?
And you know, GE now
Maybe.
has to consider how are we going to, pilot this as we go. You know, it's an eco here with a hero rifle in lightning fast hand this time.
I'm the biggest Team Secret fan.
All right, he's getting closer to Saya player here. Saya's alone.
Just a wild Oreo fan,
Quick
man.
reactions from Polvi there. That's going to be the
Just the
operator taking
Envy
down, but that also
wild
could be a
Oreo
signal
fan.
right now for T1. Not miss any time, or not waste any time, and just push him into the A side and start planting things. Look at where they're planting this fight right now. It's right on top of 2F
This is,
here, so they're going to be
this has
probably playing
potential.
for somewhere
They still got
farther
the
away.
Sage
That
wall. They
wall from
picked up
Sage
the
not
op.
gonna
We
be able
got
to help them
knives.
this
He
time, kind of,
switches up
save
Benkai,
somebody
gives
or
him the op.
delay
Still
somebody
has
from
knives and op now,
hitting them
and a
while they
rifle.
defuse. So we'll see
I
how
would
this
like
goes.
to
It's
see
Lightning
the
Fast already
person
on that
without the
contact.
wall
Izu
maybe
backs away,
not
and they're just
throw
buying
the
time
rifle
for the
on so they
moment.
can just wall defuse.
Yeah, still a snake bite. A little bit of util to work with here. Stacks has his
Up eight.
molly.
Oh,
No longer
here
has
he comes.
Fischl after
Great
eating that
flashes
knife.
altogether, but Izu's whiffing. That's going to be a quick pick. Big flanks as well.
Lightning Flash, you guys
You
stay
can already
alive,
see
boss.
Blaze King coming around the corner here.
enemy
Expert
remaining.
falls down, and it's all down to Stacks. Can you really stop anything at this point?
Lightning
He's whiffing
Flash, you're
as
crazy.
well, and that is going to be
Oh my
GE
God.
overwhelming the
Respect,
opposition.
they got it.
Time. Oh, wait, hold on.
Wait a
Did
minute.
they bait enough time? It's going to be close. Oh, 0.48.
A huge round, man. What a huge round.
Oh my
Yeah, we
God.
said they'd go a little bit
I mean,
more aggro.
GE could play
I
like they
thought
do on
maybe
these
like a push
Thrifties.
over towards middle. But this is like
Yeah,
the
they have
old
an even
school.
better half. I mean, it's still pretty good
This right here
defensive
is
fight.
old school
Yeah, to be
Fnatic
honest.
strats
And
when they
again,
had a
They get aggressive on a little bit different
when they
part of
had
the map. Catch.
knives,
Saya
they
player
would just
bit
go
off guard.
aggro.
That is a filthy shot from Lightning Fast, the first one.
Yeah.
Follow up, him and Stacks a bit whiffy, but
Nice, the boys are getting pumped.
very,
Okay,
very happy there.
Yeah.
Now you've got another
Yeah.
res for Lightning Fast.
they're really in for this.
Available.
Ham
Op
underscore
still
sandwich
for
with the
Polvi.
7 months.
Up in
Thank
Saya
you so
players'
much.
hands as well, but
What's on EG today?
Crash again for Carpe.
EG at the
Secure his
peak right now.
ult. See if T1 can scale their
With
way
this
through this
roster.
time. But they're going to position the Gecko a little bit differently. You're going to put him in the corner, up by the
Okay,
rafters.
GE now as well,
See if they're gonna
fighting
lead with the
a
crash
lot
again. Yep,
heavier.
there goes.
Yeah. Wow. Nice
Good
use of the
Saya,
blade as
man.
well, just for a little bit of that confusion, if ever. Now they spot one. The second one also hit by the
Did Lightning
crash
Fast
there,
have
so
a
Bentay's not
res
gonna survive
here?
for long.
Should you
And great
should you
execution
bail
overall
out
for
on your
T1.
teammate
Sure,
here?
G's gonna be able to get
Maybe.
a couple of refrags. That's
Spike
gonna be enough.
planted.
Not gonna be enough, rather. Drop down from Carpe. Blaze King.
I'm pretty
I'm trying
sure
to
he had
gauge
res. So
where he needs to
I
go
think you
around
got to look
here.
at that,
Here,
and
excuse me.
anytime someone's on
Close up.
screens,
Look at
as
right
long as they're
above,
like
see
near
if
the
there's
back, their
anyone
body's gonna
kinda
fall
peeking.
down.
Everyone else from
So
T1 just
I think
inside
once
the
this guy
Viper's
eats the
pit. He's gonna
Fischl,
pop a
maybe
couple
you
of
could
shots here
wall with this,
while
try to get
you
out.
can already see Polvi
But I
making
understand
noise for him.
the
Still,
whole
no
process
reaction
of
from
trying to
T1.
save
They
your
know that
teammate.
GE has to get inside
Oh,
the utility.
damn.
Oh, drop out from Blaze. Great heroics. It's 2
Damn.
versus 1.
Enemy remaining.
Why didn't
Polvi,
he do it?
did he have the spike? No, he did not.
Oh,
And just as
okay.
soon as he taps right through, Saya player just pops a couple and takes him down.
A great attempt.
Yeah,
Great.
they just messed up on
like,
sight a
kind of
little bit. That was
sussing
it.
out of where the Viper was likely to be there by Blaze King.
Making an
Kind of
Abyss guide.
understanding
Yeah, I've been
his
speaking a little bit
counterpart's
to Mini
tendencies.
about it. We're
Gets that
hoping
drop
to
down,
have one
gets
out by
that kill,
playoffs, but
gives him a
at the
real
same time,
good
he's very
chance.
busy.
The opener
I'm
there
very
really,
busy.
really nicely. You know, expecting
But
the peek on
I
the
mean,
back of the thrash.
we have a
expecting
comp,
that they're gonna probably
we
try to
have
clear it pretty
A
quickly. They've got a
default,
lot of those
we have an
angles
A
covered.
hit, B
And
hit.
also this time, you know, not using
We
the
just need
thrash
to do
from
some
pipe,
stuff on
they're gonna
defense
be
as well.
more likely to dodge that 0 point, so it's not as big of a deal. You don't have to delay. You didn't have Stacks' ult to follow up with it. So really good understanding of the map and the situation by T1. Both these teams doing a great job.
Why did they make
Good
mid
back
so
and forth,
huge?
making good counter moves.
Kind of think mid's okay, I'm not
Has to go
gonna
to
lie.
the IGLs as well. Benkai and Excurate.
I'm not as much
Good
as a
rounds.
hater on that map as everyone else.
I wonder who's going to be... Ooh. This is going to be
Oh, that turret.
very risky. Polvi's about to go for the peak, and
Excurate
just not
is
having that
straight up
reaction
looking
time.
at his mini map here.
in any case, though, great
It's just
catch
the
from
IGL.
Polvi.
IGL diff.
Yeah, it's not over. As T1
Someone else is IGL in there. I reckon he
slowly
gets that
creeping their
kill
way
because
up
it
onto
wasn't the
this A
fastest
side,
peak
but
ever.
GE's very quick into this. They realize this, and they already stacked A themselves. Mosh pit on the
One of the
corner, but
reasons
Russ
why,
gets
like,
that little trade. It's gonna be
But it's
risky,
one of the
it's gonna be
reasons that
difficult. It
lurking
seems like,
IGLs
yeah,
normally
GE's
don't
just
work
getting
because you got to be looking at your
pushed
crosshair the
back
whole
by T1.
time. The amount of times
Still
you're
has to
expecting
wait.
some
Big
kind of
flash from
reactive
Blaze
push.
King, and it's all down to Izu. Spike dropped on rafters. Comes around the corner here. Gets spotted by the alarm bot. And Blaze King's just repositioning for high ground. Again, pinning down
30 seconds left.
Izu.
Yeah, GE knows they can wait him out because of that spike position.
There it is.
Yep, no problem at all.
Yeah, I mean, that cost him
Good
big
cleanup
time on
from
this.
Polvi, 3 kills in the round for him. And just
Last round before
really
the
quick
switch.
reactions from GE. And
Even the
Execute there
Jogamo
just
contends
not
for
quite
the
ready
best
for
duelist
this.
in Americas.
Great shot. Great reaction from Polvi.
Yeah, I think so.
Russ there
I
swinging
think
to bail out lightning fast.
you have to,
And Saya's kind of on an island there with the way
because
that
with
the
how the
toxic
meta
screen is
changes,
placed,
you got to be able to look
there
at all the
isn't really
agents.
any ability for
And
T1 to bail him out
he
there.
had,
So kind of
he
just
had one of the best
positioning with
raises,
the rest of T1 not able to
if
get
not
further
the
ahead
best
to
raise, especially if
cover
you look
him,
at certain
but
maps.
trying to use that
I would argue
utility
he has the
to
best raise
flush
on
lightning
certain
fast
maps.
out of the corner.
I know people would say
But
GenG.
that kind of leaves Saya player isolated. GE's
But
able to
I think
punish
at least
that.
when I look at Lotus, I strongly believe that he had the best jet.
T1's been doing
Sorry,
good
he
on
had the
the
best
inside
raise when it
push.
came
They
to
have so many
champs.
kind of variants
And
of
then
how
you
they
look at his
approach the
Neon
site,
now, and
but
I think he,
so far,
at least
GE
for what I've seen, looks
has
mechanically the best.
also different kind of setups, different applications, and how they want to go about things. Any case, though, that does push Benkai away as we see the Dizzy being utilized here. Russ hasn't backed away just yet. Now that he gets spotted, he will drop down from his perched right on top of the site. And a very defensive
Got a lot of people there.
backline deep defense here for GE.
A lot of
As soon as they say
people
that, though,
wanting
they
to
start
fight.
moving closer and closer. It's going to
Bro,
play well for
how
them
is
as
everyone on
Russ and
T1
lightning
sleeping?
fast just get peek after peek, pick after pick as well. Insane. Null command, not done. And stacks, ooh. Spots 2 of them exiting the site, no kills. That's tough.
Yeah, it does feel like at
It's like
times
they're taking map control, they're not expecting
the
anyone to
T1
peek
players
them.
have been a little bit off. They haven't been able to be explosive onto the site, get those early picks. If you allow GE to play for these
Spike
retakes,
planted.
it seems to be a little bit more
Yeah, they
favored
got a fight
towards
on
GE.
site. Going up
with the way
against
that they're able to
5
work together.
and Sage Wall.
This angle there, really nice for Saya. The res right on the back of it.
Yeah, that's gonna, again, at least now they know where Saya player is kind of, you know, hunkered down on. Blade comes out. That's gonna give information for GE. And they should start coming into the site right now. It's gonna be very important for them to come close as soon as possible. Saya player falls down. It's all on Execrate's hands. He hasn't really gotten any value yet. And he gets pinned down by Polvi. And that's gonna be GE finishing off this first half.
Yeah, that's a very, very
Yeah, absolutely.
Very,
really good
very
back and forth. But
nice half.
I think GE, once they kind of figured out that if they could dodge some of these initial setups, just maybe play for 1 pick and then a lead, you know, and a peel back, winning some of their battles on the extremities,
chip in,
Blaze
yeah.
King doing a good job lurking, you know, all those things really coming together to give them that slight advantage.
This is why I'm thankful for you being my casting partner right now, because it looked very hard to kind of dissect what was the plan going on for, you know, for both of the teams here. Sure, T1's all about that contact.
low-key been the most
obviously
disappointing roster this year.
But if you can't, what's going to be the
They have
offense
the-
here? But GE's been,
They
as
have
mentioned, doing so
the.
well
It's
at
because
just
they
kinda
did.
segmenting themselves without
It's because they were doing
any of their
so.
resources. Sure, there'll be times where it will happen because again they're
They
going
did
up
so
against
well in the
T1,
off
but
season.
So far, so
That was something that.
on how GE again was
That was
just,
something that kind of wrecked them a little
again
bit.
defending that site.
But you
Yeah,
got to
and it
remember
was
that
the
bleeds in
timeout.
NRG
I really feel
exists.
like that timeout
So it
kinda
is just a
changed
straight up
the
no.
ideas for GE.
And maybe the
It felt
expectations
like
were set
Spin
pretty
Big
high
Time
because they were looking
kinda got the
so
read,
good
got
early
them
on.
back into playing more the way that they wanted to overall.
Yeah.
And just really impressive shooting from Polvi in a couple of these rounds too really helps. And Xkira just completely.
I don't think anyone will
completely
ever. I don't
stuck
think
in
we'll
that
ever
spot.
see a roster
Not a
that
lot he can do
disappoints as
there,
much
but
as NRG
pistol round.
did.
Big important one now. T1 would love to get one back. They'll come through, see if they can even things up on this defender side. But this has been a bit of a pain point for them on this map. A lot of teams, to be frank. This has been pretty attacker-sided with the recent iterations. You know, especially
You don't
with
know
those
about
double
that, bro?
initiators.
That would be
So much ability
incredibly
with those
hard
geckos
to not.
to clear space.
You
But
think we get
Global
more
Esports
of a
doesn't run that.
disappointment than of a
Something
team like
a little bit
that?
different. They run the kind of old standard, the old
Ever?
tried and true Icebox
You
comp
would do
still,
a tough
but,
job.
You know, it's about
You
getting
would
that,
actually do a really
again,
tough
it
job.
potentially could be about getting that Sage into place. Get those walls up, get those plants down.
Oh, Blaze King, no,
I'm
you can't pick
curious to
that up,
see
my
how
guy.
aggressive T1 is going to be to
Oh, no.
disrupting the plants themselves.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. Kind of interesting here for Blaze King. I don't know if he made a mistake with the throw on his.
Oh, he for sure made a
on his
mistake
orb, as you
because he's
can
not
see
trying
right
to throw it at the
There's
floor.
nothing on mid except for just that teeny tiny bit on their side of the spawn. In any case, though, GE not wasting any time, immediately start pushing in, and oh, there it is. The wall gives them access to
Whoa.
two in the back. That's going to be a kill.
Planted.
Saya player now kind of pincered in. He might actually get caught here if he's not too careful with how he kind of again goes in for his offense. Drop back of the site. Right in front of them is going to be Polvi.
Whoa.
Not going to get
hitting
any
some shots.
refrags whatsoever, and this is just full control for GE. All down into Carpe's hands. Spots out Polvi right then and there, but again, has to deal with so many. Does have
Oh, okay, that was
the
a
wing
nice
in
pistol
hand,
to
but
watch from them. They
unfortunately
hit
cannot
so
get in
many
position,
shots.
and that falls down to Russ. And GE
All right, they
just
get a
keeps the
pistol.
ball rolling.
They get a
Polvi's
pistol. Oh
been
no, they get
really
two
good with
pistols,
his
right? Yeah,
movement.
wall
That dodge
defuse.
there on that dizzy, so good. Gave no
Lightning fast wall
opportunity for
defuse.
Carpe to follow up off of his push
And
out of
GE,
kitchen.
this would be a
Really good
huge
stuff
win
here.
for
That's a
GE.
snappy shot from Benkai. Absolutely nasty, but Polvi just all over the place. Covers Snowman, gets back up on top of the bridge, knocks a player down, dodges the dizzy. Buys time for Russ to come through the grates and take him down. Just really good coordination right now from GE. And, you know, you can see that
Classic,
in
two
the
deaths.
pregame interview with Spin, like the confidence was brimming from him. Like so happy with the way his team played last week. Obviously he should be, but that confidence so far seemingly has carried over for GE.
Yeah, he was talking about how as long as they get these 2 wins, he'll be happy as can be, right? Ooh. Any damage though? Looks like no. So Izu going for the heroics, not gonna get that value for the moment. Wall gets propped up here on A, excuse me. It's the rest of GE. Now just waiting for that contact. Yeah, the preemptive flashes actually might give them out of position. Izu gets immediately refragged, but he does catch Polvi. Now this might
Eco, they wanted to
actually
get
make GE second guess.
early info,
But this is
see if
fine
they should
because
rotate.
If you look at it, Blaze King's already gotten access to B, but Saya player
Aya
also
might be on
has
for
control
this.
of B long for some
I
reason.
mean,
He's
you
gonna
should
get
at least have
one.
2.
Oh, maybe not.
No.
That jump from lightning fast.
I don't think they know that Blaze King's
Oh, they were
already
gonna have
here.
the nice out the whole
Yeah, he's
time, I'm
probably
not gonna
just
lie to you.
fall, get a pick onto somebody, execute by himself. Good pick first, but yeah, that wall's been a big thorn on their side. Blaze King just not having any of it, just quickly regroups, gets the pick, and now it's all down to stacks. First contact. Ooh, Slots.
That's not lucky round for T1.
Was
this against an eco? They save all. Sorry, was against
looking
the.
really good there. Great awareness of
Well,
that,
yeah,
the
I mean,
fact
it was
that
against
Saya
Nico
player
if we're
could be
looking
there.
at
I thought
the
he
east
might
side.
just get one, but
They
lightning fast actually
only died with
jumped
the
over
ghosts.
and broke the crosshair
And
angle.
Benkai is considering
Made
an
it so
ult.
that Saya was gonna have to readjust to hit a shot. Just, you know, who knows?
First, I really
He
didn't
just
think they were
walks
going to
around
have
that
their
corner. I
guns
think
out.
Saya's probably got it,
And
but
maybe that was really good
he takes
comms
that
from the
angle off
guy
that
that
box, jumps a little
it
bit.
snuck through, but
Here.
Big win for GE. And now Benkai is the outlaw.
okay, he gets the outlaw
On
out.
this
What?
attacker's
Were
side.
3
Izu
people?
gonna go right over up the
3
pipes,
people.
dodges the
3
0
people
point,
can one shot.
comes up short. For now,
Careful.
GE just really taking their time, pushing his 2 around this corner. We know, everybody knows how defenders
Maybe Blaze can
decided
called it.
teams
Yeah,
love to
I
push
think he
these
might have
pipes,
called there was
so
a chance,
how ready they are for this.
but you never
Tries to run
know.
away.
Spike down
Trade
A.
for trade though, but this is not going in their
Oh.
favor. Execute actually gets spotted out
Eeks
by
over
Benkai on
towards
the
mid,
outlaw.
and then they're going to
Saya
get this.
player
Blazekin's got a
might
kill
need
here
to
as
start,
well.
pushing out if he really wants to help Izu on this one. Or maybe bank on the fact that GE goes around the corner,
Oh.
regardless of which. Blaze King's
Oh,
got
no.
a good
Not
position
another
just
curse.
to find anyone that is going to come out through B long. Izu now, I think he actually just got a couple of pop shots onto Blaze King, and Blaze King just
Yeah,
smartly
they
backs
at least
up into
found
A.
one, and then as soon as the turret
By
got...
himself, Sai player
Okay, well, they
does
know we're
get
both
that
on
kill,
now.
which is pretty big. At least gives a bit of leeway for Izu.
Benkai,
here.
double...
Remaining.
Slowly creeping up, and Benkai,
Whoa.
master of the outlaw in this round. Leaves it
Benkai's got
all
double
to
molly as well.
Izu for T1. Can dash into the site. Goes over the wall. And this is perfect. At least he puts himself in a better position. And unfortunately, does not have any information
Lightning
where
fast.
Lightning Fast and again, Benkai were kind of positioned
Lightning
at
fast both
false.
times, I'm pretty sure
Yeah, I mean, it's
one of their
just
first ults has been
sort of the
Sage
tried
Race.
and true bait and switch from the pipes
Anyway,
position,
man, it's
right?
just
You put
this
your
map.
duelist up there, the
Really
other 2
is.
players make contact, and then the duelist
The
tries
epic gold with the
swing
prime,
down
thank you
from
so much,
above,
man.
but it's just
Spike down.
out,
Welcome
they're
into
just
the Stock Club,
outshot
thanks
by
for doing that.
GE.
Yeah.
Lightning Fast and Russ
You
come
looking
up
pretty
huge.
solid?
Benkai
Yeah,
so
I
accurate with that
do
outlaw.
feel like they've always
Lightning
looked
Fast a great reposition.
pretty
Lightning Fast always
decent on
so
this
steady
map.
on the Sage on this map.
Sometimes maybe
has
their
been a
shots have been
real
missing, but at least like
shining
their
star for
spacing
them
when I see them
throughout the year,
on insights has been great.
particularly here on Sage on Icebox.
And
slow orb.
Lightning Fast does just
If
frag
anybody's
out
gonna contest
way
the-
heavier on this map
the
than
ult
any other
orb.
map.
Yeah.
It's a little confusing when Sage's abilities are, oh, okay, well, Polvi just picks up one. Right out of the corner is Izu. It is an eco for T1, but it's always a little confusing when Sage's abilities are all called orbs and there are other types of orbs on the map.
That, yes, fair. I was about to say, but to be fair as well, technically, she is not an ice-powered Radiant. She's Crystal.
It's crystals?
Yes. That's why it's called a barrier orb and a yeah, a slow orb. It's crystals. You know, you don't want to step on broken glass.
But aren't like crystals slippery? Like, anyway.
Maybe if it's jagged. Anyways, this is getting a
Okay,
little
knife
bit out of
hits
hand.
too.
Both our conversation in this game, as GE's well ahead into the lead. Saya player has not gotten any value off of this chamber of his. But
I thought he was gonna. He
gets the
looked
one for
good
one
for a
trade.
double here. 40 HP and Russ.
Carpe now into the corner cannot
Yeah,
press his
and I
shots,
like this
get
from
the take
GE.
onto Polvi here. Stacks
Trying to keep it as
coming around.
Player standing.
Conversion only good for
trying to
one.
keep it as clean as possible.
Hold down
Keep
to
the
X
money
Ray.
flowing.
El Capitan
And
almost
worked
the,
out pretty well.
lateral there, but again, these trades from Global just so clean. I have no words to say, but how good Global has been playing
They're
this
just-
entire
they
Icebox
just-
map.
Yeah, I'm with
It's
you.
hard to judge
It's
because they got double
really,
pistol
really
and,
good
and
stuff
obviously
from Global
this is
Esports.
just a snowball.
Everybody
But
working
I feel
together
like
as
they're
a
looking
squad.
better on this map
Even
just
though
in general.
T1's hitting their shots, just
Ooh,
fine.
that
The
was
angle
nice.
there. Onto the hidden player. You know, Saya player gets one, an immediate trade. I love the way Polvi played that. Just a little bit of a stutter step off of the box, off of the pipes.
Yeah.
And then a dash right back to break the angle so Carpe couldn't take him down. Little things like that, little micro adjustments that Polvi's been making on this jet have been really impactful.
Gonna be a
Doesn't
big time.
always look so flashy,
Yeah.
but the results are very, very good.
Very true. Sticking to the fundamentals, I think, is what we're seeing right now be played by GE. Lava Polvi is just like, you know, wide-eyed, looking at his
Like T1 in the long
monitor.
term. I mean,
Anyways,
6-person rosters never work.
First call in a timeout for T1. Interesting as well that this is the first
that's
timeout that
just-
we're seeing for T1 after
I
so
don't know
many
how many
rounds
attempts of it
garnered
we
by
have
Global
to.
Esports, not only in the second half, but
Wait,
again,
this is
first half as
incredible.
well.
For sure.
Lexi, this is
And I mean,
unreal.
I think in general, you know, for T1, you're definitely trying to win today. but I
That's
think
insane.
there might be some of that idea.
Dude, he's
of
gonna love
let
that.
the players play, see if they can figure things out a little bit.
Yeah.
That's my
give
favorite one.
Some of that trust to X-Curate to try to come up with some new ideas, try to force some
The
adaptations.
Polvi thing is so
'Cause really
sick.
the best place to learn is on stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the scrims are one thing.
6-man
great.
rosters don't work.
Playing ranked is great. You need to do all those things. But really the best
And
experience you
again,
can
I
get
don't know
is
how many times we have
playing
to
in
see it
these
fail
matches
for teams in
and, you
Pacific
know,
to realize that it doesn't work.
being
But
forced to adapt.
Yeah, seeing what works and whatnot. Great tag, though, onto Russ, but with Lightning Fast being there, he can always just get the heal back up, and Russ, if he had his ultimate, that would have been something else.
okay, they
gets that
take
contact
double
as well.
dinks, but
Now, no more
Russ at
heals.
least gets healed.
Gets the push in, side player assists,
Spike
gets the
down,
pick.
B.
Lightning Fast does fall. That does give access to GE here on Kitchen.
Now what do they do? This is,
Can they cook
dude,
something up?
hard
as
round for the IGL at the
you're
moment.
trapped in,
On attack,
can't really escape. Slowly
you probably
creeping up.
do just all that
No
you're gonna just
contact
chill for
whatsoever.
30 seconds.
Carpe, if he gets a little bit too antsy, that's way too many players of GE.
I think you
for
gotta
a
wait for
refract.
your wall to break a middle
Possibility.
here.
The discipline looks good for T1.
Yeah.
Nobody's overcommitting to an angle, trying to go for a solo push. They're just really blocking GE as best as they can. Wall eventually
Yeah,
crumbles.
now the pressure's here at the
See how
wall, you
GE
can do
wants
something.
to maneuver. Not much space for them on the map unless they fall all the way
They
back to
push
spawn.
through. This is
There
a
isn't
good
ton of
call,
time
man.
left.
I'm
30
impressed
seconds on
with the
the clock.
calling here. Benkai's done great.
Oh,
30
gets
seconds
spotted out
left.
by Blaze King. There's going to be the pick for Izu here. Cannot really get the multi-kill.
But they still gave it a
Stacks
really
will.
good go, man.
Now it's Blaze King 2 remain. Stuck on mid here on Boiler. 17 seconds, and he's just patiently waiting for someone to creep up on him. But as long as that spike was spotted on mid, hasn't been picked up,
10 seconds left.
T1's just going to be fairly composed and not really go overly aggressive.
Yeah, a good read on this round for T1.
Icebox
Finish,
mids,
Mosai with
yeah.
the op. Takes down
No,
Blaze
it's never
King.
the one.
They get 6 on the board, but I mean,
It rarely
So I
works.
think that's just a good read right there, right?
Yeah.
It just looked like, you know, with the way that
Too many
especially
angles.
Spirit was set up by the tube, I was like, oh, okay, he's just watching the
Like
tube.
you never want to go
with
here
that
with multiple
positioning of
people
that,
because there's too many angles.
Poison Cloud, he's like, okay.
And through middle,
I
just
know what's
create a
going
lot
on
of pressure.
here. Did a lot of damage, got the shake on a Polvi.
Like you never want to go there with
All those
numbers.
things
Is
come
pretty
together,
much
they
where
can
I'm
just
at.
kind
It never
collapse
works
on top of the pitch
unless
and
everything's
just
gone wrong.
completely, stuck
Like
down.
one person
However,
can do a lot of damage over
I'm
towards
curious
here. There's multiple
what comes
avenues,
after this,
but
because I mean, again, T1 playing so
multiple
contact
people
heavy,
here, like
and that's worked in GE's favor because they're willing to go for
Gotta
the
be scared of
trades, and they've
everywhere.
been really good at getting those trades. So you're gonna have to kind of outmaneuver, outthink GE a little bit here. And again,
Flash,
they're going
but I mean, they were so
aggressive
ready
plays.
for
They
this.
try to do
GE are
pop
just ready
flash
for
up
the
and over
reclear. They know they have
instead
to
of Izu.
reclear with
Doesn't
util.
really work because GE wise to it. They're just holding back, waiting it out. So a bit of utility expended.
Yeah, this is one of the strongest pauses
IT1 for
with
no
the chamber,
value.
but
Stacks
you
are
do get a
down
little bit
one
wrecked by the
flash.
Viper
So
wall.
GE baiting out utility nicely, continuing to take their time and try to figure out what
Build up this round a
real
little bit
plan
because
from that
a
timeout
reset
was
on
here for
these,
T1
right?
beyond
They
just
won the last
great
rounds.
read on
They
that
lose
previous
this
round.
one. You got two people that
This is
can't
great,
buy.
though.
They
Like,
would
even if
force
T1
out a
doesn't
buy
really
because of this and this, but
overly aggressive after that round play that they did. This does make GE play a lot more
GE,
passive than what we've
GE are
seen.
owning
Usually
this
they'd
round.
attack around
They
a
play
minute in,
really
but
passive.
now
They really pass over towards A. They wait for the flash. Once they know the flash comes in, they know that the other side's over towards chamber. They pop the knife, trying to make sure that he can't TP.
The dash on this jet. Now he's alone.
Well, they had to TP early, and then they handle with the op really well. Oh, it's unlucky, man. Nice trade from T1.
2 versus 3. Russ getting rezzed. Not really out in the same position. Stops the defuse.
Yeah.
Or, excuse me, the
Blaze
plant on the
King.
spike. And now
You
Benkai
can't bait the
forced
res and
back
then go
by
for the
Snake by
plant.
2 versus 1.
Might as well go for the res.
Coming around the corner.
You're gonna do that.
One enemy
Close.
remaining.
Great
My
contact.
ultimate is ready. I got the
Has
spike.
time to plant the spike. But he's waiting. There it is. That's the real plant. Next grit knows it. Swings it out.
Holy,
and
I
Benkai
actually had a
just
bit of a
cannot
chance there.
readdress the angle.
Actually had a bit of a chance.
That's really well attempted by Benkai, honestly.
They're doing alright.
He
2
played
full
that
loss
about
bonus.
as well as he could.
They're all good money
Able
wise.
to isolate one player,
Get one more.
recognize the time on the clock, knew that he was either going to be given the opportunity to stick the defuse, or if they peek him, he's just going to have to hope that he can outshoot his opponent and win right before the timer ticks down. You can see there's about a second and a half left. So if Benkai hits those shots, he could have actually taken that round, but
Yeah.
great play there by Xcure at the end. A lot of ults for T1, and I like what I'm.
Yeah,
this
if
adjustment
T1
now,
want to
we're
do
seeing
this,
some
this is the
bigger
big
picture
round.
ideas from T1 that they're pulling back. Sure, they went for an aggressive play early, but immediately, if you looked on A, all 3 players peeled back to like rafters and to screens, and are playing to kind of wait out GE a little bit, forcing adaptation now out of Benkai.
Yeah, Sauce can debate a couple of flashes for the front of the site. The lesser it is for the back of the site, the better it will be.
Oh
Carpe,
my, 2
though,
people under him.
no, I don't think he knows it. They're right underneath
He's
him.
dead.
They're just about to come through on Jail, and that's going to be the first pick. He's down. Wall activated already. Blaze King coming around the corner as well. Saya, or rather Izu, very far from the team as with the big flank
Oh,
upcoming.
Blaze King in the window, getting the
Pick
kill on the
onto Benkai. You're
rotate.
not going to realize this as that sentry, not
Don't,
going to
man.
get any kind of information whatsoever. The pinch is coming ever so closer, but the kill's coming as well from Saya and
At least no one's
Xcure.
showing to
They
this
spot
heaven
out
guy.
Blaze King with the flank. Now they know that one is on the side itself. They have to start isolating. Izu
They
finds
say
the
as he
one.
goes to the angle,
Another
but
one is going to be
kind of
quite
had to
crucial
because he's
here
got
as
to
Russ
spawn.
hides himself, but Izu spots him. It's a
And he
deadly
is
game of
miles
hide
away.
and
They just
seek.
stick
And
this.
now Blaze King, a very long game of tag. I don't think he's going to have enough time to really stop anything. He is
Kinda
close.
send the molly.
He's popping shots, but the angle just not to his advantage. He will. Well, no, all right. Next round. We're good. We're good. I thought he was going to chase him. and
They
get
go
the
one
pick.
more timeout.
But
One more
you can see
timeout, they
that
decide to
T1
use it.
is
Dude, if
willing
T1
to
won
give
a
up
pistol,
little
this
bit
would
extra
have
space, other
been
than Carpe, but
overtime
that's
or
okay. That's a one and done position. You know,
maybe a lot
he
easier
doesn't
for
realize
them.
there's other players under there, but immediately there's cover to help him, and this is huge from Easy. The fact that he gets these 2 kills.
Boaster?
completely
Dude, Boaster's
changes the
been
destiny of
last
that
2, not that I watched the K-Cup game fully, I had it on
Rethinking things a
the
little
second
bit.
monitor while I was doing content, but Boaster's
now.
been
You know, we've seen a
Boaster's been
couple
out
rounds in a
dueling
row
people, man.
from T1 where there's been like an early setup for like a pick. You know, with Carpe in that position, and then the pipes the round before with the flash over from Stacks. Do you try to punish that now, or do you just kind of like think, okay, we're gonna keep baiting you till, and then let's work the map a little bit more. Let's see if we can make it a little more, you know, less ambiguous what we're doing. I think probably talk about Blaze King. I think he took a little bit too long on that lurk through kitchen. Didn't really find necessarily the value that you liked there. So I had a good read on him. You know, knew that he might be coming from that angle. I saw the ping on the map well before Blaze King pushed out of there.
I feel like it's one of those things where the macro should go your way because you read it right, but the micro is one that kind of changes things. Because it feels
A
like
good
T1,
amount of
when you
ults.
look at, you were talking about how they pocket themselves in
And
certain positions. This is the first time I'm
So
seeing this.
Russ needs to
that
be
you don't
really
get
careful
spotted on top
with
of
his knife
410
because of this.
with 2 players pushing right underneath you if they hug that right side on
And then
on A
T1
main,
can
right?
obviously
So
just
those kinda
combo
little
these if they
intricacies, I
wanted
think, is
to.
what T1's banking on,
Right.
you know? And
Absolutely.
it's working. Sure, again, it's round by round, case by case basis, but so far it's working pretty good for them, and they got themselves that counter momentum against GE, and they stalled them at 11, excuse me.
Yeah, there's like
In K-Corp are falling off? Nah, I just don't think I understand Haven that much.
They're doing it in.
It's always been a thing with everyone involved in Gambit. They don't.
You know that because you saw Saya, there could be a player here.
Oh my God.
Every single player in that team don't get Haven.
Will not get caught. Does get the trade though.
Every team that they went to, I feel like struggles a little bit on Haven because they used to ban it for free. Yes.
The other player with Izu finding that contact onto B main as the lockdown gets used on A, but no pull of the trigger yet.
Yeah, I'm not worried about them nade misses.
Oh, fragment. Does it break?
I don't think it's in the center. Nope, it's not.
Whoa! Where did that come from? Okay,
Damn, Saya decided to stick
I
it.
See that. I want to see how he got the kill with the headhunter into Polvi. Ah, okay, he gets spotted. I don't know if they.
Yeah, I mean, there was a gap at the back. I'm pretty sure maybe he didn't get there in time.
Down as well, 11-9, and T1 slowly but surely picking up the pieces of
I'd
this.
be scared for GE at the moment.
Good reactions from
Full
Saya.
loss bonus, but they got 3 people. They got to eco this one.
You talked about it on the previous half that
Silk should be a pretty good
look
eco.
as flashy on the attacker side.
Actually, they can force.
Really starting to find some impact
I would be
here
tempted to force
on
this.
this defender side, and the fact that he's able to keep this op in his hand. This is a big.
Oh, okay, missed op shot.
But this is a big win condition for T1 throughout this year has been getting an op into a player's hands, whether it be X-Curate or, you know, Saya, whoever, and then working off of that. And teams that can play around that, like GenG, like others, have done a good job shutting them down. But so far, GE now starting to struggle against this. They're going to have to go onto an eco.
Oh, this is the first time as well that Izu's pocketed himself on Nest. They don't really know, and he just kind of lines up for them. 1-for-1 trade.
Oh my, I want to delete the VOD, man.
T1 just cannot find
Delete the
any
VOD.
whatsoever. They fall back, and this is not going too hot. Coming around the corner here, stops him, stacks, newest member. Explosive Ascent V does get a couple of picks, 2 versus 2.
I got the spike.
Now Polvi is taking a bit of damage on that snake bite. And you can see the hesitance right now for GE to really plant that spike,
Yeah,
not
they have
knowing
no
where Saya
idea.
player is going to be coming from.
They have no.
Yeah, let's see what Polvi can do. 'Cause
exactly
if
when the
Benkai gets
timing is
one,
gonna
he's done
be
great. They have an
coming
alarm
from
bot
T1
over
on
towards
this
one side.
Retake.
If he can get around this corner, they never have to worry about left. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're super low too.
Benkai's double molly, but he
They're
can't
doubling themselves up.
feel confident. Oh, now he could feel confident.
Wonder if this is going to
Yeah,
hit
this
too
gave
well.
him a little bit of space.
Oh, no, it
This
doesn't
might
have
have been a
because, again, the
misplay.
spike was planted on
The
default.
thing is, they don't know
Any
that he has
case,
double molly, but now he can kind of
and have to
get
start
into a safer
using that
position. He can
spike.
get these
At least
mollies
they know that
down.
X-Grid is there.
Placing
The
swarm
thing
grenade.
is, they don't really know where the other one is.
enemy
Yeah,
Great catch
they
onto
gave him too
Benkai,
much
now
space.
falling into the hands of
He messed
Saya
up on
player.
this.
But of course,
It's
he's gonna
it's
have
hard for them
find
to
one
ever
first.
know that he
gets
still has
found
the
out
mollies.
himself.
I mean, maybe the people on the site
Little
should
bit iffy of an
probably
approach
be
there for
commenting that
T1
he doesn't
and
have
GE
it.
just punish heavy.
Once
Yeah,
you win,
it
just dump
felt
all your tech in my
like
lab.
X-Curate.
I'll fix it up.
Maybe just a little bit forced in that position, maybe a little bit uncomfortable with how that ult works exactly.
Yeah.
Well, you would have liked to have gotten that a lot deeper, right? You would have liked to have gotten that pin to reach a lot further, so you had a lot more space
Yeah,
to work with in front of you.
it
to get
felt
the
weird to
defuse
go-
in case they try to play off of you, but instead Benkai just works it against him nicely,
Right.
throws the nano down, pops it right away, puts himself in the corner, and
It
reads
felt
that
weird
there's
to go
going to
for
be a
the
push
disaster
out.
ult.
Because again, you're not feeling comfortable there as T1, and you start to realize that that angle can be spammed pretty easily,
Yeah.
and you've got to do something, you've got to get ahead of it so you actually can give yourself the ability to get that defuse.
Yeah, another thing as well is it kind of doesn't help Saya player's situation
Yeah,
as well. You
it's
know,
a
you're an
it's a very
operator
tricky round
playing on a
for
Viper spit.
X-Curate to
You're
not want to use
mitigating
that.
the range that you can see
Use
at the
that.
far
Oh,
angle.
you're gonna be doing a lot of
Again,
thinking,
kind of
and the comms have to be pretty legit.
Intensity of the fog of war inside of that Viper spit. So
Are there
unless
more
Saya player
YouTube
picked
spots
up
for
a
months?
rifle on
Yes,
his
I'm
way
pretty
onto
sure
the
there
site to
are,
help out
Prodigy. I
X-Curate,
just need
it kinda
to
didn't help
look
out
into
X-Curate
it.
situation as well. So yeah,
I agree. It was running through my mind there that maybe Saya should just grab a rifle off the
right?
ground.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
can
It was
stop
running
trying to
through
tell
my
me.
mind.
Yeah, and they had access to it because again, there was a couple of T1 players that did fall at the back of the site.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Now he's got his ult.
that was
That's crazy.
a slip up, I think, for T1 as well.
Gans is trying to make me
Izu
have my
had,
Boostia
like,
moment.
3 kills to rights there, and then he just whiffed
Yeah.
very hard after that.
There
first
was
one.
also some whiffing in there from T1. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
Like, it's tough. Some of those angles are pretty tricky. They're pretty narrow. You gotta kind of change your vertical
Suit up,
instead
chat,
of your
add to
horizontal.
our suit
So-
for it.
and Anybody who's
I
played knows
literally
that that's
try
the more
my whole
difficult
life
angle to
is made around not
adjust
wearing a
for.
suit. I had to wear a suit for
This is a
content.
pretty good execute, just scaling nicely through.
A devastating day for everyone.
T1 immediately goes out with a thrash, catches Colby, but I think he can drop behind there. Gets spotted
Liquid content better be
momentarily.
good. You guys
Get
better
out.
watch it, man.
Lightning Fast though cannot, and he actually drops the spike as well. Viper Pit will be used, but as we can see, and as T1 can hear, there's no planting on the spike, and no one has tried to replant it again. So the thing is, they can just
The call
sit
here
ready at
again
the
for
back
G
of the
is
site
pretty
first
hard.
while they are waiting. Excrete right on top. And again, patience is a virtue here between two teams. Whoever cracks first.
Well, you've got all of Benkai's util, so you can kind of set up in and around this pit pretty well, I think, to guard it. Throw the alarm bot around one of the corners or something. Take your time to figure out exactly how you want to navigate this. Use that to get a little bit of info, but Ross just walks into Carpe's open arms.
Down A.
Yeah. They built the spot out the last
Yeah,
player.
it was just a
Blazing's
rough.
just
It's just a
falling
rough
back
thing in
into
general.
his
Dude,
ultimate,
both of the
unfortunately,
Viper
will
ults
still fall.
back-to-back rounds kind of
That
helped out the other
was,
team here. So be careful with
Yeah,
this
they
ult.
fall.
Yeah, I think there just GE felt like they had to get some frags before they felt comfortable enough to try to go for the plant. That pit didn't cover a lot of the front of the site, and they kind of ran into a similar problem that we saw with Xcurit's pit, where you don't have a lot of room to maneuver in the front. Oh, Lightning Fast gets caught by that detain as well, so that's devastating.
Yeah.
I mean, Colby did a nice job there baiting that thrash out. He played on top of the wall, so if he gets hit by it, he could drop right back down and then just kind of slowly bounce his way
Okay,
back. But
3 chances to 2
fact that two can get hit
chances,
there is
and
really
it's getting a little
devastating.
bit close considering that
For
G1 double
GE.
pistol.
Still a couple more rounds to play with.
Rifle to break the turrets. They
T1
don't know
two
the
away from
op is here.
overtime,
Got Carpe
trying
full
to see if they
committed.
do what Team Secret
Knife.
did.
Maybe hit him. I don't
Do
know.
what
That's
they
in the
did
corner of
against
the
Team Secret,
circle.
Get to overtime and this time have a different result.
What?
Two-pronged approach here. That's an early use on the res as well. So they're not going to have any access to that as well. I did like the double push that we saw from T1, where Easy was the one making noise.
Turret's
so
been
Zion players
broken.
Up goes undetected.
Someone should jump
They
piece
still
this.
should be aware of this. They're about to go for that contact, and he gets away with the rendezvous. Yeah, now they kind of want that res possibly in their hands. Benkai getting a little bit too antsy, wanting to get that pick. Maybe an advantage for GE, but blows up in its face. 3 versus 5.
Especially against T1.
This is very tricky position now for GE. Able to use that smoke to walk through, but
Window.
yeah, Blaze King
Ahead. Pops a shot. Trade for trade, though. Not the worst right now. They are getting positive
30
net
seconds.
Hold up.
trades for GE. It's Saya player
Oh,
on
and
the
they hit
site
him with
by
the knife?
himself, forced back.
Oh.
And the thing is, they can plant this spike at the back of the site or on top of
There's
2F
no
on
way.
B site. So Saya player can't really contest all the way from B long. It's going to be stacks first, but look at how very much proactive Blaze King is.
Holy.
Already waiting here on Kitchen.
what a play from GE.
Ops the ult.
Stacks, though. The timing. I don't think Russ knows about this.
Oh my god,
Saya player
timing.
will get traded,
Whoa,
though,
it's so unlucky.
impossible, and he falls down.
It's still pretty
Now someone's
doable
gonna
for
start
Blaze
using
King.
that spike. Well, someone holds. They don't know where he is.
One
Blaze
enemy
King
remaining.
spotted out right now. Stacks knows that he's right
The
above
jump
him.
across.
Blaze King making the
Okay.
noise. This is a very
Oh,
strange
you
situation
crazy guy.
for both, and he hits the headshot first. Stacks
And
is
he
time to
thinks
start
because he's
having
low,
that.
Stacks isn't gonna.
Blaze King
Whoa!
makes
Whoa!
it and actually just pushes in.
He actually just
Stacks
went
wanted
for
to
it.
go for the
Okay.
defuse,
Respect.
but
Dude, how the hell have they
denied.
won that
Blaze
3v5?
King
The
absolutely
call through middle was pretty
cannot
cool,
read
right?
to
The
give
two
that first
people
round.
dueling at a window and one person going through the smoke. That was nice.
Underneath the tube,
And
they put
then
two
it
up in
kinda
the
fell
window,
apart.
One below to make sure that they can get the
Give
favorable
T1 a
trade
pistol.
when they go
That's
for the push.
at the very least
That was
overtime.
so good from GE. That broke that
But
space
still,
open for them to get
nice
into
from
kitchen
GE.
and to get that defuse. Really nice teamwork. That was a big
I would also
step for them,
I'd
Jeff.
also
Yeah.
guess I'd say take away some hero rounds from Izu and
Anyways, I believe we are going to be
Well,
passing it
it's
on
easier
to
for
our
G, but-
panel. Guys, you know what to do.
Do we at this point, though? Because I thought that, well, clearly you were in the right with your thoughts, but I thought this was going to go another way. Then again, it was a very,
Hey.
very close map.
They're
Yeah,
doing
I
that.
mean, first of all, it's not
Eventually.
over. Yeah, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. But obviously, the first map, it
man.
got a little
It was a
dicey. It was a statement. I would say, actually, I mean, T1 really trying to strike back there towards the end might have had GE getting a little nervous because in the
For sure.
beginning, getting a 7-5 on their defensive half, GE should have been absolutely ecstatic with how it started out.
No, they really should have. I mean, because their defense on this map has been the big weak point for them, despite Icebox overall being a pretty good map for GE. The defense has just never really held up too much, but being able to have that 7-5 to start, it was looking like they were going to be able to run away with this. They started streaking in that second half. T1, a decent rally back, but just a couple mistakes here and there, letting some of these rounds get away from them, preventing them from going into overtime, preventing them from just even getting the win themselves in avoiding overtime. And I think that last little round there going to be hurting them quite a bit, not pulling off the spike.
Don't give you a gifted sub. It will probably
after Blaze King already gets chipped down to 33. Could have made the difference if Stax is able to find that kill.
I would imagine.
I mean, it's really good start here for the side of GE. Did
someone do 5 gifted subs? I missed it earlier.
Widely know what to anticipate with Lotus coming up next.
I felt like I meant to say something and then I didn't.
The slight comeback that T1 had was just a little too late at that point, right? They still had some momentum, but they had just, you know, it was like what, 11 to 9 at that point, so they had like precious few rounds to be able to make that mistake. There were some great performances though from GE. They managed to
flash
they looked a little shaky in a lot of rounds,
OG
but there's some
flash
amazing performances. I think that Polvi, for example, there's just something manic about him as a duelist.
Gifting out 5.
I mean, Polvi definitely getting very aggressive again now that he's on the jet.
36 minutes ago, there's a good chance you're not here.
But let's look at the numbers here, right? This is where the heartbreak comes through for T1. 14 first kills, and you couldn't convert enough of them to close out the map. I mean, that, and I would say on the same time, that tells you a lot from GE side, right? That they're working well around that.
They got 53 times, and they got 14. Oh my god. And they lost double pistol.
I mean, not only that, but the 3 thrifty rounds that are there for the side of GE. I mean, just putting on their best GenG cosplay.
Yeah,
saying,
that's a devastating one to lose for
T1. Like, they just managed to do it time and time again. And I mean, Polvi, a really soft start from him. I mean, at one point it was like 0-4.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this while we were sitting in the green room. I was like, oh, Polvi doesn't have any kills. And then he immediately killed like 3 people in that round and just started heating up. Still some struggles when it came down to, you know, taking angles against the likes of Saya player and Izu with that operator. That's still a bit of a pain point here for the side of GE.
Next time I see OG flash scored,
the man, when he's got a rifle in hand, he still manages to just go out and fry.
And we remember
that. He heard everything you were saying in the green room at some point. But yeah, I see it because like in the first few rounds, it was Izu that really, you know, took our attention.
What else is there? David as well. Hello, mate.
MVP scoreboard there as well, right back in the zone as Jet, and it just seems like maybe the answer for T1 was to make T1 Izu become T2 Izu. Go
There's
back
some pretty good Turkish talent on. You gotta look at that Turkish tier too. You gotta look at the top 2 teams and be like, hold up.
I'm loving that they're really leaning heavy into, okay,
pretty sure all of these players could hold their own at the moment.
Still be able to hold their own. And now you're seeing that come to fruition in the numbers. But again, like you said, Mika, I mean, I think when you look at this objectively, you're probably looking at the first half as T1 and being like, we had to have gotten more rounds there.
Yeah, I think, you know, 6 and 6 on the attack.
Okay,
chat.
Let me. Dude, I never say hold their own as well. That was really weird.
I'm surprised because that's where T1 has widely thrived when it comes down to Icebox. You think back to the series versus G2, which grants the last time that they won on this map. But that was 13-1, and it all started with that attack just going over and over again. Everybody on the team being on point. That was severely lacking. And I mean, overall, just it was a fantastic job here from GE.
I also love how it looked like GE, they really had their preparation for Saya player. They knew that they were going to bring the chamber out. They knew that he was going to bring out the operator. I mean, we did see him on the board as, like, you know, the top player for operator kills. GE looked very well prepared for that with the way they were swinging and the way they were willing to trade for these types of kills of Saya player. I think that's also why they were able to, like, really poke and really get in there, because they were able to nerf that side of T1.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is also just giving the respect, right? Saying that we're not ever going to try to duel this 1v1 if we can help it, always going for doubles, or, you know, maybe trying to get ahead of it even when they were on defense, like Polvi getting very aggressive on belt, things like that. But now they might have to do it again here on Lotus, because there's a good chance we're going to see the chamber return here for T1.
But I'm curious, what iteration do we get? I'm suspecting that it's probably going to be the Neon from both sides. So I think that we're going to be getting this really fast-paced clash between the 2 squads, eventually with those breaches as well, to just go ahead and, you know, try to escort those Neons forward into the sites. Whether there's going to be any further changes around it from there, we'll have to just wait and see.
I'm all for it. I am all for it if we're having that head-to-head. But if you're coming down to, like, you know, Izu and Polvi, I would say that, like, you know, Polvi is just better activated at this point on the side of GE. Izu, I would say, probably still needs a bit more. He still needs a bit more practice. He still needs to get, you know, those foundations in being a duelist. Polvi is just like, you know, they're just unleashing him.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, you can just see it from the compositions they play with the Neon as well on your screens right now, where GE is just focused on Polvi, right? It's, okay, how do we set up the Neon? Everyone is focused on setting up the Neon. That's how a lot of these teams have found success, whereas T1, they were trying their own style of, okay, how do we get even more hyper-aggressive with a double duelist, just go speed, 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 which can be good, but now you have to make sure your duelists are somewhat self-sufficient at the same time to actually make that chemistry work out.
I mean, it's double duelist, but it's also triple flash because you have that breeze, that sky, as well as that omen for the paranoia. But that does, when you're on the defensive side, really leave some glaring weaknesses in your defense because you are lacking that sentinel. Even just the chamber having that trademark to set up on B while he's posted up, you know, peeking out towards Mound on that C defense. That's something that's a lot more than what you're going to be having here when you're running that double duelist, triple flash composition. So I'm curious if they're going to lean back into that. If they do go for double duelist, do you maybe sack the sky to go for either a fade or or the chamber, or do you go for even just, you know, a Cypher or a Killjoy, something that's a little bit more standard for the map?
Yeah, with that kind of composition, it only says one thing, right? You're basically just going forward. You're going all in for the kills. And with that, it is time for our Guess and Gain game, which is our very question. Who do you think is going to be having the most kills on map 2? Is it going to be Polvi, or is it going to be a side player? Or we also have a third option, neither one. You can choose your own adventure. You can choose your own player. And with that, you may double up or double down if you choose
So we have to choose. For us, we have to actually specify who it is.
Yes, if you pick your own player, I mean, it's...
well, so Chad actually got off easy here by saying neither one.
Yeah,
I mean, you're betting on 8 out of the 10 players in the server.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think mathematically that does lend itself to a decent guess, but it's definitely, this is a tough one.
This is
it's my first day back. I'm
gonna
play it safe just a bit.
This is a pretty tough one. I'm in silver
with no.
This is tough. This is actually
tough. The biggest quandary is just who's playing what. I almost. I'm gonna look back.
Yeah.
Do I have time to look back at Polvi's record from the last time?
The Oracle of Kilios over here, looking into the future just a bit.
I'm checking some stats real quick here.
I'm gonna give you 5 more seconds to write down your answers, gentlemen. 5, 4. I don't see you scribbling.
Okay. Oh God.
Ooh, interesting choices. All right, let's reveal on 3. 3.
Wait, why did you? What? Oh.
Yes. Yeah. All right, 1, 2, 3.
I said Polvi.
We have Polvi, and we have
I went with Izu.
Izu, okay,
Listen,
a gamble.
He just had amazing kills. We have to actually choose who it is, whereas the chat doesn't get to because they can't actually all vote.
You have to specify
you
for
have
neither
to specify.
one. Oh.
So really, this should actually be like triple up or down in my opinion, but we'll let the production figure that out.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I'm glad I stuck with both.
I'm playing it safe. That's why I said I'm playing it safe just a little bit. But I do think that, you know, he's, again, that renewed confidence from GE. As we go into Lotus, of course, you know, we are expecting that Neon, which GE have mentioned that, like, you know, it's been looking so good. It's been working well for this team as well. And lo and behold, we do have it.
Okay, and T1, they're going to stick with the very, very traditional version, but now with the chamber. So now we went from 3 flash versions to no flashes. I mean, obviously you have the Omen, but...
Yeah, just the Paranoia.
Okay.
So no Breach. Saya's on Chamber, and then Carpe's playing Viper.
So you have to, T1 has to play the map a lot now, right? You have to really play off of timings and taking space and controlling. You have to take space first, because that's how you're going to control it, right? You have to commit things like the C-Snake combos to then just hold on to pieces of the map, which, quite frankly, I mean, sometimes the
honestly, the Neon might have a fun time here.
Lotus as a 3-site map.
I mean, of course, we have to mention that this is Carpe's first time playing Viper ever. This is a debut for him.
It could be very good, or it could go the other way. We're going to find out as we step into Lotus. We're going to pass it on over to our casters in matching outfits, Asarai and Paper Thin.
Are they? Oh, yeah, kind of.
Yeah. I think we're 2 peas in a pod, you know. We look like twins, you know, when they show us on camera.
Yeah, that's
Thank you for that pass. Okay, so this is where it gets interesting.
T1
again,
on
they were talking about it already. There's not really any flash options for T1 here. Sure, Side Player's still going to be on that chamber, but I mean, he can get just, you know, fault line, basically CC'd.
400 only lost it for a little bit.
Is on that chamber on GE side.
Well, and, like,
this
is concerning for me for T1 going up against this comp, because I think Will makes a great point on the desk that you need so much map control here.
Yeah.
You have no ability to
Ooh, kind of
really
like this.
stop the
Aggro
Neon except for
trip
stacks.
over towards here.
Like, and maybe
They
a
have
good
one
paranoia
person
from
to
Execure
secure
it.
over towards
But other
C.
than that, you're gonna have to rely
They
on
have
raw
B, C,
firepower, and they're
all
not
held
winning the
from
early
the
battle.
chamber.
Well, he's winning a little bit. Execrate's willing, actually the 2. Trade for the moment now.
It's a really cool
There's
setup
no
of
time
T1.
wasted here by GE. Immediately tries to go for a push on A. No, they back away. As they open the door once more, they're backing up onto Rubble. Maybe to go back somewhere on B or C, but that's being contained by Saya players. Stax and Carpe still here. Hasn't heard the TP just yet. A wiggle on both sides.
Hey, lightning fast, man, just
I saw what
blocking
I
them
saw.
all.
Just having a little fun.
Yeah. Now they were serious. Their faces, I was looking at the cameras.
Serious mode.
Yeah.
Well, I think Benkai was probably
Smoke
looking
towards
at the
heaven
map,
is
and
good, and we got
Lightning
vision
Fast is
block over
trying to
towards
get
site, so it is literally
send
just
his,
question
send his
marks all
smoke,
over
so
towards the
yeah.
site. So much so that
Saya, though.
Axis
He's
now
gotta
had
hit
to
these
start
shots
looking
here.
behind him.
This is something that Saya started out a little bit rough.
30 seconds
Had a
left.
Bit
few
off
good
angle.
moments as the map went on. Oh boy, great cam to check.
Oof.
Forces the TP out.
Yeah. Wonder if he's gonna commit to this by himself, though. Fully
Harvey,
blinded.
util from GE.
And this is just
Very
excellent
aware of what's
utility
going on.
usage from GE. They've already forced out the players here. Saya's already way back
Spike
onto
planted.
Waterfall. It's going to be a full-blown retake on either side. Good damage already onto Stax. Does have a lineup with the Haunt here. Pushes right in. Here's the reload, but Carpe's just
No
not
way,
getting that
got the
conversion. That's
reload off
rather
and he got a
unfortunate.
kill.
We're left with Saya player still in the 3 versus 1. There was nobody that got knocked out. Oh, this is just horribly wrong for him. He can get backstabbed. Reload for Lightning Fast, repositions for now. The jump out. Again,
Around
too
from
low
Lightning
for
Fast.
Sai to tank anything.
Dude,
And
3
that's
out
gonna
of
be
3
GE
pistols.
Picking up the pistol.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
it's just, like you said, great util there. Benkai nailing the flash, the cam to check, to force out the TP. Doing all the right things at the right time. In the early fight, the fact that Xcurate wins that, pretty nice for T1. Slide in with Polvi. I thought he was dead to rights, but he was just getting the paranoia. Like the tail end of the paranoia there. And then, you know, the worst part about that is even if Saya wins that battle,
Out.
there was still the aftershock
Out double death.
available from Benkai.
Usual.
So like you've got another layer of util that he would have
Good
to deal
stack
with.
from T1.
It's another pistol for GE. That's all 3 pistols so far going their way.
All goes into
Getting
an angle they
closer and
just cleared. Now
closer.
everyone's
They're gonna
here.
drop this and start to go for that heavy contact. Carpe does get a pick first.
Spike
Here comes
down
Benkai
A.
around the corner. Now
nice
they know the
eco shot, though.
shenanigans of T1.
The good
GE
news
plays
is
a lot
there's 2
farther
guns
back
down.
now, using
They got
their
a...
ranged weapons
Yeah, well, they picked him up.
in spite of this. And Carpe and Izu starts to back away immediately. Look at where Izu's placed.
To be honest,
up
the
in-
wall here kind of
in
gave him a
himself.
little bit
He's
of
already in the
space.
back of B.
I wonder if they should have
Carpe's
committed.
still holding here on tree.
It's hard in the moment
GE,
again
they
to
still
know
have
that.
the numbers and the weaponry.
Yeah, great little trap play here
Like,
by
unless you got
T1.
good anti
Using
and
that toxic screen
you're
to set things
so
up.
aware that they always
Carpe
3
got
by
snaked by
rifles.
kill in there as well. The good news
Hard
though
to
for
say,
GE
everyone's
is
cool
you're
that
able
they
to grab
killed
all the
rifles.
and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Try to rotate around. No real ability for T1 to stop this as they're just going to continue to plant their feet at A. And that makes a lot of sense here on the eco. So let's see exactly what T1 wants to do at this point. You know, the pressure's on.
It's a
me.
weird
Do you
thing
wanna
here. It's like,
Try to go for it. You know,
do you just let Lightning
Couple
Fast get
kills
his
already,
ult early,
Carpe's got a
and then you
sheriff.
do something weird with the bonus with it?
but with 3 rifles in hand for GE, feels very difficult.
Yeah,
Spike
the answer is
planted.
yeah, it looks like.
Gonna come from the spawn side though. That means you got to clear all this util, and that's gonna alert GE to the presence of T1, so they can go for these kills.
Are
Go for those
T1 using
orbs,
chamber? They
prevent
always
the-
use chamber.
Prevent the death to the spike if they so choose.
We'll see though. Carpe is pretty mean with a sheriff, so if you can use Izu as some
I
sort
mean, they've
of
always used it on this map.
some sort of entry point here onto the site, that could be something.
Out of charges.
Great stun for
Because
Benkai
no
just to
one
kind of slow things
should
down.
be hunting for
All
these. They
right
should actually just
up in their
accept this.
faces, and yeah, T1 are just halted right outside of C. And of course, GE, smart play. Not really going to go for the push. That's going to be another solid round here for GE.
Yeah, I like what you're saying. Don't give Carp any ability to take over a round with that sheriff. Seen it a few times.
So if they
in
wanted to.
Pacific
Yeah,
in the last
yeah.
couple years.
Could do something crazy
Absolutely a
right
good
here.
one. And Lightning
Like pick
Fast,
up the
4-0
orb
to
on the
start.
Omen, do some
Hot
EP
start for
strat.
him.
This was a fun
that great
setup
snake
from
by
T1.
T1. Yeah, no. This is a really good setup for T1, and these are the kind of things they're going to need to be doing to win this map, right? Like,
Yeah.
you don't have a lot of inherent utility to shut down the Neons. You're going to need to do it with positioning and kind of outthinking your opponent.
Yeah, because
Controlling territory.
Saya didn't do the 400 on pistol, he
Same
can't
thing
get
right
the
now for
op
GE.
early.
Immediate control onto Rubble.
Caution here.
Izu
Pretty sure he only did it on
inside
attack
the
pistol
smoke, just waiting.
on Icebox.
Lightning fast about to rim one out. Paranoia for paranoia from the looks of things. And that's going to be Stacks getting the pick onto Polvi.
Duelist for duelist.
And this is a rough game. Yeah,
And that
because of,
is
again, the double controller they have
massive.
to push out. Can't
Oh,
really
I
do it.
didn't hear the
Blaze King
cage.
thought that he maybe could get a catch onto Waterfall.
Did he
The
think it was the guy
hyper-proactive as a
running
T1.
away?
Giving them some pretty good picks on GE players. We're not done just yet, though.
One enemy remaining.
That is going to be the first takedown onto Benkai. Now it's all in the hands of Russ. Nope. Hang on.
I mean,
Liking the pocket of this.
that's a kill.
Not sure if Russ is going to be aware. And Excurate just hard reads the 1v1.
Yeah, and this has kind of been the game plan here for T1 today, is to challenge GE. Go for these contact plays, go for the aggression. Here's the nice shooting there. Stacks with a good re-aggression through the cyber cage. Excurate that's in a bit of a off-angle position, so it feels like it could be pretty similar to some of those rounds in Icebox. There's just a lot of fighting early for control over this space, because both teams kind of need it to make this map work the way they want to. Sees nade off the rip, but this time Polvi's not dashing for that rope spot. A good shot from Saya.
Wow, Saya really wants to take that fight
Do they
and beyond. Stacks, though.
like the second one?
Risky positioning.
Whoa,
Actually gets
Lightning
caught by
Fast is a
Lightning Fast. He
lunatic,
just
but he
sneaks
wins the
through.
duel.
Vulnerable and everything through the toxic screen.
An
Not
omen.
really going to matter this time. Blaze King now tries to find a bit of contact as well. By himself outside of B main. This is just full confidence that we're seeing here for GE.
He gets his ult
No
now.
push just yet, but you can see
Did he
how
have
they
it
kinda wanna
beforehand? He must have
approach
had it
this
beforehand.
slowly inching away from A.
He would have had it from the
And
death.
I'm a bit surprised that some of the game plan for GE early isn't a little bit more contestion for C off the rip, potentially as well. I get wanting to fight for A to show a little bit more presence, but a little bit slowly rotating over this direction. On the
And
fault
they're
line.
expecting
Excurate says,
the
okay, I gotta
chamber
buy
here.
a little bit of extra time. Not being super ambiguous about this is Polvi, just going for those pre-fire
30
angles.
seconds.
Excurate.
Little bit
alone,
worried
still
for them.
30
Carpe
seconds
still has a
inside.
molly to delay
Paranoia
wherever they
being
go.
thought about.
If they decide to go B.
Have to find the right
For molly to
timing for
delay,
it.
we
Oh
got
my
Omen
God, this
Flash.
position from Lightning Fast.
Oh, he actually cancels it. Excurate
20
I thought he was gonna go
seconds.
for the push. Honestly, there's going to be the catch already. Does get the
What a
first
molly.
pick. Repositions. Does get caught out through the smoke banks.
Yeah,
Benkai
T1 just had too
finally
much
gets
good
the
util
pick,
here.
but Saya player also able to get a pick by
They could have
himself.
bombed.
Blaze King and Benkai now
Oh.
rummaging
Ah,
through
man.
B.
Come on.
And Izu
I can't even
pops
say
out
that.
for a nice little
Down B.
surprise. Nasty as can be, and Blaze King just has to forfeit this round, equalizing 2-2.
Wow, snappy from Izu.
It was nice though
Great
from him.
reaction. Great.
Yeah,
read
G
of the
just took
map,
too
great read of
long,
the
and
timing there.
T1.
Excurate.
I want to say they
Working
did
that
good to
position
not
to
use their
a-
util,
to a
but
T. I
when
mean,
would they have
they
used their
even hit the
util?
spot on it, but it just didn't feel like
There's
GE
just no
ever felt
pressure from
comfortable enough
GE really.
to try to punish that position. Early play for Saya. Very, very nice.
It kind of all went downhill as soon as the fade died. Still
Saya
surprised
right there to shut down the
Lightning
push
Fast
on
got
the
that kill
site.
though.
Izu
B.
ready to make sure that the round is definitely going to go T1's way. No plan available. This is kind of what I'm more
Yeah,
considering
and
here.
it's
I
a big
mean,
round.
without
It means that they have
without
to
a
eco.
traditional Sentinel,
Before he gets his ult,
Chamber.
oh boy.
a lot more opportunity
is
I
so
think, to punish
busted.
this mound area. Really make T1's life a lot more difficult. At least get the space. A bunch of pings now coming out towards the A site.
Especially without a Cypher for T1, right?
Right.
Makes it even much easier to push on that C. The only thing they really have to fear is, we're talking about it, those quick first contacts, when the Paranoia's impact is at its most, when you hit somebody with the Paranoia. So
Right.
Obviously after that, then there's
Or
no
the-
more Paranoia.
Very
Or the
hard
fade
to
util.
re-clear.
Those
Also
are the
true.
two things you really got to worry about.
Yeah.
This comp.
Saya
Ooh.
player, though, really wants to hold his position here. Can always TP out.
Okay.
Wonder if they're
Thanks
gonna
to
chase him through the
bullet.
wall. In any case,
10
that's gonna be
HP
a
on this
no.
ult though, yeah, that's
Kobe
kind of
does
devastating.
get taken by a shot, and this is just
Spike
full-blown
down A.
crossfires being set up by T1, and it's working so well for them. Actually, it's already dropped onto the site. Unsure if they know that he's here, pocketed himself. Now spots that bent guy around
Oh,
the
they
corner,
put-
falls down.
30 seconds left.
Cypher ult used as well. Blaze King, great catch onto X-Ray. 20 seconds, now knows where they are. Has a safe position to plant the spike. Does get hit by the trap there, so he's going to be slowed for a little bit. Gives access to Carpe and Saya to come around the corner and almost gets the first hit.
I was
but
worried we had
Carpe
T1
just
played
a
that as
little
well, I'm
bit
not gonna
too
lie to you.
quick on the trigger.
Yeah.
It
I mean,
ended
I
up being
really
an
like
okay
these
eco in terms of the amount of
kind of
damage.
staggered defenses that T1 has in their back pocket if they're not able to like take early map control.
Povey?
Like, they're
I
willing
mean,
to give up this space, but
if that guy's not
they're gonna
heaven,
fight you when
he
they
just
want
needs to make space. He did the right
they're
thing.
doing a good job of picking their timings, picking their moments.
Aviat with the prime,
And
thank you
it
so much
helps
for the
that
4
Saya
months,
can
man.
kind of
Thank
use
you.
himself as that early warning, that early alarm.
Yeah.
When he has to TP out, he's been really good about that. You know, even if he doesn't necessarily find a pick in that round, he still
There's
gets
2
the
ults.
info on
It
what's
was.
going
It's
on,
not like
where
the.
GE is
I think
leading,
Neon ult and Eco is
and that
absolutely fine.
allows T1 to
Cypher
react
ult,
nicely and
and I feel like T1
And I
player
like
did a
that
little
point
bit
out,
wrong
this
as well,
is
so
exactly
Cypher ult
what
ended up
T1
being
was
alright.
doing
They
the
kind of
last time
got.
we saw, you know, them
You would have
compared
had
to
3
Saya
individual
player.
1v1s.
Lotus, I think, was the biggest
Jack's jabs
example
with
of
the
that,
prime.
where
Thank you very much,
they're
mate.
kind of just
Thank you for
banking
doing that,
on
dude.
the fact that Saya's just a really godly chamber that he can always, as you were mentioning, get all that information, hit some shots if he has the operator, sure, bigger threat levels, and then just kind of play around for that. It's super risky because, again, you don't really have any fallback utility, and you have to play within the moment itself, right?
Yeah, we get the percentages. I forgot about the
It's
percentage.
hard. Again, it's risky, but T1 slowly
Love this from T1.
somewhat is making it work.
Absolutely. And now they've
Just
got an Odin as well.
ridiculous
to help kind
loaded map as always.
control some of that space potentially a little bit more.
Yeah.
That's something that absolutely
have some
GE is
option.
gonna be aware of. And let's see what the setup is going to be like. Sometimes you can throw some of those haunts out from B.
Ah, there it is.
You should be
Towards A.
studying
Yeah.
too with the prime as well. Thank you for
Go.
getting involved, man. Thank you for doing that.
In the
Thanks
next
for the
2
2 months.
seconds. Ah, there it is.
Yep. The haunt from B. I like that setup. I mean, that's kind of the El Clasico, right?
Yeah.
Didn't
Who's hiding behind Rubble?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my.
Didn't get damage, but oh, that's a great paranoia.
Oh, Carpe actually putting a smoke right in front of him, so he has some fallback positioning to play around with. Now there's 2 smokes where he can just kind of pocket himself too. Good damage altogether, but it's not really the
The
pick they're kinda
center
hoping
down
for.
solo
Blaze
on
King
site, no
running
util.
rapid onto the back of tree here as he's just down to 9. Still the numbers advantage favoring GE. Stacks.
Bro, T1 are
Back
playing
with the
so
Haunt.
individual.
Still also has a Prowler. If he throws it out right now, that will spot out Polvi,
Like back-to-back
but
rounds.
he's waiting.
We get the Nightfall if he gets 1 kill here.
Also true. Smoke's fading right now. Stacks backing away.
A great flash
Paranoia as
though.
well. He's about to get hit by like 4 people, but does he hit by 4 people? Or
Well,
he's
I
the
guess
one
when the
that hits
individuals
3?
are like this, it's
Oh
not
my
too bad.
goodness,
This
Stacks
one was
with
actually a little bit
3K,
together with
and
Omen
T1
flash
with
swing,
the
but yeah,
retake.
that was great from
Yeah,
Stacks. 4 people in
I
front
like
of him.
the change up here from GE in terms of just, well, okay, if
Kinda
we're going to
nuts to
play
get
a
that.
little bit slower and give them time to kind of think through things and react, we're just going to push the tempo. You know, once we have an identification on a position, we're just going to say, okay, let's close in on that, eliminate the player.
Or on defense,
You know,
yeah,
they
they've
give
already got a
themselves a
pretty
really
good
good
score at the
opportunity.
moment. Get a couple more.
Stacks just goes absolutely mental over here.
I think he's telling us the syllables, the vowels, you know?
Yeah. There's a lot of vowels in Korean, though.
There is?
A lot.
Okay, and they have to go up against Stacks and Ease's ult.
That's a lot.
Okay.
Ace King has
Now
a charge
this is
on
where we're
attack.
seeing the operator come out from Saya player. And, well, I mean, he's going to be control. Well, okay, there it is.
Dude, he actually saw
He saw a
double.
foot. That's all he needed. Someone break it for me. The chase is real. He's not going to be able to get another conversion here. But the thing is,
Oh.
okay, Izu.
What a
okay.
shot.
That's not too good. That's not too hot. Smoke, though, at least gives him a little bit of separation here as X-Grid gives them some cover. But Izu showstopper getting slapped out like that. Not to the plans of T1.
And
But
the
you know
open where
what?
he can get
They can
spammed, and someone
always
opened the
go
door.
for
Maybe it was him.
improvisation, and there you
He was
go.
gonna get
Toss through
spammed.
the smoke, enough to get another one against GE.
Man, Russ just ripping Izu out of the air there. That's unfair, but it do be like that sometimes. And they're reconsidering B. I mean, they don't have any info on A, so you got to be worried about someone tucked behind the rocks, behind Rebel. There's a lot of tricky positions to have to worry about, and this is kind of the old fallback here is, well, there's probably going to be some kind of trap in the corner.
Pretty sure they heard
Stacks.
that.
Takes a lot
Let the
of
jump
damage.
spots above them go
Go
to
for
that
that
angle.
seize and try by a little extra
Hey,
time.
you'll take that.
30 seconds.
very early on the use on the
That's fine, yeah.
the Nightfall as well, though. But if it did
think
have
they
3 tracers on
Probably
B,
got to
gives a lot
open
of
the door to
information for
create
T1
pressure,
that,
and then they're
still
going to
here on
rehab.
B, and they might actually go for that rotation. They might not know that X-Grid's gone around the corner here, and they do. They get that
Shot.
refrag, and
Holy hell, that was a
Player
headshot.
goes in. Headshot on both ends.
Yeah, I mean,
Operator
that's
and
just,
Headhunter.
that's
What
the
do you choose?
Overwatch
Why not
instincts
both?
right there, man.
It's all these bait and switches
That's
in this
crazy.
round for T1. Off the rip here, yeah, Saya gets the early peek, but then it's just to like bring people in towards these setups. And at the end around the door, it's Saya again baiting for
Jesus.
X-Curate. He only gets 1, but Saya's good for 2. 3 on the round. What a performance there from T1. I like these ideas that, you know,
Yeah, they're running away with it
it's
a little
hard
bit.
for GE if you're just kind of like,
I will say
cutting
for people
players
that are
down
like
along
hold
the
up
way
5
and just
rounds,
forcing
like
them to
T1 have
push your
been
space.
probably the
You can't
most
really find
dominant on
these
their
openings
defense.
that they like with this comp.
They've been averaging
Haven't been able
like
to get that value out of that
7s,
Neon.
8s,
Very
but
quiet
then
so
on
far.
attack they've been struggling. They
It's
normally
gonna be a catch on a
get
Carpe
around
with the
4
dart. See if
and
he wants to try to
not having a rough time.
punish us a little bit. It's
So
all classics,
the
though,
people
so
are
it's
like,
gonna be a
this
tough
one's
round for
done.
sure.
It's
Yeah, his
actually
smoke's
not
already
done.
depleted, so he has to wait for some time right now before he really starts moving in.
This is pretty much just going
Rest of
how
T1
all
players
the
have actually
T1
rotated onto C here.
Lotuses kind of went.
Smoke from X-Grid does assist Carpe enough, but Carpe also forced to use
You want to
Snake
invest?
by
It's
his
just a chamber.
only one.
It's just the chamber and their
for this
style of
moment.
calling.
Now
Okay.
pulling trigger. That's going to be stunned on X-Grid. Cannot really pop a shot as he was stunned by the fault line. Polby comes in, gets the pick. Nice use on the fast lane, and that's going to give him some coverage as he tries to reposition inside the smoke. So much,
Oh my God.
so much damage, and around the
What's
corner,
going on this round?
it's just a big, it's just a big.
I mean, all the
messy
big
fight.
ults got
Coming out on top,
kills
he's
here.
gonna T1.
Yeah,
He's just getting
well,
close to the Razor
I think
again.
I think that's actually a pretty good hit from GE that time. They get a lot of util to land, and they give themselves the ability to get pretty deep into the site. It's just you have all classics, so
Yeah, what
you
you,
know.
what you can really do in terms of firepower.
yeah, it's just so tough.
But still, though, that was close for comfort. I really like the cascading uses of the smokes there so that there's really no visual confirmation for T1 that, we have to shoot here, here, or here.
Right.
Both
Looked-
timeouts.
It looked better in that round. And yeah, the second time out already for GE. But this is, again, it's really interesting that this map has been really good for both teams this year.
Yeah.
2 timeouts?
And, you know,
Yeah,
especially
I
GE
mean,
with the Neon, you know, Polby.
I think they know as
picking them
well.
up
I
before
mean,
the
they would have
match,
studied
pre-show,
T1. They know
and
this is going to
so
be the
far it's been
harder half.
completely nullified, and it's just these really disciplined positionings and utilization of their utility by T1. They're showing a lot of different looks on their defense. Sometimes they challenge you at the point of attack. Sometimes they wait for you to get a little bit deep into the site, and then they hit at you.
Yeah.
It's been really tough for GE to get comfortable and get a read, it feels like.
Op is back
maybe
out,
this round is
Odin's
it.
back
It
out.
just feels like it's always
Ovi?
free damage, right? I mean, I'll just say it as here. Big difference between Neon and Arrays is Arrays can go vertical while having that, or sorry, horizontal while having that verticality, right? Flying up in the air like a jet. With a Neon, if you get like hit
4
by a
people
stun,
for
hit by a
T1
paranoia,
here?
hit by a snake bite, you're taking
This
all of that while you're
almost-
going into the site.
That's true.
Hide
Very true.
from the fade
So a
eye if
lot
it
of that
goes in the
timing
corner, so you don't
from
need to
Polby
shoot the fade eye. Pretty cool.
Seemingly disrupted. Saya.
Oh,
boy.
Polby.
What a spot for Saya.
I mean, you could see that Polvy's aware of this. He's just slowly encroaching ever so slightly. So it's going to be the battle
Does he hit it?
of the aces. This is a mental battle.
Oh,
ladies
he's going to
and
hit it.
gentlemen. This is
Had
a
a footstep.
standoff.
well,
They can't see each other, but I'm pretty sure they know what's up there.
I think he has an
Did he
idea.
hit?
Had the paranoia.
Must have had a footstep. Now
Potentially, or
Benkai
Benkai
peeks.
might
It's
just
so funny.
die on the swing
What a
out.
shot, man.
Spike down.
Yep. Izu's on the assist, takes down Polvy as well. Lightning fast alone, goes in, but again, dude's just a bit too snappy, a bit too crispy on the shots. Rust getting access onto that B side, spotted out by Carpe right now. As he comes in, X-Ray gets spotted as well. Rust pushing through. Heroics actually paid off. 1 versus 1, 4 down,
Whoa.
chase it. Izu might fall down into
Whoa,
this, and
they
he
kinda
actually
messed this
jumps
one
out of
up
the
pretty
classic. What a
heavy.
mad lad.
And they
2
think he
versus
can be
1.
anywhere over
Blaze
towards
King
C.
is
Last time they
spike
saw him in
hand,
this
and
smoke
now
over
he's gonna
towards
rush
C.
into the A site to maybe get ourselves here a 2 versus 1 on the clutch.
You know, the real question for me is do you pop the showstopper here as Izu to make sure that you're guaranteeing this round? Blaze King Nowhere for him to use that neural theft. All the bodies of T1 are over towards B and C. This is tricky.
I mean, the round the world, the round the world as we could see would be unreal.
Though, right? So it's a game, a dangerous game of hide and seek. But they're slowly getting contact already here, so they should know where he is for the most part. Yeah, there it is. That's that first. Wow, that's so smart.
He is not expecting him at that off angle after tapping.
Well. And again, it's these bait and switches off of Saya players' positionings that are just really
looking
destroying
decent.
GE. And this time around, to make matters worse, you got the early pick on a Benkai, so you're losing a lot of that deep utility to set up Polvi right off the rip. And he just swings out and dies to Izu. Okay, you're able to clear some space in towards B. But at the end of the day, it's too little too late. And it's just a great game plan from T1. I mean, they really understand how to work the map.
Yeah.
Ricky Valor, thank you so much, man. Thanks
so
for the 15 months.
Just how they approach things. Anywho,
Okay.
set up again.
Let's see something a bit faster from
Into
GE.
the opening. Ooh, good enough for
Let's see a send it. You got
again,
some send it
TP
ults,
across,
let's send
or else
it.
he would have been a very unhappy day.
Yeah, they still take a little bit of damage out of it. Rust down to 70. Lightning fast
Cool
at
for the
91,
B split's
so.
pretty good at the moment.
And look at this. This is the same setup from T1. When they give up that rebel control, they're looking to hit you right as you come around that corner. Saya gonna stick around.
Oh, he knows Russ is there on
now
the
what?
corner as well. Oh, he doesn't know if Russ actually went to mound, so he's a little bit afraid of it. Izu bringing out the pain.
What is this
able to
round from
escape, even
GE?
though he was
Oh
hit
my god, guys, this is
by the tethers as well. He's safe for now.
This is an
And
overcook,
Saya
surely.
Player, what a tricky guy to go up against, as he can just pocket himself in so many angles, and if he has the rendezvous out, he's just going to be able to TP away. In any case,
why are they doing
second
such a
fallback
risky
does get
default where
stunned,
they
though.
want full map control
So to
against the
give access
chamber?
to Blaze King. If he peeks right out, he might
The
be able to
double
spot out
ults.
Benkai, whiffs the shot.
One enemy
Now they know where exactly
Spike
they
down,
are.
C.
Blaze King, no real safe island here on C. Tries to run away,
30 seconds
nade right in front of his face, and this is just bombardment from all angles, from all cylinders, as T1 6-round lead against GE.
This is a masterclass here from T1. Every concern I might have had about this comp is gone.
Truth.
They are playing this so effectively. Saya's really dialed in on that
Good shot
operator.
though.
But
Dude, Easy looks really
it's
unreal
the way
right
that
now.
they give up space, and they, on purpose, and then they have a follow-up. As soon as GE feels like they're comfortable, they might be able to try to take some map control, see if they can set up for the A hit or the B pivot, and then T1 just hits them and just knocks them out of the park. I mean, it's just
This is
incredible.
much
So a bit of a
better.
fake early and an immediate
Just
change
a little
of
bit of
direction.
fake pressure into
Now
Saya.
this utility has to make Saya uncomfortable. Paranoia.
With their
Didn't hit him.
ults, they can
He's able to stick
definitely do
around. He
this.
misses the shot, though.
Get
Oh, but
lucky,
look at
there's
this.
a missed
That
shot.
smoke already
Omen
going
ult
fast.
gets
They
stuck
know that
towards
he's gonna
back
be
of sight.
inside the
Fade
smoke,
ult.
as he did use them from the shadows. They're not aware of it.
No way.
He drops down. He gets 1, 2, conversion, lightning fast.
They didn't
This
think
man
he
has
stuck
a
it? That
mind
was sick.
Made for the Omen. 3 versus 5 right now. As control
Yeah,
of
and
the
they
C
really
side
want a round, so they
immediately
just put all the
lost
ults
by
into it.
T1. Now there's a big flank coming in as well from Blaze King, as he's picking them off one by one. Izu alone on top C, throws the nade, could get the catch onto Polvi here, but he's pocketed well on the box.
Bro,
Not
look at
really
how
falling
much
down.
damage that did.
He doesn't even know that he's there. Yeah, he should go down to Polvi. And now it's only up to Saya player.
The nade did 4
Gets just
damage at his
pummeled.
feet.
There's no even
Because
real
of the
need for
boxes
Blaze
at the
King
back
up
of
until
the
that one
box, it
kill against
doesn't clip
Garbage.
through, but
Yeah.
The half.
That's the old talent play right there, where you TP onto that smoke. And if I'm not
you
mistaken,
had to watch the
He
mainstream.
even jumped
Look
on
at this
top of
other
it.
Yeah.
Inside
Twitch
smoke
streamers.
too.
yep,
Friction.
just great stuff there. Having to dig a bit deeper into the playbook now, or GE counter this. Really great defender side from T1. One more round in the
Okay,
half.
can they get one more round? They maybe
Big ults, yeah.
use
Tour de
the
force.
oh boy, maybe overuse
Has
the
Viper's pin. They're just going.
breach ult on
He's
the
just around
round
the
before,
corner
because I
here.
feel like
That
breach
smoke
ult on
gives
this
him some
one could have
leeway,
been
but
very
popping shots
nice.
through it. Actually,
Oh,
goes up right
boy.
in his face. Coming around the corner here. There's the first pick on Excurrent. Cannot get that second
It's a
kill.
lot of damage
Rust
done,
is
and they
very
take down the high
critically
HP.
low. Snake by
30 and 11.
Lightning fast jumps through, able to survive. It's a 2 versus 2, but the HP's very much heavily in the favor of T1. Spike has been planted though. They do have control of the back of the site, and Spike is planted out for open. No more paranoias. There is a tether in the hands of Rust here.
Last
Again,
player standing.
Table could have actually turned. Down onto Stacks, last player standing. It's the back of the site.
They
The double
double
up
up.
from GE.
Oh my god.
He's actually coming
Oh
out
my
the
god.
corner. I don't think. Oh, now they know.
Him?
Just barely predicted.
Oh my god.
One more in the
Hey,
pocket from Rust,
nicely done.
actually catching
Dude, they
Stacks.
actually thought it
One
could be
more
happening and they
round from
decided to get
GE.
proactive. That was pretty
Yeah,
impressive.
Finally able to
They got
find a way
4.
to break through that
It's
chokehold that
it's
T1
doable.
tries to set
Especially as
up
they've
around
been
that
3 and
Ultor
0 for
on A,
pistols, pistol gods.
but it took a long
Um,
time.
Okay,
And is 4 rounds on your attacker
RT1
side going to be enough for
gonna do
GE
this
on
thing
Lotus?
where they call only to
Statistics
get
would say
X.
probably not.
Yeah.
However,
This is what they used to do,
this is Pacific,
and I'm
we
hoping
don't
they've
really,
won.
we don't really like
Hoping
statistics.
Yeah, and to be fair,
It's
to
not
the credit of
full
GE,
reliant on the attack op.
I feel like their defending side is still formidable if you put into account how good the improvements have been between Blaze King and Benkai that also loves to go for those
Sure.
glitch spams.
Sure.
So that's something to just, point out there as well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not going to be easy for T1 at all, I don't think.
Yeah.
Could be wrong, but really a lot of support for T1 out there. I'm not sure why we're cooking Phoenix. I think he likes to live in the flames. Maybe that's why he's cooking.
That's true.
That could be.
Brother is heated. Okay, so how do you do fusion between Sky and Sage? That's still just Sky or Sage. Or Skage.
Skage.
All right, I'll take it.
I don't understand that one fully either.
Yeah. Wait, maybe it's because lightning fast?
No, but that wasn't it a T1 sign?
But I don't remember.
I'm not putting any more thought into that.
Okay. You know what? I love our audience. They have
But
such.
it was a cool picture.
Yeah, see, they have such beautiful minds.
Surely just 1 pistol for
They're
T1.
well ahead of us.
Oh, yeah.
Not asking for
Light
too
years
much.
ahead. Well,
To infinity and beyond.
absolutely. T1, even though they lost the pistol,
Katie,
doesn't really
KTT,
feel like
thank
they
you very
did.
much.
on that other half.
Thank you for the
Now
6 months.
moving over
Appreciate the
towards
prime.
this attacker side. A lot of pressure at Mound for GE, really gambling on that position. Blaze King's util set up deep into A. Izu watching for this push out, expecting some aggression, but he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, just he actually crouched for that too. He wanted to take that fight, but too many players from GE on that perspective.
And the
his
B
camera
aggression
is.
works a little bit better when there's no
was
turret,
aware.
right? Killjoy normally
Will
means
give them
this
some
is
access
just
onto
a
this
nightmare
A
to
site.
do, but
Carpe
when you're playing against a Cypher, you're playing against a chamber,
body shot damage.
double swings over towards middle.
And now this is just
Nice
gonna
to
be
do
a
it early as well,
slow
create a lot of pressure. Smoke
burn,
towards heaven kind of missed the
slow
mark a
siege
little
into
bit,
the A
but
site. Benkai
Spike planted.
setting up a
done.
stun already. Maybe something for Polvi on the back of the
They
site.
still got
not
Omen
sure.
Flash, just
Indicating
gotta wait
Spike
for
has been
Lightning
planted.
Fast to get there.
Good utilities though for post-plant if ever.
Or
Nice
just
shot from Carpe.
absolutely
Excellent
send it
follows
before
right
he's
back
here.
up as well. Sia
player
player
standing.
comes around the corner. It's all down to Excurrent, and how does Blaze King hit a shot? Clutches
Bro, they-
around, puts himself into the 4K. and of
Lightning
course,
Fast had
very well
nothing to
deserved
do the whole
GPUs
time.
took him
He
1
just did a
point
couple
away
of
from Cerebral
smokes.
Theft.
Just up there
They
turning
hit some shots,
on the
man.
top
We
of the
got
rope,
4-0
just knocking people
pistol.
down. T1 trying
Tell
to see
me
if they can go
T1
for
don't do their
trades, and
classic here and lose this.
Blaze King just stands his ground. Starts knocking players over. Great push out. Great early win. Good follow up off the stun from Benkai there. You can see he's just,
Remaining.
every time a T1 player tries to go for the trade, he's
That's
just ready
nice
for
shots,
it.
man.
Let's go!
You deserve it, man. Blaze King deserves it.
I mean, he was real calm with it.
He's one of
There's
the
some good stuns involved as well during
calmest
this.
and most positive players we've seen on GE.
I,
Bar none.
yeah, well,
And everybody's very
not the
positive.
calmest. I think Benkai's got him beat in the calm department.
Okay. But I love the energy on
Yes,
Blaze
the
King
energy's good.
regardless.
Yes, I appreciate that. Oh,
Ooh, he was low HP as well.
Yeah, that was also a pretty injured Lightning Fast as well. No
Well.
pushes from T1.
yeah, they're just really trying to figure out where they can find some open space. hopefully get this plant down. Still have a couple sheriffs though. Carpe Excurate sitting with the ever so slight buy up in the pistols. And everybody just kind of moving around. Stax has the haunt at the ready. One blast pack for Izu. Smokes for Excurate, and that's all you got to work with.
Povey
So it's
might
just
have
really just
some
trying to
free
use
kills there.
your eyes and ears to figure out what exactly is going on with GE's setup. But Povey's here on the backside of this toxic screen, maybe seeing if he can catch a trailing player, but everybody using it correctly. Get behind the door.
And with the door now, he knows they're over towards the left. They might be able to get plant though.
See GE rotating pretty quickly
Looking
over here.
decent
The
for a
longer
plant.
this takes, the more difficult it gets for T1.
Povey's popping shots, none connecting, but that was a bit too close for comfort. Now Carpe very close as well. I think he wants to bait himself for Izu here if he can. Or maybe just be a nasty sheriff player. Again, we've talked about this. Man is on a mission. Lightning fast coming around the corner here. Expert inside the smoke, spotted out by Blaze King. Down to Carpe and Izu.
Last player standing.
Good tag though, not gonna be enough, and Russ spots out Carpe there for the takedown. And GE,
Yeah,
ever
and
so
I
slightly,
mean, they lost a ghost.
ever so
That's it.
slowly are building up
Bonus
back
gonna look
that,
good.
that lead.
What is
For a moment
happening
there, I
with
was like,
this?
is this gonna be
That's
one of
the
those
real
rounds?
question.
It was close.
That shot from Carpe is the narrowest of angles.
Yeah.
Man. But GE holding fast. Ooh, nice angle for Benkai there too. Nice piece of work with the Guardian. Just
Remaining.
Now as this comes from Lightning Fast, you had the other guy here.
having a heck of a
Where's
start
OCE?
to this map. He's got to have the neural theft
Way
available.
GE
Yep.
make
I
over
was gonna say, he's
GenG?
had
Nah,
enough kills that
GenG will
he
be
should
fine.
well on his way.
Yeah.
That's a nice boon for them. A couple Guardians and a Bulldog.
He would be, it'd be nice to
Never
get some
know.
confidence.
Find the opportunity to get that ult going early. Some damage to T1. T1 is so far fully committed to this A hit. And still though, Blaze King on A with that Cypher utility. Needs to be tricky. Russ gets nipped in the heels by the Prowler, but he's out.
Blaze can see some damage to the wall here, through the smoke as well. Forced to actually push out. Wonder if that Aftershock's going to do any damage.
A
Looks like
really
no,
good
so it doesn't
plant
even
as well. Good
stop
after
the
plant.
on the spike.
Lightning Fast is
Side
flash
player
again
here
though.
falls to Russ. And he hasn't been really winning these 1v1s. Now Carpe coming around the corner, waiting right now for a Lightning Fast. I guess he's just waiting for somebody to peek out through Baby Door here. Not gonna have anybody. Smoke's about to dissipate as well. Flashes come through. Great relay bolt, and Colby just charges right in. Could go for a straight out conversion.
Okay,
Not gonna
yeah,
happen,
I mean,
as
this was a little
Izu
bit
and the
detached.
rest of
I would
T1
love,
managed
I would love
battle
Lightning
this
Fast to be a
retake.
little bit more with the
Yeah,
team with this
great
stuff.
hold on
And this is a
that
bonus
attempted
though, so I don't want to go
one
in too much. But I've seen a couple of things where it's
just in
like,
that spot
they
that
basically have no Omen
see it
Flash
all
for
the
retake
time.
at the moment.
where players just aren't quite ready for it because usually there's other, things you have to consider on the backside of site, right? Players that are near tree in that area or coming from the stairs or things like that makes it really difficult to initially deal with that player that's going to be tucked underneath that rope, and
Yeah.
works a treat for T1. So timeout for T1.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. How to build up their lead now that it's going to be global with their gun round. Either for probably both.
If
how
I'm
they're
the
gonna set up and how
global
they're gonna
coach
counter.
here, I'm pretty
does
happy they
set
called
up
this
a cheat.
timeout.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious about it. Autumn,
Penguin.
maybe calling
Penguin
it audible early.
713,
He saw
19
something
months.
that they can use against GE.
It's a little bit off, Penguin. It is a
Not
little bit
exactly
off.
sure though. I mean, there were a couple early losses.
Maybe in the off season.
for T1 in that round, but they recovered
Probably
nicely.
not as
so
well, but
hard to say exactly what he's thinking.
Well, guess you could say he's just automating the way that T1's approaching this.
I love it.
Okay.
The best part is I can hear Achilleos groaning from the
All
green
the way
room.
from the green
Yeah.
room to the hallways. Okay, let's get to it. Povey's just sending it.
Oh boy, and they both got hit by the Fade Eye in the end. Dude, everyone goes aggro. This is
and look at
nuts.
this. They're not able to fight back. They're stuck right now,
remaining.
and the
Oh, in the
damage is
end.
done. 2 versus 1. Stax backs away. Blaze King already at the flank. Benkai keeping him pressed in. if Stax can beat down Benkai here, that's going to open up the A side. But does he know that BlazKing is coming around the corner?
Remaining.
Flick from Stax. And now he's afraid. A little bit aware.
Oh, did he get to the
He's gonna be able
angle?
to move just in the nick of time before
Whoa.
he gets stabbed in the back. I don't think so.
Whoa,
And now he
boy.
hears it. Neural theft.
Oh,
there
like
it is,
that.
just for a bit of that confirmation
Oh,
of where
no.
the placement is going to be. And he's chasing him down. He wants blood.
Planted.
1 versus 1. Comes around the corner. 61 HP, 4 stacks. Hit. And this is just a game where BlazKing has all the information, and
Oh
he
my.
has it in the bag.
Gives him a little wave at the
9-7
end,
is
damn dude.
GE. Spectacular round.
Nearly,
Oh, yeah,
nearly
I
messed
mean,
it up.
this is just one of these rounds
Nearly.
where
he actually had a
GE's just
similar
saying,
thing
okay,
where
T1's just
he
been
saw
going
him
in
run
every time.
rounds,
That's fine.
then
We'll
he
fight
just
back.
got around the corner as well,
And
so
they
he
come
kind
out
of
ahead on it.
didn't go
They
for
get
it twice.
completely stuck.
Then he committed, well, he
behind the
committed to it the
rocks.
second time.
Can't really ever comfortably push out. And Stacks able to find just a little bit of open space. The haunt as well. Really nice from Russ. Reveals a position for him. They've got him just stuck back there, and they're willing to challenge that. They've got the better position. They've got the better hold. Stacks fights tooth and nail to get out of it, but BlazKing has has so much info.
Forces,
that neural theft there.
forces T1 down to an
Knowledge is
eco.
power.
Yes.
You got double guardian.
one-on-one
They
position.
might be tempted to use this
Knowing
ult into
the
it if
exact
it gets a
position
little
of
bit
your
close.
opponent is,
Olvi,
well, a sure
money's
win
low,
for you.
takes
But it puts
takes
T1
the
on
hit
an
and
eco
just gonna
too,
use his
so
ult off contact.
That's a massive victory. Polby looks like he's going to just rely on the lightning fingers. Go for the old Palpatine strat. See if he can find some value out of that. Everybody else, rifles for the side of GE. Stax has that Nightfall, though. Carpe one away from a pit. I mean, there's a world where T1 can use Stax's Nightfall to scale, pick up an orb along the way, or just use the plant to get Carpe's ult and just see if they can go for it.
They fake open the door here, and look at that quick rotation already from
They
GE.
pull the rotation out though, and they're coming over here.
And they're just waiting for position.
Oh man,
My ult is
Russ
ready.
just too fast.
been hitting shots all day. To be
You're gonna
fair,
realize that this is like a double fake as well, a double pump fake from T1. They're about to come into Baby Door. Russ got the kill.
this
Still
camera is
contact.
unreal.
30 seconds left.
You can do it a little
This
bit
is
better
just
than
not
this, but I
Yeah,
think
you
you can do it.
know,
Like,
again,
there's
there's no picks
options. It
whatsoever.
depends. Like this one's really good for early info, but you can have one that's like hidden and you only see him like where these deep X's are. Pretty nice,
A little bit aware that he is marked, but
like a
can't
retake
still
one.
go for some aggression right now. Russ.
It's just an
actually getting the
eco,
flank right
so we
in.
don't need to worry too much
Easy
about it.
coming around the corner.
But the
And,
score's getting
Frenzy
pretty
not
close.
gonna really get him any more advantage other than just the one. And Stacks right in front of him is like 3 people. He can maybe go for this conversion. 1 good kill. A flick is gonna help him out a lot
enemy
more
remaining.
here. Hold on. 5 bullets. My God, around the corner is going to be Guy and Stacks.
Oh,
Even
how's
A hero!
dude, how have they
It
not killed him? He's 1
almost
HP during the
happened
tether
for
the whole
GE.
time.
He gets the
I
collect, he
can't
gets the
believe they
kill, he
haven't
gets
got
the
him.
flick, and he gets the
I can't believe that.
godliest of clutches in this
That
game.
should
now that's
never
just a
ever
Stacks
happen.
Classic right here. The man in the clutch.
Commit, swing him. Jump around the
has been
corner.
so
Don't do
good
that.
throughout the years of that collat.
Oh boy,
Monstrous.
that's insane.
The 4K, incredible. Stacks once again adds another
Oh my God,
highlight reel.
that's
to
just
his
fully
vast
saved
collection
them.
That he's accumulated over the
Fully
years.
saved them. They now have to go against the eco. They get
Welcome
the
again,
outlaw
T1
out so they can
Stacks,
save
my
even
God.
more money.
Side
They were going to
player.
be buying the op
Brought out the
Ooh.
operator. Or
Well,
rounds.
partially.
but
Looked like an outlaw.
not for very long.
Anyways.
Whatever it was, it didn't
Well,
last
there's a
long.
gun.
Yeah.
The good news is this, right?
Ovi's got
They're
an
going to
outlaw.
pick it up, but they can all tank a shot.
See how this goes. Send out. Ooh, lightning fast. Spotted. Great intuition there from Izu just to rip it out on the top of C here. Colby. So he was an outlaw. In any case, that's going to be C controlled by T1.
But it makes a lot of sense, knowing the economic situation of GE there.
I mean, it
Gotta
should be
go for that.
T1's round.
GE just able to punish it with one of their rifles. Now, sits up on top of the box. Izu gets one. Oh, Russ though.
That's going to be difficult. Izu. He's somehow managing to divert or actually get away from all of this kerfuffle that GE are throwing at him, and he actually gets the big flank. Could even go for the ace here if Stacks
yeah, I mean, I got a little bit worried there, not gonna lie, but
and
not too bad. Not too bad.
11 rounds in, GE's falling
Hello now,
behind.
hello.
Yeah,
Even
we
I haven't
are
seen it.
2 rounds from going to map 3, from going to Ascent.
Oh yeah.
T1 here, great read, using that prowler to follow, set up the ult for Izu. He just starts.
Yeah,
knocking
we're
people
not like
down.
that. Crazy.
Stack's still feeling it, holds the mound, holds his ground. Now you go over GE into a buy round. Feels like the must win.
Yes.
The cash will be.
Yeah,
dude,
he's always asking important questions. That's the thing.
Oh, what a shot from Zaya. This time he's got the op.
Okay, there it is. I think he took the body shots just to make sure, I think, that he can find where the final slide of Polby was. Still a good shot though altogether. Izu, same thing. Gonna be underneath here. They might not have to exit out right now. No, it's just extra actually.
He has no VIP. He's got to win
now
champs.
Blaze can come around the corner here. Very brazen as he falls to Excurate and the rest. There's 3 remaining players right now for GE. Russ as well.
He can't just be giving it out free these days.
HP reduction because of the ultimate. Lightning fast coming around as well for the flank, and he does.
God, I can't believe how much that 1v4 just changed everything.
Well, he's got no option to really do anything. Excurate's out for blood as he really wants that revenge, but Russ is going to be holding on to this Vandal coming into the next round.
What a disaster round.
Yeah, absolutely the right play there from Excurate, understanding the situation very nicely. Even though he dies, if he can rip this rifle away, does more damage. Carpe's gonna get it anyway.
You don't think Neil's got it in him? But it's okay because you're there, Weber, so it should balance it
all
out.
the guns out of GE's hands.
You now have a
and
pretty
it is
good chance.
Or excuse me, map point. Looks like we might be going to Ascent.
Probably are. What a very good final map to put ourselves in. Just a stellar round all out
so
after
impressed.
after that clutch round from Stacks. Everyone from T1 got reinvigorated.
Yeah, he does that, man. He's done that so many times throughout his career, where he's able to find a clutch and all of a sudden, whether it be DRX or in this case now T1.
Oh. Ooh, quick flick. Quick scope as well. That's a trade-in. Lightning Fast immediately pulls the trigger on his ultimate there just to see if he needs to be at the other position. Still, he's going to be able to pop smoke right in front of him. Jumps, gets spotted, throws out the paranoia, but he does get countered out himself. Goes in, repositions. Does he know? Do they know that it is going to be rubble? Doesn't matter. Izu shuts him
He's
down.
so lucky. Like the
This
attempt.
is T1
Oh man, the
marching
4v1, dude. This is the most
slowly,
devastating
surely
round.
into the A side. Polby's here though to deal with them. As his teammate gives him that ultimate to play around with. Nade puts him down to 60. T1 doesn't have to really go for this just yet. Can force GE to cook a little bit more into the site. But they have to be cautious as Blaze King, position of power.
What the?
It's around the corner here. Gets
How did
taken
that kill
down by
that guy?
Carpe. And we're still neck and neck. HP advantage still of GE. They're running around. Can they transition?
They're gonna
They're
hear all
here
this.
very early.
He will.
Yeah, he gets
Izu.
one.
Might get actually taken by Benkai, and that it is. Body shot down. All up to Carpe in the 2 versus 1. Polby already fast. Coming around the corner. Oh my god. Aftershock will force him out a little bit. You can already see where Polby is expecting Carpe to play the aggressive angle. Carpe's not biting into it up until the very last
Oh,
moment.
we'll see.
Yeah,
See how
this is
many they're
job
good
by
for.
GE being
5
really
chances down to
reactive,
4 chances.
Cutting off.
You won't have a
T1
lot.
at the
I think
point
they have a
of
lot
attack.
of money.
Benkai's
They're gonna drop.
used to just buy time to make sure
These
they
two
can
are a
get
little
the
bit wrecked.
position to just sort of mirror the movements of T1 in this round. Big ult invested, but the value found. See Polby here gets that big kill as well to make sure that T1 can't scale into the site. Then, great job by GE. Still a long way to go just to force overtime. Did get the op for Polby. So a buy should somewhat
That
be able to be
Polby thing is
scraped
still
through.
so good.
Yeah.
You might have to cut just a no. Okay, just half armor and a
Okay,
bulldog.
maybe,
yeah. I
I mean,
it
should be a relatively easy call. C control,
Say
pick up
okay.
the orb with the raise, then
Neural theft
they're going to
for
be going
Blaze King.
somewhere.
Saya player is going to go
This
for the
guy's
tour de force.
in charge of making sure they try to get a
does have
kill
his
if they
ult.
push
Let's see
over
if they're gonna
towards A and take
try
A
to
control.
Throw in some trickery like we saw GE on their
Oh,
attacker
they used
side.
a lot for this.
Oof.
Did they just send
Got
it
the
with how much
operator. I
util they
wonder
used
how
over
this is
towards
gonna go.
A?
Does he have a fallback weapon, or is he just going to opt the entire round right
Yeah, they
now?
do.
I wonder how this is going to fare out, as he's not really going to have that
Okay.
auto rifle
Help me
capability.
lightning fast.
Carpace finds
Flash
one.
is actually
There
with
it
the
is,
team
open
this
up the
time.
door, invitation to fight. That's only going to be the trade for trade for now. HP abound. That is going to be Polby a tad bit low. Lightning Fast trying to go for the wall bangs, but can't really find a plant. That's going to be extra. Safe and sound, and now the post plant is going to commence. Oh, the payload
That'll do
delivery
it.
in the face of Lightning Fast a second time. Presented to
Wait,
you
no
by
way. He was
Izu.
11 HP for
Polby
that
gets
duel.
the catch onto Izu here, 2 versus 3. Numbers still in the favor of T1. Good damage altogether, and this actually might be, well, they can't really save anymore. I was about to say, 12 rounds already for T1. Time is not of the essence. Activation of the girl that gives him
What the
information
hell?
in, but this
He's
is just
invincible.
time bought by T1.
He's how's he getting kills?
Polby alone picks up the
we
rifle,
go.
but he will not have time. He will not have
Oh
chance
man, that
as
1v4.
T1 pushes us to map 3.
Yeah, this is so
Shout
impressive
out
for
to T1 though. Like they
Looking great on their
they
map
kind of
pick,
they
had a
kind of
great
needed or
plan
deserved a round like
to deal
that
with the
because
Neon,
no
to deal
pistols
with this
obviously.
comp that
0-4
GE
at the
brings.
moment.
And it seemed like from the get-go,
Yeah, Stacks.
other than the
Stacks had
pistol
some mad
rounds,
impact. Izu's playing
they
very well
shut
as well though.
GE out of this map.
Absolutely. Even though
What
the
is it,
heroics
Ascent?
that we've
Right.
seen from Blaze King, it's still not going to be enough when you have players like Stacks bringing those clutch moments. Anyways, panel, what an insane round from T1.
Definitely insane, and we are going into a map 3. Did you have this down when we, like, entered the venue today that this would be a going into a map 3, or was this a 2-0 for you
I
guys?
thought it'd be pretty likely, actually, especially for
Really?
me since
Okay.
I predicted GE winning. I didn't think it'd be a very easy 2-0, just because obviously T1's firepower very formidable. So I think a 2-1 for me is not too surprising, but I would say, especially after the first map, T1 being able to bounce back, that's good news for T1.
Yeah, definitely.
For me, after seeing this, just the roster change up for T1, I was like, well, this probably goes to 3. So, but it's a good rally back here on Lotus for the side of T1. I mean, was a little bit concerned because Lotus has been this map that they continue to lean on, that they have a ton of tape on. But they decided to change things up. Carpe comes in, plays Viper for the first time, and overall looks quite solid while performing on that. And they're able to get the win all the same. I thought that GE was maybe going to have a really solid read, just given that they could study this map so many times over. But yeah, just never really got the full firepower coming out from that Neon. Polby was really struggling to find value here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did feel like that GE maybe had a good answer prep for the chamber, but not so much for how they would break through T1 being prepared for their Neon, right? So I think maybe
like they
just
kind
one
of
step
overfought
short
some of
here
the
for
rounds
GE
as
on
well.
the prep.
Yeah, I
to be
like that you brought
fair.
that up because, like, they were definitely focused.
Okay,
focusing
we got
their
Ascent
fire
coming
on
up.
Saya player
Ascent is
quite a
coming up.
bit.
Charlie
And it
spam some
feels
ads to
like
be
they
back.
almost, like, had that tunnel vision in a way. And yes, bringing up like Polby, obviously. Guess and game aside, it was a bit of an underperformance. But I feel like
Kissner, it will be
GE
like
actually
last
had
year where it's like
more
what?
cohesion here, but T1 they just had like more
5
firepower when it counted, and
5
just
to
so
8
as we
teams
saw in those
don't
last few
make a
rounds,
change.
It was just
Majority,
like GE
80+%
crumbling a little
of
bit in
teams
those
will make
last few. I
changes.
guess the pressure maybe got to them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of an inversion compared
Just
to
the
what
way
we've
that
seen
it
from
is.
Icebox. Granted, no thrifties this time. But, GE, they come out, they managed to get themselves 12 first kills in these rounds, but how many times did we see Saya just getting picked off outside of A, pushing up towards Rock and Rubble, but then T1 just goes on to win the round? It was happening continuously on their attack, and a lot of that just had to do with the efforts of the rest of the squad. Izu as well on the entries was just looking incredibly solid. So this was a very good turnaround performance here from T1.
Yeah, I think that's a big part, is that Isu getting more and more comfortable now that he's just consistently on the duelist, not having to flex around across different roles and different agents. So sometimes, he's doing it when he has to do it on his own to go in and create space, but he's also waiting a lot for right setups, making sure that he's just checking that one angle that he needs to clear as the entry and trusts his teammates to be really covering him from the back. So overall, I think T1 working with the composition despite having, Chamber not a true sentinel in the same sense of Killjoy or Cypher, they worked around that composition quite well.
Yeah, and I think, I was going to say, I think the thing that really needs to be discussed in addition is just both of these fades, because Russ, really solid performance for the side of GE. He was very much keeping them in this game with some of his moments. Lightning Fast as well with some really nice performances. That TP up onto the box, the drop down while he was lurking within the smoke to be able to pick off those players. Just, at CT side to side. At C, I can talk. was really, really good. But then also Stacks, the 1v4
Oh, yes.
clutch with that Guardian in hand was just absolutely gorgeous. So the Fades, I think that they were the big standouts for me.
No, I love that you brought that up because I feel like that was also such a big, the morale boost of that, of a 1v4 is massive to a team, right? When you need that signal to be able to rally back, to suddenly go charging, and that is your signal, especially for a player like Stacks.
And obviously, listen, we all remember some very memorable moments of Stacks in the past, but it started to happen not as often. And recently, I'm sure you've all seen the clip where Mako talks about what Stacks told him about the pressures of being an IGL, and Mako referenced, surely Stacks is not the IGL right now, because otherwise he wouldn't be making clutches like this so confidently. So now that we see that the pressure's off his back a little bit to just play the game rather than having to read the entire game, Stacks is putting up some great performances here on T1.
Yeah, I mean, here it is, speaking of the devil. It's the instant snap, the lineup. I mean, they want to push him. They know that he's the K down, and they just perfectly align for him to be able to get that double headshot. And then by this point, I mean, he's already willed away at him, so it makes for a really easy final chest shot to go ahead and take him down. Really good. I mean, that's just classic Stacks.
Yeah, and obviously they lined up, sure, but at the same time, you have to really give credit to Stacks' movement there to line that up himself, right? It's because he's counter-swinging away from that, now counter-strafing out of it once again, that he gets that opportunity. So again, it's just when you have a star player like that that's able to just focus on the game, he's gonna bring home some rounds for you.
And that's the thing, right? For T1, all of these guys are star players.
Yes.
All of these guys are capable of performing at that level. And I feel like it's really just more a question of the chemistry and the cohesion that the team needs at this point. GE might have that as their edge over T1, but again, it's like, it's 5 players that are able to perform in this way like that 1v4.
I mean, even then, it's still, in that regard, rough, and I think that T1 is in a solid enough position. I mean, we got to talk to Data after Stacks had joined all the way back in week 1, and he said that, him just kind of getting accoladed to the team environment, it happened almost instantaneously. So there was a couple things that needed to work on that were primarily around comms, because Stacks needed things slowed down a little bit because his English isn't as strong as the likes of, Saya, Carpe, etc. Because, I mean, he didn't spend years living in North America.
Sure.
So aside from that, he said, he's just really fit into the team almost instantly. So I don't think that that's even that much of a concern.
Yeah, and I feel like, as we mentioned, we did have players like Izu, for example, who really popped off with 24 kills.
Yeah, we've talked enough about all the supporting acts, but truly, the real star of this game was the top
William.
fragger. Yeah, it was actually me. It was actually me.
You nailed
I should
it.
really get quadruple upgrades here, rank ups.
Yeah, get yourself out of silver.
Yep, okay, so just to make sure everybody's on the same page, we had, the viewers actually did have a nice try. I would have said neither one, it was almost looking
the viewers
that
got
way. Yeah, it was almost looking that way, but we do have Izu, and we have Polvi. Polvi was a 20k Achilles.
Yeah,
it was...
Polvi started to climb right back up. He was having a rough game in the first half, but...
He was. But you know what? Like, I thought that with him going back over to the Neon, that this was going to be huge. Jet has been where he was struggling previously, and he was cooking on Jet on Icebox. He said, okay, now he's going to go to Neon. He's going to go absolutely crazy. He's going to dominate this lobby. But I got let down by the Lorax. He couldn't come up with the kills.
Or viewers, where do our viewers go?
Oh, man.
Our viewers go
Double up.
They go up.
Yeah,
oh, there you go.
They guessed correctly as well.
All right.
The viewers know.
There you go.
You all know.
Nice job. I do like that, the gamble on the neither one. But of course yours was like an excellent pick. How'd you do that?
Yeah, no, I got it correctly.
You believe.
Have we? Is this the final current ranks? Yeah.
Currently, yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. We're not doing too bad. I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I only really care about my own rank. I don't really care about everyone else's. So
you'll just say that to make us feel better,
Yeah,
but
there you go.
It's really your own agenda, right? But right now we are heading into map number 3. It's gonna be Ascent here. What are we feeling, especially since we've seen both teams here at their best possible form today?
I mean, I think this is going to be a banger coming up here on Ascent, because now we've seen that both teams are feeling pretty solid in their own conditions, right? The chemistry is now getting there. They've been warmed up. Most likely not going to see any picks change here, right? I mean, it's still going to be the Ascent that we know and love, and so it's an all-out brawl.
I mean, that's my big curiosity, is there going to be any development here as far as the comps are concerned, or do we just go with stock standard? I think as far as the stock standard alignment's concerned, it's good for T1 because you have Carpe in the play the Sova.
Yeah, but that does mean that the last time T1 played this is where they put Saya onto that Jet, right? So, okay, so they are going to go with
Izu,
that.
Killjoy.
And then they're going to put Izu onto the Killjoy and making sure now Xcurit doesn't have to keep shifting around as he's trying to focus on the IGLing. So he gets to stay on the Omen. So it's yet another shift here for T1.
Yeah, and I feel like,
And it comes.
maybe perhaps this is a, comfort zone, just default, don't do anything crazy.
Yeah, I think this is probably for the better, right? If you're going to have to still swap, I say easy, go onto the killjoy. You can still just focus on your own aim. You can really play as an anchor, and Xcurate now gets to not have to hop around and use all the different abilities while he's still trying to call the game.
And for the side of GE, they need Polvi to really be able to lean back into that jet performance from Icebox. The operator's still going to be a bit of a concern. Outlaw as well, coming into this map where you often do on that defending side want to be getting operators into your jet's hands as often as humanly possible. But if he can improve in that regard and then just also maintain his rifling performance from Icebox, Global, they're definitely in with a shout.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a huge Silva battle, right? The Benkai versus Carpe. How much info can you get? How much of a fake can you put onto the other team? And obviously for Benkai, how well do you call off of that information?
Yeah, massive tests indeed for all of these players right now as we head into our third map of the day. It's going to be
I still like the
Ascent,
map,
and it's going to
but
be Paper Thin and Asarai.
would definitely not be against it being removed next.
Us, not May. He's not here.
He's not here today.
Yeah. But anyways, map number 3, here we go. And the panel was talking about it, that T1 has been shifting players. It's the same comp, sure, but the people behind it have different. This is something that I wanted to also point it out here. The last time what we saw T1
This
was
is
that,
just going up and
final
up and
semis
up.
match with GenG, where the
4-0
one
for
player that
pistols.
stood out the most there, Rossi, isn't playing right now. He had like 22 kills in that one game alone, which net them the Ascent win. How's that going to go without him right now?
No doubt about it. It's definitely something to consider. I'm curious about Izu on this Killjoy. What that's going to look like, especially on this defender side, where
I feel like Easy will be
Killjoys
fine on
usually
Killjoy.
are just feasting.
Yeah.
Carpe, though,
A
over
knife
here with
default over
Xcurate.
towards A, and then
On the
insta group
B side,
towards
Stax
B, and then
playing in
hit.
mid with the KO. Stax, obviously playing so much KO on this map throughout his career. A little bit of contact, Carpe under pressure. Gets the first kill, traded immediately out by Polvi.
Ooh, Xcurate,
Jesus.
ouch! Immediately
But I mean, the Omen Flash is
Great
incredible though.
paranoia,
Who
actually
is
able
that?
to stop them dead in their
Lightning
tracks
fast
on fast lane here.
lunatic.
Or,
He ate
excuse
the
me,
Omen
lane.
Flash, but he's just going for the widest swing ever.
Really push up into the site, but that's not really the concern right now for GE. As they're re-aggressing, coming around the corner.
Ooh,
Great shot
that's
from
a
Polvi.
nice shot.
Mid is exposed. Saya player hears the footsteps, pockets himself in, and this is just
Spike
great
down,
contact
defender
altogether by
spawn.
GE.
One
Dust
enemy
settles.
remaining.
It's only down to Izu, but he's coming around.
Hey, and they
spotted
found
by
out where he is.
Benkai, and now they can start just marching their way up onto B. Izu, I think he's overreading the situation. Might be.
Honestly, I
thinking
thought they
that
were
they're
going to go
going
away.
No.
It made the most
Other
sense.
side of the
But...
map, it will be.
Yeah, nice little recon dart there.
Hello,
Make sure
Yumpy.
that
I'm doing good. How you
they
doing?
could
Spike
come back into
planted.
the site a little bit safer.
Watching you finish, brother.
Izu goes for the gamble, but plenty of time still to work with. Player's pretty weak. Polvi just down to basically one bullet. Benkai just going to hold this angle. Izu's going to have to go huge. He's going to make this happen.
He's
Scoop
been
up a
gymming.
ghost.
Perfect.
Opportunity there.
Does have a turret though.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
okay. He can get closer and closer. Benkai still has a recon dart.
Oh.
It overshot a little bit. Now he spots out where Benkai is. Benkai knows that he's off the spike and he is just toying with his food.
Respect to
Great clutch.
Benkai.
That's
Dude,
gonna be the
5
round
out of
taken
5
by,
pistols.
well,
Are they good at
GE.
their don't win
and
all sick?
The really good sign here for GE. Obviously, they're doing great on pistols. I
Yeah.
don't think they've dropped one today, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
mean, that's half of the game, I swear.
But the other good thing is that Polvi's coming in hot.
The
That was
unreal
a-
of pistols.
A thing that really hurt them on Lotus, and credit to T1. They had a good game plan around shutting down the Neon
Spike down.
with those bait
Defender
and switches and things like that. But now that he's on the jet, can't quite get away with that as easily. And Polvi's just
Teams actually
kicking
pistols.
doors in.
Dude,
and
GE have always been pistol gods.
that is something that absolutely GE would love
Just
to have.
it's just in the
Yeah.
org.
to get this
Doesn't
map
matter the
win.
Love
lineup.
the call just to push on market. Because again, they already know that, well, they don't know what's waiting for them on B, but because of that paranoia hitting, that also
Well,
stopped
honestly,
them,
maybe it's just the coaches.
again, from pushing out lane.
Probably makes the most sense.
So great decision to just kind of chill out. They already have good control. They separated the defense on B and A if ever there was. And again, just great readjustment altogether by GE.
It's
on
the
that
classic.
pistol.
And let's see. So
Just
it'll
split
probably be
here.
Blaze King just walks
I
in
think trying
towards
to suss
B,
out
tries to see
where
if there's
the
a stack, and these
stack
guys
of
ready
T1
to
would be.
commit.
Not the player, but the gamble stack that you typically see. But
Maybe
T1's
won't be
pretty well
walking
fanned
through a
out.
smoke,
We
but
have a sheriff for Carpe. Yet again, a bit of confirmation here from Blaze King using these nanos to check and clear. Oh my god, that push!
yeah, and
Oh,
Easy
he heard the
knows.
reload.
Easy
It's
knows
like,
what's up. Easy
yes,
knows what's
3
going on.
kills
Here's
for
the
me.
reload. Knows he's gonna be on
Thank
his
you,
own. It's the
Blaze.
one-person drone. Holy, Saya got that kill.
Just pushes out a couple of kills there.
Everyone's pushing
Already
smokes.
favoring T1. Firepower is still pretty strong from the leftover players of global esports here. Question now is, how do they kind of bridge the gap so their pistols do more work for them?
We've got the Recon 2 shock darts. Turret for Izu as well. Kind of try to clear this top angle.
Thrown out as well here.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, no, they can't really do anything when Russ is just able to mow them down that quickly.
No armor on him, but
coming around
still
the
nice.
corner, slowly but surely goes for the white swing, gets spotted by every single player of GE remaining. And this is GE again, showing what they got here on Ascent.
Yeah, and they're doing
And
a
they
good
saved
job
the 3
in
guns.
these anti-ecos, keeping
Made
the
it
big guns
perfect.
in their hands.
Saya? Oh, I missed it.
T1 will
He
throw
saved
some-
400, so he
throw
gets
some
up out
punches.
early.
GE able to absorb them pretty nicely. Just a great play here
400
from
on the
Russ.
pistol, and
Just
we
holds
get
it
the
down.
op.
And the T1 players just trying to make a swing off the back of the Recon dart. Russ having none of it from the dice position, and here you go. Saya player with the early op now. 4 T1 saved up to go for it very quickly. It's going to be the glass
5-foot
cannon,
shoot
though.
alarm bot.
No armor behind this. Already trying to put some pressure
Are
down.
they going to be on
Turret will
top of
be
this?
there. Get the confirmation. Execute into the wine.
Had rifle to shoot alarm bot, and we're
I
now.
don't know if they're gonna figure this
okay.
out this early though, is the question. There it is. Oh no!
Oh, boy.
Does not hit onto Benkai.
Wait, that fell
I think he
apart
went a
so
little bit too antsy on
fast.
that one, especially when he lost stacks on a main. This is just a lost cause on this side.
Oh
I mean,
no,
with the-
what a
again,
nightmare.
with that,
They're going to 3-person save. They
that
kind of got a
glass
3-person
cannon
save.
in the hands of
Spike
side player. They
planted.
just
It's got to
really
be
have
saved.
no means to retake.
No, yeah, it's got to be a save.
That's incredible.
I think there for Xcurate, you're
You're
still
laughing.
seeing some of his uncomfortableness with playing the Omen, where
Yeah.
he's kind of using utility there, where he maybe could have found a time to swing,
Yes.
gotten a couple players at least out of that, potentially made this a different round for T1, maybe made them feel a little bit more comfortable potentially going for the retake. Instead, it's GE who can go hunting,
They 400, he just got
extra
3
cash.
kills. Ooh.
and knowing that the money is going to be depleted for T1, you can maybe look around a little bit. They're not going to go super aggro, but Blaze King, my eyes are on them to see if they try
VNT,
to go for
Doran.
anything. Instead, they're just
14
gonna
months,
be
man.
content,
Appreciate you being
take
here,
their
dude. Thank
win.
you for the prime.
take all their rifles back over and just make those pockets
thank
even
you.
deeper.
Yeah, pseudo timeout as well, right? When you can just play that save the weapons game, use that rest of the round just to talk things over, what went wrong, and yeah, that's where it got a little bit tricky, as you saw there with the replay. Stax was not expecting them to be that close, especially when they just heard the spike, or not the spike, but rather the orb on A main being taken by Benkai.
Yep. Just able to cut their sound well enough to confuse T1 there. This time, hop over towards A. Let's see what Sai can do. Oh no, the smoke. That's a toughie.
Now they know. Flash does get out the audio cue from both the
I
tailwind
think-
and the op shot. So
I think
that
it was
might
meant
not
to
be
do that,
a
and they were gonna
position
go
that
close with
GE's
a
gonna
judge.
want to keep fighting for.
No way you're missing that.
Yeah, that smoke can be a little bit tricky to get it to set up on the one-way. Shock dart to clear the alarm bot. So GE doing a good job. Making sure that all the space that they want to take is going to be available. Carpe, a
Oh
lot of work
boy.
to do here.
Risk. Such a big risk. There it is, right in front of them. He's able to convert 2 right now, but that is going to be the
Fantastic.
1-for-1 technically, as they can bring up Russ back after
Oh,
full.
it's a big
Saya
miss.
player whiffing the shot. That's going to be a big one as Polvi gets access onto market, leaving only Izu by himself. What can the Sentinel
Good luck
player
to
do?
Izu.
Paranoia does hit him, but he's alive for the moment. Swings it right back out. Gets the conversion, but he's
No
alone by
way
himself.
Polvi got
Drops
all
down.
3.
Falls back into place. Spike is on lane here.
30 seconds left.
Spots out.
One
What a
enemy
flick from
remaining.
Izu. And he's made this digestible, clutchable
Oh.
even. 2 bullets. Might need to go for a reload. And he just wants to go for this fight, and he's actually able to hit some nasty body shots. But
No, I
Russ,
mean,
a little bit too
shout out to
smart on
Polvi,
that
shout
one.
out to
He knew
Izu.
that-
Both
he
of them
knows if he
doing,
just go
both
for
of them
those
doing
rollbacks
work.
on triple.
What happened at spawn
Man,
here?
that got really dicey. Izu
Yeah, did
doing
he
what he
just
can there
dodge
on
Stax's
site.
flash?
gets that first kill really quickly and able to spray down through the wall for the second. Carpe with a good push out here. I mean, that's pretty decent value.
Yeah.
Last player
So
standing.
good. Polby got
30
3
seconds.
on the backside of all of that. That flick onto Polby is coming into sight. It's absolutely insane.
Oh.
What a transfer for Polby.
Yeah, that was nice though.
Disgusting.
Yeah, tucked into the.
Easy had
Why does he always look
more
shocked?
HP. Oh, he spotted extra.
Tucked into the corner.
They're just gonna throw it, send it at him.
Before the flash came in.
Yep. Oh, he's able to dodge most of it though, but now he's in trouble. Throws at the paranoia.
It's
but
a
that fragment's
great
gonna
nade
claim
on
his
top of
life.
this.
No escape for the IGL. That is 1 down against T1.
And this is seemingly part of the game plan here for GE is to be really aggressive past the orb. And it's really causing T1 fits. They can't contest this angle as well as they like. And Xcurate
Yeah,
is getting
genuinely looking
abused
good.
over here.
The thing about
Tough
GE,
for him to do
they've
anything that he
always-
wants to do. Some slip-ups with the
you can
utility as
always
well,
see that
so
they're improving.
now
It's why I
GE has
haven't been
found
like,
a weakness in T1.
I
and
don't
they
know,
are
I can't
punishing
even be that
Ru-
mad
Russ
at this
just
team.
punishes
Like
Saya player.
you can tell they've been putting in
Sets him
work.
down
I
side,
talked about it
tries
a
to
little
get
bit on
aggressive.
Flat Chat.
He's got the
Like every
blades
time I
out.
watch them, I'm like, I
gonna be
can
a
see they're
change in
focusing on
direction
this.
for
I can see they've
GE.
been looking on this. They
No
changed
real
up
info
this
off the back of
default.
this,
Like
just 2 kills over there. You've got to
they've
assume
constantly
the
like they've
B-side's
been
gonna be a little bit
grinding
weaker,
as a
just
team.
sheer numbers game.
There's no doubt
You're
about
gonna be
it.
guessing correctly.
Yeah. He's just got a
30
setup
seconds left.
play here to kind of maneuver against. But the problem is,
Hey, gotta do it all again.
this is like 4 players coming in to be tries to play again devil's advocate as they start pushing in. If he can maybe line some people up.
I mean,
but
whatever, man. He had to play. He had
it's
to
only
try
just gonna be
something.
Polby going down. Yeah,
10 seconds
Got to
left.
save now.
it's gonna be
Spike
difficult.
planted.
Save, and this time I would expect somebody to go hunting for GE. They have even more money. I mean, Russ is going to be maxed out.
Yeah, they
Blaze
can
King
definitely hunt.
probably as well.
No harm in
so
it.
definitely.
Ult. Yeah, I'd be fine.
See
The
what they
hunt
want to
here.
do. I mean,
So,
GE
he's
is
so
still waiting
fine.
to see if there's going to be any counterpunch, but
They made changes. Oh, let's
T1
see how
has
they do.
no ability to do that, and this has been just an explosive start for GE.
Yeah. Or other T1
Let's wait till the season's over.
Out, right? Because at this point they need something to kind of, I don't know, cut that momentum, as well as just, I don't know, just shift something up. This is 5 straight rounds from GE, and they have not shown any signs of slowing down.
You would think so.
Who would take
But
this
Autumn's
one
been
T1 or
pretty-
GE? Bro, you're asking me when it's 5-0?
How do I say this?
You would be
Vicious
mad to say the T1
with
got
the
this at
timeouts?
5-0.
Fair.
I mean, again, it really seems like he's trying to give them a little bit of freedom, the players themselves, to figure themselves out. But it's going very much GE. This time, going to try and anticipate an A hit.
And they got a...
That
Ooh.
KJ utility.
Ooh.
Paranoia is going to back off GE.
Yeah, if you eat that Omen Flash, you're never gonna spam that corner.
Okay. They might
It's
have
cool.
to respect him here because he might be able to just again.
Ah, it's a
go
really
nuclear
nice round at
with
the moment.
Blade Storm right now, able to
But-
get 2 off of the. I
was gonna say, Blaze King really low HP.
Read like a book as he tries to push his own smoke. The pop shots from GE just devouring him. And 2 for 2, not the worst thing.
Well, they still have a pretty good opportunity. They can get stacks over here in time. Drone should give away a decent amount of information.
Spike down.
They'll shut
B.
this down. Okay, you're going to get the spot on the
Last
Carpe.
player standing.
Stacks. Kill right as Blaze King was trying to push out.
There it is. Swings away.
Oh my...
Benkai's been really good with these. Now his Benkai senses are tingling, telling to himself that the flank is big probability, possibility. He slowly creeps into the site. Spike will be picked up.
30
Izu's clearing
seconds left.
everything right now, does not hear
And Kitty?
anything. And, oh, the Spike is actually here on boat. That sucks. Or on
That
Switch,
is
rather.
crazy, yeah. That's
He's
so
gonna have
hard to
come
deal
around the
with.
corner right now.
Surprised they let him get this.
Is he gonna make noise as he drops? Yep, there it is. Start corralling all around him. Good
Oh,
pop
that
shot
does
here
not help
from,
things.
Stacks, and
That
Izu
is
just
a
goes in
huge
for
dink.
the finalizer.
Okay,
Desperately needed a
win a
round.
round on an equal
for
though, so that
T1.
really helps them out.
They're going to give Stacks the extra charge. Izu already has his ult available. And this is just Carpe buying a little bit extra time. Good push off this Paranoia. Russ struggling to try to figure out where he's getting shot from. Carpe gets a big one. Stacks catches Blaze King just wandering over towards the switch. And now the timeout. And now it's T1.
So there you go. There's your judicious timeout from Autumn. I actually don't know what
He waited one round more than I would have expected, but maybe he's trying to
He's probably just
mess
waiting for a
with
buy round.
the post timeout win percentages. You know, after
Did
they
the
won a
spike
round.
end up low?
Yeah,
Honestly,
this
I have
is
no
exactly
idea.
what he did from last
I was kind
map
of thinking
as
that
well.
midway through.
Yeah. To kind of keep the ball rolling rather than to stop the snowball of your opponents. A lot of balls in this timeout.
I'm just curious what he's gonna say to them exactly. I think just in general, like anytime they try to get proactive towards the main, towards A main, it's been shut down.
Yeah.
B main's gone okay.
Honestly,
Carpe's
honestly, don't know if you.
done a pretty good job there. Or
I don't have a good answer for you.
He's got good setups for that, but I think maybe just kind of saying, hey, let's play a little bit further back on A.
Yeah.
You know, if they are gonna hit A, that's fine. We'll hit them as they're coming through the door, maybe, or something like that.
Turn out.
Don't forget you have a lockdown.
Placing swamp
Carpe's one away from a Hunter's Fury.
And they stabilize a little bit now. They got up with armor, and
But
then we got
obviously,
Odin over towards B.
situational typically for an Omen on Ascent.
We'll say though, Lightning Fast is pretty damn good at making those hyper aggressive from the shadows, as we saw in Lotus.
Like
I'd love to see
APAC
it.
doesn't use Odin
Same
that
here
much,
on
so they
Ascent,
struggle
right?
on B.
Yeah.
That could be an
Saya
issue,
player,
yeah.
though. First on the contact, no support whatsoever. Polvi comes in ever so slowly,
Enemy
and
kill.
he catches him
Well,
on the
now
jiggle
they
as
know
well.
this is not the greatest
is
way
a
to start
virtue.
this buy round, just solo
This is-
searching
this
over
is more
towards
what,
short when they could afford or not.
I think Autumn was thinking about what I was definitely considering during the timeout. Is like, okay, let's just let's pause the brakes
This
a
is a
little
better
bit here.
step for
Let's
post
slow
timeout
this
wins.
down. Let's force GE to make adaptations because
How many wins they get in
comes
time
to
in
the
the
site
next 3
hold
rounds?
themselves,
Nah,
they've been
I just don't
relatively
think it's
decent
that.
for
I don't think it's
T1.
ever a good
Put up,
start to have.
huge kills.
It's more just for
and you've also got
entertainment.
this Odin to toy with. Carpe, and he's gonna line him up. Oh, Benkai almost goes down.
Oh,
That's so smart too, waiting for the
no
contact
way.
turret, so that's when you actually rip out
He
that
sent that recon to
Odin
bind,
Slayer.
bro. Where's that gone?
Any case, TB from Lightning Fast all the way on switch here. Not really deep enough on the B site, so that's going to allow
enemy
Izu
remaining.
and Carpe to just kind of
Spike
double
down
tandem at the
B.
back of the site and start dealing with the offense here of GE. Yeah, there's not really much they can do
Yeah,
at
and
this
I think
point.
they might stabilize here a lot. I mean, this is just a straight up one bullet taken round.
Timeout
That's
works
it.
a treat. And T1 just playing really stock standard, steady Ascent. Saya player holding the angle well. Off angle position works.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it is the Odin
TB
thing.
doesn't
I have
really
definitely seen a lot
Get them that
of
extra
teams
Placing swamp
on
ability
this
to
map
push
that
that
don't use the
space like
Odin
they
that
would want.
much.
Just shut right down by Izu. Izu's 9-4, so great debut so far.
Have you seen the
In terms of
Giant X
individual
roster move?
Presence for Izu
Wait,
on
when
the
they have like
Killjoy.
what,
Yeah,
one
the
game
map
left?
hasn't been going great for
What's
T1,
going
but
on?
He himself has been devastating when called upon.
T1 now feeling
Red
a bit
guard
more
benched.
of a heavy presence
Who's stepping
outside
in?
of A main. The setup from Lightning Fast, Eskrid is in a
Wingman
bit
comment?
bad
Yeah,
spot.
dude, still
Fragment looked
folded
right
that
on top
team.
of his
It's
face, but
crazy.
Stacks assists. There's going to be
Spike
Carpe as well,
down
ripping
A.
out the Hunter's Fury. Punish anyone that's going to be, well, just holding on that A main. Does catch out Russ and Lightning Fast, and Benkai is down to half.
Yeah, this is really clean now from T1. Stacks with some great support there to bail Xcurate out. Took a lot of damage. Got hit through the box once, and then the fragment, I think, chunked him down a bit. The combo with the Hunter's Fury. Izu. Whew. Has to fall back.
This is going to be a fight between him and
Oh.
Blaze King. And that's going to be Blaze coming out on top.
Yeah, he win a
Options
lot of
available
jewels that I
here.
didn't expect
That's
him
a
to win.
Killjoy kill, so that means that utility for the Sentinel not or deactivated for the rest of the round. Big thing.
And immediately Benkai's punishing that. He's already through
30
market
seconds left.
where the alarm bot normally would be. Polvy's trying to go do something, but is
Yeah, I
swatted
mean,
away by Xcurate.
it's a 4.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 3v4,
Karma's in
and
a
everyone
great
else
spot,
is low
though. They start pushing
HP.
him in.
He knows where one
Yes,
is.
the wall bang at the back of the site, and
It's
I mean,
fine.
Benkai's low enough, Blaze King's low enough that This is going to be a death sentence against him. There it is.
10 seconds
All he
left.
has to do is play those wall banks.
They're gonna get a plant.
Spike planted.
Wait,
Wow.
there's no way, right?
Get all
This
back.
this one
Great
really shouldn't
tandem
ever be
there from
possible.
Blaze King and,
Here's a
Benkai
drone.
here.
Dude,
They
imagine one
play
of
a
them
lot
gets a
more
king.
proactive, pushing
Imagine
out
Blaze
on
King gets a
lane as
kill
well
and
as
then
the
they get
stairs.
Last
Trying to
player
get some
standing.
separation right
Okay.
now. Be the first to get kills.
It's all good.
Not
It's
gonna
all
happen
fine.
this time. It's still 3 players of T1.
They gave that a
Fight
pretty
back.
good try,
Yeah, it was
especially in the
close.
3v5,
was.
getting I
Closer
mean,
than
just
I
winning
thought
out
it
the
was gonna
kills.
be, for sure. That one pick onto Izu, Blaze King hit some really nasty shots in that round to at least potentially give GE some hope. But it's dashed away. Ostack just got him through the smoke. Ridiculous.
One enemy remaining.
Execute it there with 15 HP.
Jinx
No
are insane
problem.
today. Yeah. Yeah. I don't even
As,
want to
now it's
argue
GE's
against
turn
it.
for a timeout. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity here to snag a few more rounds away from T1. Maybe this is an opportunity, I think, to potentially dial up one of those set executes or
Yeah.
try to go for the early mid aggression, you know, see if you can go for that B crunch through main and things like that.
Yeah.
No matter what, it's going to be tough. T1
Playing later.
short
Got
of their
bleed
defense, so-
GenG.
I think a possibility here would be to try to see how well Saya players hold on A short is with that operator. Because they kind of shifted him, or because T1 did shift him there a lot more, I think that's going to be one of the kind of big crucial
Right,
points.
it was
It's
5
not
in health.
going to be weak
nothing I can do
in
about
any
that.
mean, in any case, right? But if they can take down Saya player there, the defense on A site might actually get crumbled up a little bit because they do have those crossfires that works well against A main, but you have a crunch coming out through A short that changes the dynamic completely.
Absolutely. Looks like, though, they're picking into boats. Is that... Are they going to try to set up for...
Right here.
The Hunter's Fury from Benkai in some respect. Go for the lockdown, but got to deal with the Odin.
It's
Izu's a counter
some nice
lockdown.
mind game ults though. Right, so
Curious.
this cancels.
Exactly, G wants to play this.
Got
Oh,
one that
that's
cancels
great
one
spam
and
on
one
a
that cancels
Carpe.
the other.
Down to 50 HP. So that's step one.
Yeah,
Cleared a
that's
little
nice
bit
though.
of space. Excurate trying to play close at A main, but 0 points going to back him off a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. It's so good.
Everybody just really trying to get what information they can. Not much given over to T1 here.
Great. Big play there from Benkai as well, as you were mentioning. He can get pop shot again. Oh my god.
Hey,
They wanna
Killjoy
go
ult,
for-
but they're gonna
they
do it
wanna
behind the
go for
box, so
another
there's
one.
a place at the back. They insta
he's gonna
ult, and
break
then they have
it.
an ult to
Ultimate
cancel the
activated
ult.
as
This guy
well,
needs to
but
run
Volby gets
close
locked
to the
in.
server. Yeah,
Oh
this
my
is so
goodness,
nice.
Stacks.
I mean, I'm glad we kind of
The
talked about it at the
read
beginning.
perfect. Saya player for the
We
peek
have the
out on
mind
A
game
short and the
ults
pinch
because
to
we
crunch
had
is gonna be
Killjoy ult,
perfect as
then we
well.
had the server ult, like I mentioned, and then we had the KO ult to cancel it. So it was like bomb, bomb, ult-wise.
Saving him from the wall banks of
And a sick.
Benkai.
Just T1 a step
Saya player
ahead,
retreats
GE
for
maybe not
the
putting all the
meantime.
pieces
30
together.
seconds left.
5 to 1.
I will say,
Benkai trap on
shout out to
tiles here.
T1 for knowing that
for a
they
swing.
like to use
Shot
their
gonna be used to force out Saya player from his
Killjoy
position, but
ult on
it's not really going to be as good as I
B.
think he wants it to be.
they put the
It
KO
does
over
give him
towards
some
B.
leeway to start moving around with the 13 seconds.
Yeah,
There's
T1 really
no
owns this.
time to really do anything else.
This was
They're
definitely
gonna
a
fall
good
down.
little bit of anti.
Just a great
Definitely
reaction
reading
there
into
by
the fact they
Stacks.
like to use the Killjoy over towards
Throws
here.
out his
It's
util,
the first
pops
time we
his
kind of
ult,
seen
steps
KO
up,
starting
knocks 2 players down,
towards
shuts down the Hunter's Fury
B.
as well.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no way that their lockdown's gonna get cleared.
Yeah, and they just won the ult battle. They won the mind game battle.
GE back into Saya's.
Killjoy into Killjoy into server into Killjoy.
Makes it
KO,
pay.
sorry, yeah.
Great combo there from T1.
Yeah.
It's got a big smile out of Stacks too.
The biggest one there as well was Polvi was about to dash through. It's the it's that standard B main updraft dash, right? And he got caught
that was a nice
midair.
flash.
Couldn't really do anything in that position out in the open. Anyways, whoa,
Wait.
double kill for Saya player. Give him a triple. No, it's him and
Oh my
Izu.
God.
Just
Dude,
helping
ever
each other
since
out. You know what? This tandem has been
Ever since I
solid on
spoke, it
B
looks like the
main.
easiest for
Why
T1.
keep them apart? Why change it up? You don't have
Dude, this
to.
first shot,
As they get themselves a
is
a
he
quick, clean
peeking
wipe
through the
of
smoke?
GE.
Yeah, GE just
Feels like it was a nice
can't
shot.
find any answers. Tries to go for a pacier hit. Saya's just ready.
Oh,
What is that?
that is a shot.
Can we slow that down and show it again?
That was
That is lovely
that
shot.
was texture levels of snappiness.
yes.
Whew.
Placing sentry.
Okay, you have a no command for Russ.
One suppressed.
Some options. You're only going to get the spot on the lightning fast. Doesn't tell you a ton as T1. Trying to use the drone. It is going to see Saya. You are going to identify the op, so let's see how fast GE wants to rotate off that info. Looks to be pretty quick. They're going to pop the no command. They're going to try to break in.
Yeah.
Picked a site
And
with
close
2
the door
people.
Too, so that's going to be troublesome. Dashes right in. They're trying to save the back of the site for as long as they possibly could, but no, GE just, again, overwhelms.
Here we go. The back.
Sheer brute force.
What
Saya
the?
player comes around, gets flanked by
player
Blaze
standing.
King, and it's all down into the hands of Izu. Again, he's been just adapting way too much on
Hey,
the
well,
agents
All they gotta
here.
do is that. Gamble a little bit,
Too far
fast
on the side
strat.
as well. It's not gonna be able
KO
to do
all.
anything.
Only 2
Before the
people on
GE
site.
taking back that lead ever so slightly.
But all it took was that little extra
Bro,
piece of
Izu-
info there.
Yeah.
Izu's got some mad
They
stats this
found the
best
op
of
and they're
3.
like, nope, we're going the other
14
way.
to 6 on the killjoy
Just
here.
quickly set it up.
Yeah, which I don't blame him. And a great read. Great call from Benkai.
Yeah. 100% agree. And another big one as well here is just how good that paranoia was from Lightning Fast to just kind of assist the rest of the team, right? It made the Jenny player uncomfortable. It exposed Excurate that was holding on Hell. It's just one of those things that when you're able to cascade it correctly, there's just nothing that the A players can do unless they have some support from short, which they did not, because again, that's what I was mentioning. GE went for the crunch on A short.
Exactly. Well, let's see what ults are available. Well, potentially the blades for Saya.
A lot
if
of
he finds
bullets
a
for that.
kill. So that's something that obviously GE doesn't want to have happen for a bunch of reasons. Colby could get his as well. Not as important with the rifle in hand, but definitely something to consider. Excurate, oh my god.
Who
this
should
is so
now take
dangerous.
this?
Yeah, okay, he knows.
I mean, 6 on attack should be enough.
Caught by
Wait.
the zero
He's
point.
coming back. He's about to get shot. That was awkward, but he still does have some teammates on the
Whoa.
B side, and thankfully,
Dude, Saya
it's an
is hitting
operator in the
a
hands
lot
Saya
of shots
player.
today.
3 kills already. Excurate being the sacrifice here for T1. Still, though, Blaze King,
I got the spike.
man of the hour, man of the series, 2 versus 1.
6 on attack and you know they're going to win
Onto the
pistol?
site.
Yeah,
He's
that's
a
what I'm
little bit
saying.
afraid of what could be at the doorway, but no one's home. Can't close the door. Be afraid of at least what's on Heaven. And he can play for this 2 versus 1 as he starts planting it down. Carpe could get caught out here.
Uh-oh.
But Blaze King being tagged right there. It's all about Wallbang City, and that's going to be Blaze King.
T1,
knocked down.
obviously great to
It's
bring this
equal,
back to
6
here.
6 as the
And they did
first
really
half
good. Ever
ends.
since they got the Odin out over towards
Still-
B, it looked a lot easier.
Normally, you'd be like, that's a great half for GE.
Yeah.
Like, 6 rounds on your attacker's side on a set.
Excurate on smokes.
5 off the
Yeah,
rip.
it's a little bit
Start
of
the map.
it's a little bit
That's
of him
a ton
on
of pressure
smokes
T1 on this
and
attacker's side. Now,
definitely not
certainly
feeling
they can
comfy
get it
yet.
done.
And I think it's also a little
Certainly
bit of
they've
the
got
fact
some
that
players who can kick down
he is just
doors.
primarily an
Saya's
opper,
been having a pretty good
and
day.
he
That
now
op
doesn't op anymore,
once it
so he has
finally
to
got in
fall
his
back on his
hands,
rifle,
proved to be
which is like
devastating.
nowhere near as good
However,
as his op is.
GE's been really good on pistols. That's something to really be concerned about. Can T1 finally take a pistol here? They haven't taken any.
That's true. They've been backing on the fact that Saya player can just hit some nasty shots with the twice in a row chamber he's been playing, but I don't think we've seen those.
Format for next year,
those
dude.
ridiculous
You know what's
headhunters from
interesting
the last
is
Anyways,
when I did my
But yeah,
format at the
it's
beginning
been
of
like
this year when they
optimally for
announced the
Saya, right?
format,
Like, really, that's
everyone was
what's
saying that it
doing
wasn't
a
going to
lot
work,
of
so there were like there were going to be like 15 or 16 teams or whatever. Dude, I was so confident they were never going to do that many teams. Just financially doesn't make sense.
Attention.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
I can read it. I
But
just
also,
need- I need
when
a
they
little
did
bit
like the
of-
whole
little space.
whatever it was,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
14
It
teams
goes
or
so
whatever,
fast.
that was
That's
always
true.
before
Everybody
China.
right now is in a race against it. GE and T1, as we are preparing ourselves into the second pistol. You've mentioned it's going to be a big thing here. T1 has yet to get any of these pistol wins. Any of these pistol
Yeah,
wins.
they'd
and
roll
it's
it
kinda
back,
hurt
yeah,
them as,
you could feel
we
it.
saw on the first 2 maps. It gives GE just that kind of 2 to 3 round boosts, and you never really want to
Going
give that
outside, Joe.
in a game.
I mean, I said him. I mean,
Oh,
to be
yeah.
fair to him, it's
Exactly,
like you
yeah.
should be going off what the information that
GE
they're
went
giving
from
you.
50%
But I don't know. You got to
win
look at
rate
track
on their
record.
pistols to 56% today.
Ooh, nasty.
It is crazy good.
Yeah.
I mean, and you know, last year they were our.
I think they're going to be
princes. They
doing
were
something
just
really similar next
dominating
year.
in that regard.
The format that
So
I wanted.
seemingly back in
Gonna be
form
cool.
with that. Russ right at this corner.
Imagine we
getting
get an
a ton of
LCQ
info
as
off
well.
that knife.
Also spots out the alarm bot on.
So I don't
Orange
really
here.
like champ points. I'll be honest. I think
The
champ
push
points
is
is
going to commence.
awful,
Benkai, not any big
especially with how they're
damage with
spread
the
out.
shock dart.
An LCQ would
That
be
does
sick.
slow them down ever so slightly. Door,
And then you could
wanna
then you
say
could
it
actually give
could
teams a
still
bit
be
more
open,
for
but
doing
not
good
gonna
in
happen
Masters.
anymore. So it's going to be a 5 versus 5
Catalan,
on the
thank you so much.
retake.
Thank you.
Pistols
Okay,
about.
GE
Paranoid
5-person
thrown out by
retake,
Lightning Fast. No
and
one's
they
still gonna be
just
on the
used
site.
their flash
Look
and
at
they couldn't
that,
get any
4
space
people
because of the
tagged
KO
up by
nade.
the KO blade. Side player and Izu holding that hell angle to jump out, and they are just falling down.
Hold up.
Little by little, bit by bit. The crossfire is just so
They
efficient.
might have done it. They
for
might have got a
T1 at this
pistol here.
point. It's all down to Lightning Fast. 3 seconds before he starts getting his smoke here. He could actually go for a
Oh,
conversion
I was
on
on his
Izu,
head.
but it's just
Yeah, I was looking at the
tactics
HP
confusing
thinking,
as
hold
he
up,
was getting
maybe
barraged
he's
by
actually
in
got
the
that
front
one.
and in the back,
Okay,
and he's gonna lose that fight.
1-1 on
Hey,
this
they
map.
did it.
1-5 overall in
That's true.
pistols.
Congratulations,
Most
T1,
important
for your
time for them
first
to get a pistol, and they do it.
I mean,
this series.
better late than never, and especially in this moment, couldn't have come at a better time. So take what you can get.
Oh yeah.
And
God,
I
it's
like
insane
the
they even won the
plan
pistol.
from GE. It's just T1 just kind of never
Yeah.
really stopped. They were
Yeah.
just like, oh, you spotted all of us, that's cool. All right,
Yeah.
you got shock darts, that's
It
cool.
was, dude, it was
We're gonna go
5-0.
plant now.
It was
they
5-0,
started
and since
waterfalling
I
up to
said
the
it, they
site.
got 1.
I mean, there was some like 3-man
Not even
crossfire
fair.
that we saw at the bottom of A. Ooh, did I even connect? No, it did not. Okay, wallbangs on to Benkai here as he tries to run away, and he's going to be able to get back into safety. Sure, injured as well as dazed, but he's still going to be standing alive, and that's going to be important as the round continues because now T1, they're going to have to just recompose themselves.
They pinged this angle out, but Saya was so close. However, Russ, off of that drone, wants to shut that down.
Ooh,
Wants to
knife
cut the
hits.
info.
Stops the drone.
Oh my, Russ.
Hold up, guy from heaven.
Good fragment. Wow.
Yeah, looking
okay.
alright here.
Stacks is in
Now the
trouble,
guy from
actually. He's
short.
pretty low already in
Oh,
terms
okay,
of
easy to
HP.
save them.
Pushes out from Russ, picks up the Spectre, Stacks, somehow manages to
Yeah, easy
actually
saved
get
him.
help
That big
through
kill
the
over
smoke,
towards
and
tree here.
Side
I
Player
thought they might
goes
tunnel vision on the guy's
ballistic
site.
as he does get pick for pick with the Marshal. Very close
they
for
pick up all the
comfort.
guns.
GE almost
They really
maybe
low
making a
invested
difference
into
there with the
this.
pistol.
Man, Saya arriving just in the nick of time.
Oh yeah.
Carpe on the entry gets one.
That's done.
Then Izu covering the angle. Yeah, they knew he was in there. Saya just goes hunting,
Yeah.
finds his prey. Odin for Benkai though, very early.
Get the
investment
Odin
into
out
the
nice
Odin.
and early.
So T1, we saw the early op investment. GE's gonna opt for the Odin. Lightning Fast got to get out of there. Got flashed. Couldn't
Did a
find
nice
any
recon.
connection. Well, maybe a little bit of damage to execute it, but
I kind of like this
not much to
default.
speak of.
You can keep going for this A
Smoke, so
site.
if someone's going to break the recon, they have
If
to
ever.
commit. Recon that also
Sure.
clears wine
You know,
at the same
rifle's
time.
all
You just got to
about
make
for
sure that you
GE,
put
but-
bodies behind it.
No shenanigans from the Odin.
Yeah, well, just a good util dump. Could do the trick.
Good
That's
flash.
just there. Saya player now pushing himself out. Does not get the pick onto Russ, but
Big Joe.
you can't see that.
Ooh.
Again, there's no access for Polvi here. Might not be enough.
Oh.
As Lightning Fast is
Shot.
still holding at hell. He will get refragged immediately by Carpe here, who gets the fadeaway headshot onto Polvi. Blazing once more. But don't forget, this is the 3 versus 2 favor of T1. And we
He's had a
have a
pretty
lurking
unreal round
Izu
so
in
far.
the depths. Both players of GE feeling very uncomfortable.
But Izu should hear.
Yeah. If he just stays his hand here and waits for his teammates to push up onto A main, they might peek out on A short prematurely. That's when he can really do some
down.
damage. Benkai with the
One
double
enemy
man spray
remaining.
down.
52
is risk.
HP.
Odin against 50 HP is not too good. Oh my god! Did he see the corner of his shoulder or something?
It's so
Started shooting through the
stupid.
wall?
Or just that big brain of Benkai's.
Just the instinct?
Just the instinct, yeah.
Wow.
Man's got the ultra instinct there. Might have seen something, I'm not too sure.
We'll probably see it here.
Yeah, that looks so good for T1.
Truly, but they just can't really kind of break through on A main. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he spotted like a teeny bit of that of the foot of the KJ. That.
Diego Odin's not the plate. That's very, very true.
The POV of Izu, they just did not look
You're
like
always gonna lose that one out pretty much. Especially on this
T1
HB.
doing so well there, but
We
they
gotta
can
go
never
close,
comfortably
crouch
get into the
peek or
site.
something.
Even though they get the favorable trade,
Hard though.
there's no access available.
Wait, is that what this gun sounds like?
GE's able to just hold on long enough to punish them. Try to swing out
Way
quickly.
bassier than I thought.
That Odin there. Benkai putting it to good use, and what a great investment for GE. Bit of a mid-exploration here for T1. Polby holding the off angle, goes for the swing, and Saya just takes his head off.
Good pick.
Polvi really wanting that that mid control so that at least his teammates won't lose this short one. But nice little pop
nice
flash
shot.
there. Actually slows him dead in their tracks. The team
There is a
already from
lot
like
going on
he
at the
tries to
moment.
get
Everyone's
out of
dying
harm's
over
way.
towards middle as
X-Ray
well.
going in for the pinch as well.
And
Does
Russ
not want
needs to
challenge
kill
Russ just
everyone.
yet as he's waiting for the rest of the team coming out through A short. Now Russ, no flashes, all about that contact, gets immediately shut down.
And they got an eco
outside
after.
the generator.
9-7. Gonna be 10-7.
And it's all down to Benkai. Big wraparound, but it's a 4 versus 1, and they're covering
Thank you to save that.
all their weak points. Yeah.
Might just be a save at this point.
Oh yeah, has to be. He's already running away for it.
100%. But yeah, this time around, T1 is able to convert off that early success. It got a little bit scrappy at Tree there. I thought for a moment GE might be able to kind of turn that fight on its head.
Yeah.
Got a little bit sloppy. But hey, T1, incredible firepower on this team for sure. When they can get all the pieces working together, things go well. And it's just going to be another round going the way of T1.
Yes.
Izu? Hello?
Wait, did he just?
He did.
Yeah, I don't know how he's gone down there.
I didn't even realize. I was looking at like, do they have money? How much money do they have?
I know,
to
right?
make the
You're
next
looking
round?
at other stuff, and then like, I just caught it out of the corner of my eye, and then I heard the crowd go, "Oh!" And I'm like, "Indeed."
Izu. Never change.
That happens.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was going to be a timeout from Autumn saying, Izu, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Last time out, though, for Global Esports, at least on regulation. They're having some trouble once again, needing that, that extra voice with their coach.
Well, now you got to figure out a way to shore up that short A defense, right?
Yeah.
That's been killer. That's what T1 has been just brute forcing their way into this A site.
Yeah.
So, you know, Russ has been doing his darndest. You know, the KO, you're often called upon to hold that position with your flashes, just play delay or go for those picks. But T1's been able to kind of beat them to the punch in those battles.
Get
So
anything with this.
Could
Could definitely drop someone.
Heck yeah, you do.
A little Bucky or
They don't
some
waste any time
sheriffs.
as well, right? That's why I think GE were just kind of
Oh?
misread the situation, like by half a second, maybe a second.
Yep.
And that's all that
Okay,
it
well,
takes, right?
I guess
to
this
just
is going to be an op
ruin
for
or
Polvi
not
next
get
round.
that optimal control that you're kind of hoping for, especially for that A short you were talking about.
Right. That's especially on Ascent.
Again,
Yeah.
I like the T1
Like this
default.
map, it's so
T1
so
default looks
crucial
pretty cool.
that you win
First time
those,
I've kind of seen
those
this.
battles that are on a knife's
What
edge.
is it? Bomb, bomb, bomb.
Lightning fast. trying to
Recon
play
lands,
close in the
smokes
smoke.
here. Anyone commits, they're
dissipate.
getting wrecked.
Is he going to do anything off of it? Benkai abandoned
How would you
short.
counter
They're
it?
just going to go for the full-on A hold.
Someone's got to commit
Now
to wine,
T1
shoot it,
Hasn't shown
and then
really any presence. Neither
Probably
side
pre-nade.
really aware of much.
grenade or
You've
just
got a
knife
little bit
so they
of
can't get through the smoke.
identification of mid from Izu as he sets up.
They
to
never
hit it towards
pre-knife,
short
eh?
A, but other than that, there is very little info on this map.
Yeah. At least for GE, they know exactly what's happening right now. Nice little blade. Oh, it spots out Benkai. That was huge. That's going to dissuade them from coming into that A site because now they know.
Yeah, I like the
only
instant
player that
call
doesn't-
though.
that
Like
doesn't have a
there's no
weapon
messing about. But
is
look at
there. Let's
this.
just go the other
Yeah,
way.
Lightning
Let's
Fast has
find
cleared
those
all of this one, so they
pistoleros,
can get the stack
seems
over
like they're
towards
just
here.
gonna
They
go
just have
for
no
that
idea where
mid to
Killjoy
B
is.
play for the moment, and they spot out Benkai actually starting to run
Yeah, that's
away.
the gun though.
He's preemptively striking
What
with his
the?
time. Izu's out for blood. Quick little flash. Blaze King
Holy.
pocketed around the corner. Will be able to get the one pick first. Polvi now 15 seconds. If he can hold
Lightning
enough
Fast, give him a smoke.
to wait for Lightning Fast, this is going to be a big
Too
one.
obvious.
Does get
10
spotted though.
seconds
Now
left.
they're
Zoom.
cautious.
Weird smoke.
Cautious about his
Yeah.
placement. But of course, Polvi, it's a master
Spike
class at the
planted.
Sheriff.
One bullet.
He pushed one more bullet. Side player
One
not giving him
Damn,
any
bro.
leeway whatsoever. Lightning Fast, if he gets this, this will be
Three.
the darndest of rounds. 3 bullets and the smoke dissipates.
It's a nice
from the
re-clear
clutches of
over
Extreme.
towards A.
Yeah, just
Really was.
great reads
Okay,
here from T1.
this is going to be interesting because I imagine
there.
GE in the
After
timeout would
I,
have talked about how they want to handle
See
this
that
new
Odin
default over
with the
towards
spot
A.
off the 0
And I'm
point.
kind of expecting T1 to do something different.
We got better places to be.
Like I would even say like a fast B split here or something could be nice, since they begin
Yes.
mid control
And
for
he has
free.
been really good on this map. And T1 looks in control. Looks like
Dude,
they're
right
in the
now
driver's
would be
seat.
Rush
Opt
would
for
be
Polvi
on
now.
roll.
A bunch of ults though for T1 to play with.
Ooh.
Let's see what Carpe does. That is a shock dart and a half. I love that.
It breaks the alarm bot on
So
Pizza.
good. So good.
Okay.
Placing swap grenade.
They
That
did
doesn't
a
even
different
need to, like,
defaults, and
be
they
through
realized
for
they
mid
did a
now, so
different
Polvi's
default
position
because they did their knife here.
Well,
There's
Izu's
the
been more
recon.
of null and
They
void.
kind of know something's up.
They're not gonna fight through that angle. Okay. Nice
Shout out
little
to not
free
committing
foul.
for that. Oh, that's a big miss,
Oh,
bro.
no.
Okay, no smokes
Oh,
just
that was
yet.
a big
He
miss,
wanted to
Polvi.
go for the
Holy.
remake, but there's like 3 players barreling down on Market. Now it's Benkai alone.
Enemy remaining.
And Benkai dealt with. Down to Lightning Fast. Cut Chow. Trying to run away. 17 HP and
Oh my god, they've been
Siler
running
just makes
over
a
them
nasty
recently.
4K. T1
Got a good amount of ults here as well.
closer and closer to map point. Do they
And their
get?
money's
Oh, they're
so
running away with
wrecked.
it now. They
Did
are
they just
really
force
feeling
and
it.
3 of them are wrecked?
And it's on the back of
Actually,
Izu and
2 of them.
Saya player.
Only 2 are wrecked.
Just having their way with GE. Oh, come on, man. Come on. Ridiculous.
That's
I think the skin kind of sounds better than I thought it would do. Sounds like a phantom.
I think I've made that joke
Weird.
before, too.
You did?
It's so basic.
No.
We've come
Like
full
last
circle.
year, though. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
We can do it once a year. Ooh.
Oh! Nice shot.
Yes.
Fade away.
Polvi.
The fadeaway.
My God.
How did that knife even, like, fit there?
Connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So that's a kill on Izu plus the half HP.
It's so loud
on
when you
X-Ray.
spray.
Great value from Polvi.
Yeah, I can
especially
see
since
that.
He's still alive and blades are still available for the continual fight in this round.
Oh, I have no idea.
Harvey was spotted.
Yeah, okay, checked him. Saw him
See alarm
100%.
bot.
Look at the pings coming out.
Getting it out. Oh,
Oh man, this guy's so wrecked.
Yep. Can't really get
Instant
any back
reaction,
conversion.
take
That's gonna
space
force
over
T1,
towards B.
The remaining 3 players, T1, to start going into this B site. Oh,
What a shot.
Saya player is just
There's
nasty.
no way they win this one though.
Yeah.
They actually could. Omen flash on attack.
Trying to break the
He's so
doorway.
committed though.
Actually, no. Pop shots on that vulnerable part of the doorway. How does this go?
Oh my
Flash
god.
out, peek out.
Oh, the KO flash was
The
sick.
double hold actually
Again,
works in
they
favor.
made
Now
it close.
Stacks as the fragment actually
Not
spawning
another
out the other
1v4
one as
though.
well, which
He
was,
did a
I
mental one
believe that
on
was accurate,
Lotus.
Yeah.
Can he do it again?
Oh, he's running. He's hiding.
Again, not a chance. Now they're
See
out.
though, I think he got spotted. One. He's very
Oh
much
god, I got
working
so nervous when he hit that first
ecosystem
shot.
B, but
He hit that
fortunately,
first shot and there was no
will
one
sit him
swinging
out
extra.
as GE overwhelms.
I actually thought it was it.
Is
Because
going
with how
to
the
be another
casters have been
round
going
here
today,
for GE.
there's
Yeah.
a chance. Jack
Crucial,
Short, thank you
crucial
so much for the
round.
prime.
It looked like
Thank you for the
maybe
23.
T1
You think
gonna
about the
find
change
themselves
where
at match
you
point.
get all
GE had other things to say, and it's because of
What about
this
a
that
change
is
where you get an
just
all for
insane.
dying to the spike? Bro, it would be the
Great
most
paranoia.
boring game ever. We don't
Carpe
want
was
that.
just screwed. Great follow up there. Don't give Stacks an
You
opportunity.
won't want to see ecos that
Lightning Fast
have
trying
that.
to get him fired up. Always
You want it
picking
to
up
at
the
least be
team.
like a choice.
Go. Polvi's back with the operator, and he's. Okay, we all know he's waiting for that jump spot. No satisfaction though. Yeah, smart.
I'm on board with just lowering everything
Turret
always.
just to make sure. Trying to see if they can clear it through the smoke. Lightning fast just gets taken down.
Hello?
And then
What was that?
It's a lockdown to follow up. It's a little bit of a jump, kind of threw him off.
Yeah, for sure. No setup, no nothing. Just a straight jump. You love to see it. Anyways, look at
You
this.
love to see
They're
it.
actually getting pretty
How's
short
he?
with the,
How's he got the confidence to
spike
do
in
that?
hand. Slow approach from Sia
What's
player.
going on in
Gets
this
the pick
round?
First now, Colby's gonna be a bit afraid of when to peek. Is it gonna be Heaven? Is it gonna be from Garden? It's both. He's down, and now it's just up to
I mean,
Blaze King
it
once again.
fell
4
apart,
versus 1,
but
door closed.
I can't believe he's gone
Positioning
for that.
T1 in the post plant. A lot of crossfire.
If you're like
set up.
11-0 up,
He's gonna
maybe
check,
you go through the
spam the
jump through the
wall.
one way.
Is he just going to try to go through Heaven? The window's already
It
broken.
was 5-0.
so
Yeah, they got
thinking to
3
himself,
rounds
well,
since I said.
can maybe work my way
Impressive.
through there. Wraps all the way down the stairs. I mean, he has no idea where anybody
You'd
is.
see the
This is
replay.
so
I kind of want to
cool.
see what it looks like
A
from
lot
his
of noise being made
POV.
here by Stacks. That's okay. Oh, they're going to split apart. Blaze King now has no hope.
They're probably just gonna,
My
again,
doubles.
chase him down. There you go. That's gonna put us into match point already for T1.
Match point.
Such a close game up until these
Order V
string of
Fnatic
rounds
K-Cup.
from T1
There's
here.
a
GE,
good chance
they
Tuesday,
have to
but
hold on, Paper
I'm not
Thin.
committing just because
Absolutely.
these.
America's Super Week's on.
You're right.
And if it gets a little bit crazy, then I'll need to
But
sleep.
Finished.
I mean, now that T1 is just feeling so confident. I mean, you can tell
Yeah,
just
maybe on Tuesday.
the aim's crisper, the play is better.
Right here.
Yeah. It feels right now that T1's holding the world of GE.
They're the Atlas.
Ooh.
Yeah.
4
the world up
chances,
on their
and
shoulders.
they are just expecting something
He's gotta
real
take it
aggro
back.
at the moment.
Spike
This
drop.
looks like it's
A
gonna
shot
hit.
dart. Does it hit the alarm bot from that angle? Looks like a no. Okay.
Enemy mark.
Bit of clearing
Where's
here
it
from
gone then?
GE. Spots out
I mean, I
one.
know it's more of a forwards
He's just
alarm bot, but
pocketed
it lands
himself
here.
right now. He does have side player actually waiting outside of B main alongside him. Nice little crossfire so that no one peeks out through short, no one peeks out through B main. So rotation onto mid is always going to be a possibility without it getting risky.
Oh my god, the timing.
Oh, indeed. And the turret's back up again. Now they know that the operator's there. Question is, did they also hear that the tailwind was expended? Probably not.
Uh-oh.
Good flashes all together.
No one is
Colby's just
anywhere
there's just
close.
No way for
Just
Colby
get one.
to
Just get
any
one.
solid
Ah,
bullet
you're
on
a
this one.
beast.
One, he doesn't need to.
Respect.
Gets the
He
pick
did enough.
onto
Because
Sia
he
player.
was
1 for
sold
1.
to the dogs
Does
there.
get enveloped by the Hunter's
Well,
Fury.
well,
and the
nothing.
4
He's
versus
just
4
util
continues.
dumped.
Oh my X-Curate. How many times do we see players not clear this
Pretty
angle?
hard retake. Lightning
Blaze
fastest
King, yeah, you
flash
have the
should hit a
lockdown.
lot. 1, 2.
Hunter's Fury was already used, so if you can get to that position,
He has to get closer though on switch. But no. There it is. Peeks out. They've gotten him. There's no more threat of the lockdown.
Uh-oh.
And 2, 1 by 1, bit by bit. They're being taken off the board. The shock dart does connect 2 versus 2, but time is getting wasted and wasted. And Russ, he has to rush into the site. He's going for it. Close as can be. but
Okay,
Stacks
nicely done
just
for
holds
T1.
on, and that is going
GE
to be
5-0
that.
up.
T1 winning the series
Couldn't do it.
against GE.
5-1 pistols.
really,
Couldn't win the best
really
of 3.
good showing here from T1.
I mean, they
Bringing
had
Carpe
everything going their
back
way.
out to the stage.
You're going to look back at that and just remember the
And
stacks
it
1v4
gets them
though.
over the line
Lotus,
against GE,
for sure.
who had such a good showing in their previous match, but can't replicate it here against T1. T1, well, now you're watching this next series to see if there's any hope of you getting into the playoffs, but still, a win is a win. You're going to leave the stage very happy, very proud, and a great bounce back after a rough map 1.
Stacks
Absolutely,
broke him.
with all of the changes that
Yeah.
happened to T1. Again,
So,
Rossi not
I feel like
playing
I
this
can get on
entire
board with that.
series, reintegrating
That
Carpe
1v4 should
after
never
a
have
month of
happened,
hiatus from him. The last time that he played was in Master Shanghai. It looked that they were struggling, but this series is a kind of love letter to that, just to kind of see how well this
map
team
3,
can work
okay.
together with the rest of the squad that they have, and it still works out for T1 here. And again, as you mentioned, a win is definitely a win.
Yeah, and you might be looking towards the future a bit now as T1, saying, you know, what is next year going to look like? What pieces are we going to keep? Those kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyways, we're going to pass it on to the panel to just talk about what happened in this series.
It is so great to see
Extra
that
CS.
team
I mean, he was
smiling.
always a
Even the
beast
smile from
offer.
Carpe at that point, you can
He was
sense the
always
relief.
really good.
And also because this series was just a lot closer, I think, than anybody could have expected.
Yeah, and I think, you know, there's a silver lining there for GE fans as well and the GE players where, listen, you got to still show
Izu,
your game a little bit
22
today,
kills
right?
over
We
a
saw
best
it
of
on
3.
Icebox, and we saw it on a couple
How many
rounds even in
deaths?
the last 2
I
maps
felt
as
like he
well.
did.
But,
I mean, he
T1,
had
they
really
started
high
to turn
scores,
on the
man.
switches one by one, and
He had a
all
lot of
started with that
impact.
Stacks, clutch up on Lotus, and now they were just starting to steamroll through the later half of this.
72
Yeah,
to
they really were.
42.
I mean, it was
Mad
you know,
respects,
a
man.
bit of an attempt at a rally back here from the side of GE, but they just continue to not really be able to find their footing when it comes down to this defender side of Ascent, which is not something that we get to say about too many teams.
Yeah.
But if you look back through their performances on this map throughout
Basically an
this
average
year,
300
that
ACS.
defensive side has been a thorn in their side this entire way throughout, only being able to collect a couple
Red
rounds.
got
at
benched.
each
I mean,
appearance
yeah,
on
I think
map.
this. So this is the
It
kind of
looked
move that I
like it was
thought
gonna be
Koi
solid
would
for
probably
them
do
after
more,
having
where
a
it's like
very
you're out,
even
or you're
first
like you're
half, but
basically
unfortunately, they just couldn't find their footing.
mathematically
T1
you're
really
basically
got
out.
activated.
They're already
Sia
starting to
player,
look
I
for
mean,
like
you get
next
this
year.
guy,
Try some people out. Maybe there's a guy that you attempted to get for next year.
Yeah, and I think,
Just
you know,
put
we
him
saw
in.
a couple of those in the highlights right now as well, where T1 was doing a lot of jump peeking, right? And then going for the rush in. And it seems like that was part of the game plan where they said, listen, we believe that we are mechanically stronger than this team, so once we make a decision, stop trying to play the map, right? Stop trying to play slow,
okay,
ready,
chat,
you know,
I'm gonna
get
get
set
some
up for
food.
everything. Just go, right?
I'll leave
Someone
the
just
stream
take
on,
bait,
but I'll be
just
back
be
for the
bait,
GenG
right?
game.
Jump out, and then if you
It
win
might
the
be
duel,
chair
great. If
stream
not,
for a little
trade,
bit.
and then just keep going. Become that bulldozer to push through.
Exactly. That can throw off the timing of so many teams so much, right? It's just like suddenly somebody tossing this plushie over to
Okay,
you
back
and
in
you're
a
like
little
get thrown off. But also,
Apex
you
is in
mentioned
chat? Where are
Sia
they?
player and Izu, right? Those were two players that I feel like are undeniable. Sia player looked untouchable
I missed
in
him.
so many rounds. And Izu
Oh, hello,
just,
Papex,
just has
by
to
the way.
commend his diversity that he showed there on his rookie year,
In the
by the way, in
YouTube
Tier 1
chat.
here in VCT Pacific.
Damn, they're
But I
everywhere.
think it's somewhat bittersweet because while T1 is still in a solid position, they need GenG to lose out
Yeah,
their three
nice.
remaining series to be able to make it the playoffs. But it's been great to see here in Stage 2 just the solid performances from Izu. It feels like T1 really
I
finally
worked
cracked
done on
what
it.
they needed from him and what they needed to do to get him into a position to actually, you know,
Finally
really
have to
just
stop
dominate
ignoring the
these
YouTube
games.
chat. I
This
was,
entire
I mean, at
stage
least
has
yesterday I
been
was getting
rock
better
solid
at
from
it.
him,
Today,
whereas
I
the
agree.
kickoff, there was these
Didn't do
moments
great.
where he was really peaking high, you know, some of those Euro
Chill,
plays
thank you for
early
saying that
days,
as well, man.
But then things were really just falling off for him. It feels like they really have cracked the code.
You're right, I should look at
Unfortunately, I
YouTube
think it's
chat
just
more.
been
Look at all these compliments.
Yeah, I mean, let's harken back to kickoff a little
Boost
bit.
that
Izu
ego.
had an interview, right?
All right,
where he said
I'll be back in a
my
little
goal
bit,
is to
chat.
become the Faker of Valorant. Obviously, now we know that the Lucky of
We have the
Valorant
Lucky
is
of Valorant.
higher than the Faker of Valorant. But you know, he had a very breakout debut match. And then, like Achilles just said, he started to really falter as he was kind of being put in these positions to fill for the team, to be that backbone. But he just doesn't have that experience and veterancy yet. So now that they're building around him and saying, okay, the veterans will now take that weight, and then, especially with Stacks there, and Izu kind of run free. Okay, we might have to need you to play Sentinel a little bit, but we saw that the Killjoy was looking just fine.
And I mean, how lucky is Izu to be able to be mentored by some of the most veteran
huge.
players on Valorant, right? They're giving him so much space. They're giving him a massive support system here. You have Stacks that has your back. You have Excurate as well. You have Sia player. You have so many who can teach you.
And you see this in the cams as well, right? Not just because they're winning, but he's smiling a lot more. He's feeling a lot more confident. He's a lot more vocal. Back then, you could tell he was kind of waiting for affirmation on his, utility and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, even when he goes down to the spike when he shouldn't.
Well-
The team are clearly giving him some smack about that, but he's able to brush it off. Whereas I think that like kickoff Izu, that would have been something that really hung on over his head for quite some time. But I mean, across the series, if my count is correct, I believe that Izu ends up dropping like 72 kills in this series. Playing 2 maps of Duelist, 1 here on the KJ, it was just so damn good from him. But Sia player as well, rock solid performance from him.
Yeah, let's talk about that Sia
Go ahead.
play a little bit. I think that was one of the difference makers, was that Sia was hitting just incredible, nasty shots that he shouldn't have been hitting on the operator.
yeah.
Whereas Polvi, he wanted to, but he just couldn't. And that's nothing against Polvi, right? Not many people can make plays like that, but Sia consistently does.
Again, untouchable, right? Even though, they're right in his face, he can somehow manage to still land an op shot. And that's just like a testament to how skilled he is as a player. No wonder he's on the top of the leaderboard for op kills, right? But I just want to reiterate as well that this wasn't a bad series from GE. They are improving. They are getting somewhere.
Sure.
It's just a little too slow and a little too late.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some critical mistakes here, but I think for the most part, you look at this result. Did I expect them to push T1 as heavily as they did? No, not at all. And so I think that this is still a good performance from them overall. It's just a hard pill to swallow because, once again, they're in a very rough position. They still have another series, but it's against GenG, who we're about to get a look at for the first time on the updated patch. They had last week off, so they've gotten to sit back, watch how all the teams are going to be piloting things, watching the ISO play before the nerf, watching the Neons come in. So they should, in theory, be better prepared than just about anybody, and you're going to have to be able to take them down, and you have to hope that they lose out the rest of their games.
Yeah, so obviously both teams, their destiny not entirely in their hands. And I think that is the bittersweet moment here for both, is that somehow, even though T1 won and GE lost, the story for both teams is that it's just a bit too late, right? There are things to take away from here. There are positives. But alas, the season doesn't last forever. And I think that's going to be the sad part for both sides. But at least T1, they do get to leave the stage with a smile on their faces today.
It's the luck of the draw as well, right? Again, these teams are in here for the long run. We're just seeing the beginning of these. So I really hope these rosters actually do stick it out. Because, you know, it takes some time. You need some time to percolate. You need some time for this lovely dish to simmer, right? Until we actually see, you know, what these orgs have been really seeing in all of these players. So I hope that we get to see this version of T1 once again. I hope we do get to see this version of GE as well.
I agree. I think that there's been far too many teams throughout, I mean, just any esport, but especially in Valorant, that just, you know, they see like a bad week or a bad couple of weeks, and then they decide to just axe everything immediately.
Right.
You know, there's been certain organizations in Americas in the past that have been very poor about this, and, you know, I hope that they just give it time to continue to grow, because you don't want to just be like, we lost 2 times. Get rid of everybody. Fire the coach. Like, you need to give it the time to develop.
Yeah. And I'm glad certain teams like GE are really trying to build upon that, and they're showing us that it is working. Alas, obviously, maybe not entirely in time for the schedule.
Right, but as we mentioned, congratulations to T1 for winning this and ending this day on a high note for them. Let's toss it over to the stage with Jen, who is standing by with our post-game interview. We're not quite sure who it's going to be. I think it's going to be easy.
I believe we have Stacks.
Oh, we do have Stacks. All right, let's see it.
Thank you guys. I'm now joined by T1's Stacks man himself for a short post-match interview. Now, first of all, congratulations, Stacks.
Thank
Your
you so
very
much.
first win since joining T1. So how does that feel?
Feels amazing. Since I joined T1, it's the first victory. So yeah, I feel really happy.
You've been waiting for it for so long. Now, just to let you guys know, Stacks has agreed to do the whole thing in English. I really appreciate it. But it seems like your English has gotten so much better to the point where you don't really need my translation. So how's the communication going with the team?
No, actually, I kind of worried about the English communication.
No. Yeah.
So, but now I think it's pretty not bad. So, yeah.
It's amazing.
Just try.
It's so good. But speaking of the language barrier, though, we saw Carpe starting today, and you kind of mentioned in the Korean feed that the communication has gotten a lot easier because you can kind of speak Korean with him in the starting roster. So talk to me about Carpe just starting today, because we haven't seen him play since Shanghai. So what was the talk behind this iteration of T1?
Because Carpe, I think Carpe is individual skill is really good player, I guess. So when we lost Team Secret and GenG, and after that we try to something new stuff, and then bring Carpe back, and then we make more firepower, you know. And then that's why we just want him to come back to competition, and then we trying to get better.
Okay, so be more explosive, you know, shoot better.
Yeah, shoot better.
That's it. Shoot better. Okay. Now, Stacks, the thing is though, back in stage 1, when you were still on DRX, while you were playing a match, you were like, oh, I'm going to be moving over to, you know, T1 joining Carpe on the same team. And oh, like, what wonders, what a surprise how Universe works, because you guys are on the same team. Even Carpe tweeted that out, if anyone wants a reference. So what's it like being on T1? What did you make of the team?
T1 is an amazing team, amazing organization, and the people, and really nice. And then only can focus on the game, not outside of something stuff. So yeah, that's really good organization, and we can improve a lot on when we play in the city one.
Okay, so you see a lot of potential on this
Yeah.
team. Okay. Now another thing is though, T1 have been trying different things and trying to find the strong suit for them. See what works for them. Also, we saw Izu on that Sentinels role today on that Ascent, and Izu and Saya kind of switching over between that duelist role. So talk to me about where you guys are headed. You know, the direction T1 wants to take with the team.
I think honestly, only our head coach choose decide every meta. So we need to just follow and then we just help them. So I think that decision is really nice for us because you can. Saya also a great jet player and good auto operator, and Iju also can do any agent. So I think that's good.
He can flex.
He flex player.
Okay, so you see a lot of potential on this team. That is why. Now, when it comes to the I-gelling, though, that's something that you don't have to do anymore. And I know you weren't really a fan of I-gelling, so we saw you clutching crucial rounds on Lotus and Ascent as well. Do you feel like being free from the calling duty kind of frees you up a little bit more?
Actually, it's really feels so light for me. It's really good because I can more focus on the aim.
Yeah.
So, but I guess, in my opinion, one day I'll probably become the IGL once again, I guess.
You might IGL once
I
again.
don't know why, but I can feel it.
Okay. You see it coming kind of for you. But, will you be okay with that decision?
Yeah, I think it's fine because, he will, and Autumn will trust me a lot, so I can do that better.
Okay, maybe you can be the fragging IGL of T1.
Frag,
fragging.
Fragging IGL.
Fragging IGL of
like
T1.
Munchkin?
Yeah, like Munchkin.
What is that?
Okay, now coming up next would be Bleed and GenG, and the fate of T1, Global Esports, and Zeta's Play of Destiny. It's just, it depends on the two teams and how that matchup goes down. So anything you want to say to Bleed? Give them the good energy.
Actually, nothing to say. But as you can see, I can plug off everything PC on here.
Okay, you unplug everything on GenG side.
And I can run away.
Okay, run away.
That's my key.
Okay, Stacks, I'm gonna let you go do that.
Yes,
but thank you for the interview. Congratulations once
so
again,
much.
and good luck in the upcoming match. Thank you. Now, that was Stacks, everyone, on T1. Congratulations once again on your first win on this team. Now, you guys heard it right. T1, GE, and Zeta's playoffs fate soon to be determined in hands of these two teams, Bleed and GenG. And that is the matchup coming up next, right after the break.
See ya.
Want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
比グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立飛グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
We are back for our second match of the day, GenG versus Bleed. We're going to see how our teams are preparing and send it over to Gen to see what they are up to right now.
Hello, Darian. Now, look at all those beautiful people. They are watching you and they are praying that you guys win. They will be rooting for you. Anything you want to say to them?
They need to pray very hard and good luck to them.
Pray to who? Bleed?
To God.
To God.
Yeah.
Okay, good luck to them and good luck to you too. Thank you. Hello, Lakia. Now look at this. Do you see a world where GenG don't make it to playoffs?
Don't worry, we are GenG.
Okay. You guys are GenG, the strongest team of Pacific and in the world.
Yes.
The flex onto the keyring collection of GenG, right?
Oh man, I love the confidence too from Lakia. It's just like, well, I mean, I think our history kind of speaks for itself, regardless of the actual leaderboard.
Look at
Yeah.
this. Who's on top?
I mean, this is a team that has the potential to become the most dominant team that we have ever seen in Valorant if they can go on the champions and potentially take that trophy home as well. So, yeah, when you've got multiple attempts at getting yourself into the playoffs, I'd feel pretty confident as well.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not beat around around the bush when discussing the series. I mean, these are two teams that we can consider to be on opposite sides of the Pacific spectrum, right? You have Bleed, which essentially was the first team that was eliminated, and you have GenG, who, you know, kind of brought home Pacific's first trophy, right? And people are saying that surely that last lot does indeed go to them.
Yeah, I mean, listen, schedule and everything considered, obviously we can see right now a lot of people hoping for GenG to falter a little bit on the new patch against Bleed, but it's not looking easy for Bleed. I mean, they just have had a rough year. I think they're starting to now get their form a little bit, you know, figure out their own style, return to a little bit of that Ascension form with Crazy Guy now back on the IGLing role, but it's still a long way to go to take down a world champion.
No, yeah, it absolutely is. And while they have had their, upswings, Retla has had some incredible performances playing on that Sentinel role. Scary getting a little bit more back into the clutch driver's seat. Zest being Zest, a very rock-steady player for them, as well as Darion refinding his footing as a duelist. It just, it's again, I think this is the kind of repeat thing that we're going to be saying about all of these teams that have either been eliminated or at the cusp of being eliminated. It just happened far too late.
Yeah, and obviously the key players, I think we have to talk about the Smokes just because these are two players that have had so much screen time just with their own plays alone on both sides. But you have to remember, Karon, his rookie year, and he has been firing on all cylinders across all the stats, being an absolute menace to his opponents, whereas Scary obviously took on the IGLing a little bit in the middle of this year, and he's trying to get back into the groove.
Yeah, I mean, it has kind of been trending in that direction now that the IGLing is off his shoulders. It's back over onto Crazy Guy. We've been seeing him being able to, do a bit more fragging. That's kind of just the story. You pick up IGLing, performance sometimes goes down a little bit. Munchkin's kind of the outlier there. You've got your Munchkins, your John Cuties, your Boos of the world that can IGL and frag simultaneously. But Scary was clearly not one of those people. He was somebody who was very much struggling with that weight on his shoulders. Now that it's been lifted, we're seeing glimpses of that Scary that we were seeing when they qualified into Pacific over at Ascension.
Exactly why I like that, that key player matchup, because you have two players who are essentially, rookies in their own right. Because Scary is he's not exactly a veteran player, right? He came from Ascension. He came from.
I mean,
he defeated Envy on
hold on.
Yeah. I mean, yes, he did way back in Ascent and everything.
Yes,
but
in the franchise era.
IGLing as well, he doesn't exactly have the same veteranship.
Sure.
So going into our map picks and bans right now, this is going to be very, very crucial for Bleed, especially since you have Bleed, which kind of can only play confidently, I feel, on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, that's been their go-to, and I mean, I can't blame them, right? I mean, we've heard Coach Legia talk about it, where they just have to focus on one thing at a time, right? They're starting from a very back position compared to the other teams, where they have a lot of fundamentals they need to build up. So you can't really spread yourself too thin. I imagine that's not gonna change too much. I do like the Lotus ban, right? Obviously, you don't know what GenG's been prepping for the new patch, but that's been a cover pick for them, and it's been a little tough for you.
Yeah, I think it makes perfect sense to go ahead and get rid of that one, but this is, as per usual, an incredibly difficult task to go into a ban pick versus GenG, because, at map advantage or not, their pool is just basically infinite. They don't really have too bad of maps out there. The Bind, obviously one that they have often strayed away from, especially in the finals, but Ascent picked up here by Bleed. We're talking about it. That seems to be a big relative comfort point for them, so I don't think it's too shocking to see, but it's also a map that GenG are very good at, and Solo is still going to take his damn time.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did not miss this during
week 2.
It
needs to be a signature. It needs to be a signature.
Entire week to prepare.
No, we've talked about this, several of us have mentioned it, but I am pretty convinced that this is just part of the plan,
I
right?
think it is.
It has to be.
I genuinely think he just intends to do mental damage by just running the clock down and just getting in the enemy coach's head, just pissing him off by
You gotta rope the map draft, right? You gotta rope it all the way.
It's kind of like your own timing in a way for the map draft. It's like, let's make them wonder a bit. Let's make them uneasy as well.
It's a tool. It's a tool at your disposal. I can't blame them. And hey, I mean, they lifted an international trophy with it, so.
Scratching the bridge of his nose.
Yeah,
hand on
how many
mouth.
things can be written on that phone, by the way?
He already knows. He's scrolling. He's looking. He's looking over the social
You got Ascent,
media.
we got
He's
a
like,
Sunset.
what do I post right
No,
now?
I think they're looking at delivery apps.
Oh, not this
What are we
again.
gonna order for dinner later?
Wow,
what's
that would be the ultimate disrespect. It's just already just prepping your order. You gotta reserve it for the time that you think you're gonna finish the match.
How are these
But,
two
I mean, this is Solo Nature's
consistently
gang.
doing
I mean,
this?
And hey, again, listen, it got you the results, so we can't blame him. But the Sunset pick, I'm interested if they change anything, right? I mean, they're one of the first teams to bring out the kind of Ascent style with the KO Sova and really stick with it with the Jet. They've been making it work. It's a very tough comp, I think, to play on Sunset, but they're able to do it well, and they're going to choose to ban out the Haven as well. So not wanting to deal with any sort of craziness on that one. I think it's also a good ban just because it's been around for so long.
Bro, he's wondering how they've done it again.
Sure,
Wondering how do they
also, if
every
you're
single
GenG,
time not know what
fully
the veto
anticipating
is?
you're gonna be able to
It
get
seems to
yourself
bang out every
into the
team.
playoffs. Haven is just add back in.
Wondering what
We're
is
in
going
a
on
bit of a
here.
different
I
meta.
swear they have a timer on
You
this.
probably want to
I
table
swear you
that
can get
map
timed
as
out.
long as you possibly can. Hold it
Bacon,
for
is that not a
playoffs,
thing?
If not just
Do you
champions
just
itself.
have unlimited
So
time for
I'm
vetoes these days?
Not, surprised at all that they just go ahead and take that one off the board. But as far as comps played, it's been a lot of the same.
I'm actually
Still the
expecting,
same.
if they're going to shelve Haven for a little bit later, I do know that GenG said they're very excited to play. They're very excited to have a week off just because they're eager to see that experimentation come in with a new patch.
Yeah.
Are we seeing something new here, especially on Ascent? I feel like for GenG, if they're going to experiment,
yeah, I'm going to
Do you have a timer?
definitely not on Ascent, I think.
But admins
and
forget
also
sometimes.
just seeing GenG's tendencies,
Yeah, I feel
think
like with
they're gonna
GenG, I'd be
willing
taking
to
the
take
stopwatch
those
out.
changes slow, step by step. Like, they are willing to grind out games to really make the most of their time on stage. We've seen this. This is why their record is not at the top, is because they were just going with the things that they knew coming off of Madrid in stage 1 to slowly build back up into what might be shaping as a new meta, and then they went all the way, and then they take that momentum all the way to Shanghai. So I think we're going to see something similar.
Kodakuna,
I
thank you
would
very
agree with
much.
that,
Thank you for the
but
16
granted,
months.
also, this time, they do have that innate advantage of having that week off.
Sure.
For Madrid, after that, they come back in for stage 1, and they were
Nice.
just kind of immediately
How was your
right
trip,
back in the
Kodakuna?
swing of things. They got a little bit more time to kind of sit back and see what the other
And
teams
is the
are
new
going to
map
be running.
allowed?
So I think that they
New
should be a
map
little bit more
playoffs,
comfortable
mate.
coming into this time.
yeah, definitely.
Just when you don't want it in.
We did hear, some rumors
Single limb
around of,
playoffs,
who
the
might
first
be
time we
picking
might
what,
see it.
But you're right, probably not on Ascent. We might see it on Sunset, maybe. Who knows? But for now, I still feel like we're gonna get the same old GenG. Have them warm up a little bit because, as we know, they are a team that tends to start a little bit slowly, even per map. On a per map
Wait,
basis.
Wild Oreo.
I mean,
Yes.
And also just their own
He's
philosophy
here.
on each map is to just
Wild
kind of grind
Oreo.
out the
Hello,
numbers game,
hello.
right? And
Big
just
fan.
have faith that you're going to be able to
Big,
win
big
out in
fan.
the long run. So I don't expect anything too crazy from GenG today.
It's a GenG roller coaster ride that we're usually in, right? It's why actually, of course, a lot of teams are depending on Bleed to win this, and it's highly unlikely.
Oreo
but we
in the
don't see
wild.
that set in stone just yet.
Love that. Thank you for being
I
here,
mean,
man. Good to see you.
pretty set in stone, though.
Best of luck for the games as well, man.
We believe
set in
that this
stone.
is right there. But
Listen,
we can't say that the nail's in the coffin.
Sure, I mean, it never is, especially in Valorant, I think.
I mean, this
and
does not
especially
surprise
in
me.
Pacific.
No one's
But
picking Bleed here.
I think this is probably the most confident we've ever been in terms of being in unison with predictions.
You don't need nails if there is no coffin. I think it's a cremation.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, I'm just gonna. Okay,
Well,
bye, guys.
Yeah,
bye.
I mean, listen, GenG's just so strong.
Yes.
GenG's just too strong.
You know what? We gotta cut this right now before Achilles gets in trouble. We're gonna send it to the stage for GenG versus Bleed.
Wait, he's not wrong, man.
Bleed Esports.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season.
GenG.
I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go. Caught 'em with that left, I leave them tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky.
Idol back when you were playing League was Wild Turtles. You changed to Wild Oreo. Yeah.
GenG, a team that needs no introduction any longer here on
The Pacific song?
and
Yeah,
they're
it is a
up
banger.
Against Bleed, a team that a lot of teams have a lot of hope in, a lot of prayers on for this particular match. This is Pacific, though. We've had many times where we had to take back our words.
Yeah, and
The
listen,
FNS stream, once it started saying
Stacks
finesse as
doing
well,
his
must have been
winner's
crazy.
interview, and,
That will
a
go
long
crazy
lost
for that
brother
kind of
Zest
stuff.
over here on Bleed, trying to carry that torch over for Stacks and a bunch of other players and teams as well. We'll see what damage Bleed can do. I mean, while we predicted GenG, I would
You hear the
love to
rumors
see
about
Bleed continue to build
Ace
upon their
versus
form.
with
Oh, for
Valorant?
sure.
Yeah,
think
I had to
that's
ask my
exactly
girlfriend
what
who
they
that
want
is.
coming into
I had no
this. I
idea.
mean, if nothing else, Bleed, yes, the season is over. You're eliminated from the playoffs.
It would make sense, though.
At best, you can just round out the year with a couple of extra wins.
Versus Valorant, yeah, the
being
collab, whatever it
able
is.
to take down GenG would be a huge way to just kind of cap the year.
Massive. Has anyone checked, by the way, is Stack still on stage? He said in the previous interview
He said he was going to rip out all the cords.
Yeah, he was up to something. Can somebody
Yeah, that's what I'm
check
saying,
just in
Bacon.
case? We have that little
Old man moment.
friendly
Bro,
face
Bacon's like,
princess,
what,
perhaps.
23?
I'm sure they've all cleaned the house over there on the stage.
I think it's just like
There's some fans cheering on for a
Valorant
making sure that he's
brain
had a
moment,
nice
maybe.
dinner before Karen having a little fun.
Paperx Tryhard, thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's I think it. Tryhard, this is your third month, right? I wish it said on YouTube. This is your third month of membership. I think. Let me know if I missed a month or if I added a month, but I think that's right. Paperx Tryhard, thank you so much for the YouTube membership.
GenG, they just won the trophy. They just flew back over to Korea. They're going to be exhausted. They're going to be tired. They've been playing nonstop. This is a GenG that has had a rest.
Rested and refreshed indeed. So let's
Oh,
see how this is
thank you
gonna
very
pan
much,
out.
man.
We'll toss it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Asarai.
Well, another crucial series is going to come underway. GenG and Bleed. This is the first time we're going to be seeing them actually facing against each other here in Pacific.
Yeah, this is really exciting for a lot of reasons. For GenG, it's just get the win, you go to playoffs, everything's hunky-dory. For Bleed,
Exactly
you
10
love
years.
to play spoiler here.
Damn,
you're
you're 24, Bacon.
End like
Yeah,
the Des
that's
Moines,
crazy.
You're on a high note. Show that there's still a lot of promise with this Bleed
25
roster.
Kora with the Prime. Thank you,
We
thank
know
you.
there's promise on this team.
Welcome
we know
in,
there's
man. I
good
appreciate
players.
that.
It's just it hasn't really come to fruition here in Pacific so far. So yeah, okay. I'm not
Dude,
shocked.
do we really get an Ascent
What happened?
default
Ascent?
comps back to back into an Ascent
we
default
just kinda
comp?
finished
Come on,
this
man.
map. How about second Ascent?
Yeah.
Like first Ascent? I like second Ascent.
A third Ascent.
Third Ascent, fortunately not possible today.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll see it again. But yeah, so it's going to be the same comp, so on and so forth. We've seen this over and over again, but I think the biggest thing here is
GenG, though,
what
so
we
it should
saw
be good,
from
that's
last
true.
time with Bleed, that they
That is
are
true.
still kind of adjusting whatever is kind of, adapted with this team in their roster, with Crazy Guy coming back, him being the IGL again. It seems like they are on that trajectory, but it still has not some, but
think
a
this one
bunch
might
of
be a
rough
little bit
edges from the
faster.
looks of things.
For sure,
Maybe.
for sure. It's been rough for them.
Watch Bleed win
throughout the
pistol,
year.
though.
Definitely had their moments here and there, but overall, you're going up against the current defending Masters champions. It's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Especially on this map. I mean, this is Bleed's pick, but they're pretty solid on this map at times, but GenG is very, very good on Ascent throughout this year, and you can pick a player on GenG and point them out, and they've all had their moments. So
I think Navi needs a roster change.
Zest
I mean,
on
no, but
on the
at the
KO
same
again,
time,
so since Crazy Guy is back,
they can't be
Zest
performing
on
like
his
this.
Kind of traditional Sova.
Honestly,
that we have
I
come
just
to know
want
and
them to
love
get
throughout
Doom
the
Bros
years.
back, man. I just miss Split 1
see 'em.
Navi.
Maybe there's a little bit more comfort. Looks
Okay,
like
GenG on
they're trying
defense,
to set
Bleed on
texture up.
attack. And
this
GenG
reeks
only
of
get one
recon
Sheriff.
dart into a flash, potentially, something
What
like
is
that.
this? Oh my
Oh,
god.
he's just charging into this.
Oh, whoa! Wait, what? They look like.
It reeks.
Wait,
and
what?
It works.
It looked like it was mid dash.
All right, they just push
It looks
in,
so
knowing
delayed.
no
It's a
time
lovely flash
for
over the
me
top,
or
though.
Bleed to react to that one.
It looked so weird.
Yep. I mean, just what better way to get things kicked off than getting texture fired up?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's done it so many times in pistol rounds. Usually, though, it's been like when
That
GenG
sums up
needs someone
everything.
to step up, things are
Yeah.
looking a little precarious for them.
Yes.
And then he just goes nuclear in a pistol round, and all of a sudden GenG's right back on track. But to kick things off like this, to have a fast start, to have a hot start, very, very good for GenG.
Bad for Bleed, obviously.
Yes. But this is something that has kind of, if there's many flaws to point out with GenG, one of them is sometimes they did start a little slow on
Contact
maps.
into
and
home
oh
and
boy,
flash
Zest,
into swing.
you're in trouble.
Paranoia back into cover immediately. Can't really go for the follow-through and that is going to be Bleed able to escape. Charon still around the corner
And they
here.
have a
This
backup
has been a
turret
pain
as well.
point for
And he
a
hears him
bunch of
running away.
players. You now know that Blaze is going to go the other way onto short, and Lakia's already prepared for it. Sheriff in hand, keeping them at bay for as long as possible. Texture does have a crossfire here. And I like how slow GenG is kind of approaching into this. They're waiting, kind of letting Bleed cook a little bit. And again,
I like
putting
this
into
though.
position
Nice shots
where
from
GenG
Lakia
can
as well.
just do all of
I'm
that.
just
But you're seeing just
enjoying
phenomenal
Texture,
discipline out
just
of
giving him
GenG,
full respect.
That's why they're world.
Texture's giving him full respect here,
champions,
just
in a way.
playing
I guess
proper.
Yeah.
Doesn't wanna lose this. Just get it over and done with.
Masters winners.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Champions makes it a little bit complicated.
That's why there are
Hey, dude, this last kill looks so...
match
Oh man, it was
champions.
literally as he dashed. This is insane.
But
Just for fun.
like, well, just watching from Texture's perspective, you know, Lakia doesn't his shots, he falls back, and Texture doesn't overpeak that angle. He waits until Munchkin's at heaven before he starts re-aggressing.
Yeah.
So they're waiting for those crossfires. This is a good opportunity for Texture to get
I need to
one.
watch this guy's stream,
Finds
man.
Darion as a mid-push, a mid-ball of death being attempted here.
I saw some
Bleed.
clips of him playing a horror game. It looked like the funniest thing ever.
Put a little refrag onto Meteor, but the thing is,
Whoa,
yeah,
he's
this is
crazy
just
though. He's
pure
just dashing at
confidence right
people.
now from GenG. They're just charging in. No time wasted. They're wanting to get these rounds quick and fast.
We're able to recover some of those
Got a good
guns,
YouTube
but
channel. Oh really?
it's okay. They're still going to buy a bit into this.
Oh, he saw him too.
Buy _UK.
Right as the
Thank you so
smoke
much
is
for the
coming
3 months.
That's hits a nice shot
Doing
there.
great, mate. How you doing, Bio?
But Lakia's got the Guardian too. And down they go. Lakia going to go with the Bucky. Make sure they have enough for another buy. Shorty, no, okay. The rifle for Karan. I was like, Shorty?
I mean, I wouldn't mind a judge, but Shorty's kind of...
That's probably why, Bacon. That's why I'm doing great.
Too thin.
Oh my God, Munchkin is the madman.
He's so close too. He does have Karan right beside him, so there is that refrag potential quite quickly if need be.
Go on, Bleed. Let's get a first buy round.
Filling out the map a bit. You can tell already Bleed wanting to make sure that they don't fall for any more traps. That's got to be in your head.
Yeah.
That first round. Shadows traveling. Get the spot. Oh, they got the spot. Oh, Karan just swings out into his death.
Oh, Munchkin does get the trade though. As soon as the dash came in from Durian,
What is going on, guys?
Catches Munchkin here though, but the fight isn't
Yeah,
done
that
just yet.
I mean, Texture's playing respectful, but some of the other swings were a little bit bold on this. The jump up as well. Oh my God, he kicked it. Kicked it off.
Around the corner, spots out one, pops the shot. Meteor goes in for the splash, gets the kill, repositions. 1 versus 1 on the site for the moment, and Zest wins that fight. Redla coming around the corner. Texture's got to be careful here. He's alone up until Lakia comes in, but not sure how much Lakia can really do when he only really has shotgun in hand. No, he has a sheriff, so he does have something to kind of play around with for the longer distances. Redla retrieves himself, or rather connects himself with
Recon?
Zest here as they
He recons
double up
close
onto the
door.
site.
This guy has to
Lakia
shoot it. He
slowly
can
creeping
spam
up,
him.
sinking here with Texture. Switch is
Oh
exposed.
boy, he saw him.
Timing going to be crucial, and he actually gets it.
Hey, look to the
6
right.
cents working
Messed up
for
a
him.
little bit.
Spots it
Ooh,
out.
what a
Great
shot.
from Zest here. Tracks him. 1 versus 1. Knows that the defuse is a fake.
He's
Coming around the
not on it.
corner. Zest looking, spotting, and waiting.
Lucky got a little bit
4K
unlucky
for
there.
Zest.
That is an
round for
absolute
Bleed.
round
Yeah, I
from
mean,
Zest. What a shot
Still
that
got
was
it
on
in him.
Texture.
What a great round for him, keeping Bleed alive. Getting him a round on the board here on this attacker's side. Gonna get himself the no command as well to boot.
Yeah.
Takes Munchkin down. Munchkin there caught trying to re-peek on the jump. Shot on the Meteor was good. That shot
Ooh.
right there is filthy.
Yes.
That's it.
Just the simple man is Zest.
Yes. He gets a banger of a round. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Nice.
Next round.
We go.
Okay.
He's just he's
Only
always been great on
only
this
crazy guy can buy
It's on the
next
Sova and
for whatever team
swapping
loses
over to
this.
KO for Bleed.
Yeah.
Very, very good. 0 point, just gonna catch Karan. As right now, Bleed kind of doing a lot of similar things. This time an earlier drone from Lakia.
Get a lot of
CIA
a
ID
lot
on
of
the
distance
Retla.
with it.
Doesn't give you a ton of info as the defenders.
Deploying drone.
Just waiting the shock dart out. Now Crazy Guy responds with one of his own. Not going to get a ton out of this himself.
Yeah. This is nice at the moment from Bleed though.
Again, this isn't
Like the recon to check if
really
anyone's
surprise you.
following it up so they can go back to the angle to get info.
Considering how GenG plays this map.
Lakia's just doing his own little battle to try and hold one person hit with the info.
There it is. Pinch coming in from both B main and Market. Lakia's backing away right now. Does have the crossfire with Meteor. Who
A
is
hard round
looking
for
that
GenG,
restart
really.
If ever it does come. First contact does not go his way, so he's trying to run out. Cannot really do anything as Meteor's alone by himself. Does have the cover of, well,
Air
dark
flash over
cover.
the top maybe?
As Zest is full sends it inside the smoke, and Meteor's holding on. He is the master of the B site,
Okay,
and
well,
Durian can't
how
just
on
do
earth have they
anything
won
about
this
it.
one?
Falls down down. And
They gave
GenG
this guy way too
just
much
takes another
respect in the
round.
smoke, and then
that right there,
it just kind of fell apart. And they just had to try trade him no matter what fast. And then the KO all finished, and then we had flashes over the top.
On this agent,
They just spent a bit too long killing this guy.
Wow.
I mean, to be fair to Meteor here, he just kills him full blind.
Even more ridiculous.
He ate this
good.
flash.
Yeah.
Just a little laugh.
Yeah, he had a little laugh about it.
It's like Zest.
Yeah. Blade Storm for texture. Going up against the Eco.
Oh, somebody's sending something.
Okay,
Big contact by Bleed.
Oh, yeah,
Paranoia
Karen
right
did
then
on
there.
rail to give him the smoke.
Durian actually safe because he did dash the other way.
What?
And now could actually be a bit of a disaster right now for GenG. A couple of weapons actually dropped outside of A main. Texture has the blades,
confidence
but
is
can't really
insane.
convert the second kill. Meteor coming around the corner right now. Gets one. Gets the
Oh,
trade, but
that's the
that
round
is
they
going to
win.
be just Bleed
Upgrades?
manhandling
One more?
GenG with just sheer will and
Yeah.
firepower.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
great sheriff shots.
Couple of these rounds,
in A main. Just break this round open.
I'm seeing some
That's huge
overconfidence.
for Bleed.
Like I'm seeing too many
just
peaks
scary
at the
with a
moment.
ghost as well. And Darion,
I mean, that's a fast shot though.
snags a gun, shuts down texture there. That's great start for him.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of in cruise control. They're just gonna throw what they can here at GenG and see what sticks. So far, they've been pretty good, and now GenG's on the eco. Sheriff's 2 Guardians. Of course, it's Munchkin with a Guardian, as is tradition. It's just out of his mind sometimes with that gun, so
True.
might as well keep working with it. This is looking like a short push for now, although it looks like they're reconsidering maybe heading towards mid. No alarm bot in mid anymore.
Cover going out.
Is he willing to kind of peek for this? They saw the blade already, so they know that he's nearby on a short. Flash comes in as well, so they are wanting to deal with him, but Munchkin has smartly backed away to a much more defendable position. Second flash comes in, fragment comes
Nade is
through,
really
push
good
through
here.
that, Flash is going to
Flash kind
blind
of hit
anybody.
missed the mark a little bit,
They are
but Nade
waiting
was
for
great.
this as long as they possibly can. One more flash is
Holy,
available.
this
Munchkin
is
gets
so
the one,
volt.
down to one. 1-for-1 on the trades. Texture as well as
Only
Karen
hit
are
one?
on the site. Meteor gets
Wait,
exposed as
hold
the
up,
smoke
man.
drops down.
I mean,
and this is not
and
too
you gotta
good
think
for
that
GenG. Texture
they
gets spotted
invested
out.
this overall
Carol not
onto
just
an
yet.
eco.
He's using his teammate
Oh.
as a battering ram here. Bait and switch works in their favor.
One enemy remaining.
Very, very strong.
Okay.
And it's going to be thrifty for thrifty as only Retina 2 remain.
Okay, that's some
and
nice
that is
shots,
an
though.
absolute yes. Banger of a round for GenG.
Khan's kind of good with those sheriffs, eh?
Yeah.
If anybody remembers last time, Sunset, kind of a good one. Kind of good with it. Snappy, yeah. Snappy is always with the Guardian, but this is just blah, blah. That second shot, filthy.
And like how Charon just, you know, just tucked himself up until they were already in range for him to start, well, doing Charon things.
Yeah, he's generally really good in that spot. If you don't make him uncomfortable behind those boxes,
yeah,
really, really good from that position. Some teams at Masters were doing a good job messing with him, but he has made a lot of teams very unhappy. Oh my God, texture.
He challenged that. Thought that maybe, you know, through the tag of the
Kind of just eats the
drone that he's gonna be
kind of just
afraid.
eats the knife
Hell
and just
nah.
swings.
All right, this charges right in. 4 versus 5 as the round continues.
Oh, I was gonna say if one of them killed each other there. Meteor just waiting with open arms.
Close.
The off
Spike's
angle.
also dropped.
Yeah, the off
Not
angle
too
there
good.
is so. Like to
gonna
ever
be
get a
Texture
good peek
Meteor
on
holding
Meteor here
on
when
to
he's at
spin
that angle,
controls.
that's pretty hard to do.
Challenging, hoping that maybe he can get any picks
Ah,
whatsoever.
they're
That's
showing
gonna
way
be a
too much
no.
confidence, man.
Scary. Did tech a couple, but it's not going to be enough. So GenG's going to be able to just, again, barrel through and get another round in.
They're just outrageously crisp. I mean, what do you do against this when they're hitting shots like that?
Oh, yeah.
Just expecting it. That off angle, Meteor so good, and then this kind of peekaboo game they play in mid. They're having fun already, and that
Yeah, they gotta shut him down,
lead
man.
is like, okay,
They're gonna
we
peek
need
you.
to-
This
we
is
need
just
to
like a
pause- we need
timeout
to
to be
pause a
like
little
they're
bit. We've
gonna
had some
peek
good
you.
rounds.
Yeah.
Right?
Just expect to swing
there
it
was a
every single
moment there
time,
when
and if
they
they
took
don't,
GenG back on a
if you
Thrifty,
don't
I was
shut
like,
down the
okay.
peekers,
But then in
have a rough time
classic
here.
GenG fashion, they win a Thrifty, and now we're back to normalcy.
Everything is as it should be, perfectly balanced for GenG here. And it's kind of
what by winning?
Not what I meant. But I will say though, it is crazy how nasty the micro decisions of GenG are. We were talking about this on the last series, just how big it can be. The macro is good for Bleed, right? The rotations,
Hey,
the reads are
I'm
right,
out
the setup's
on
there.
the
but
buy
then
round.
You get
He has a
these
good
kind of
chance.
things where Textures is banking.
With a double
you know
ult.
what? People will always think that if you get tagged by an owl drone, you're afraid.
They're one away from a
and he
KO.
just picks the fight against Durian. Just those teeny tiny things.
Yeah, I mean, they're just tremendously confident. And
Yeah.
you can see it in the way they play, and that's so scary for other teams to go against.
Yeah.
Because
Are they go for the pistol again?
Use your own utility against you.
Oh, but this time with a recon on top.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like this all. It's double layer.
He's gonna have to back away. Down to 36, so this is a good start for Bleed. At least the spear tip for
Try and make it look
GenG
like a pistol, but then
somewhat dulled
change it
in
up a
terms of
bit.
HP right now.
Look at this Karan now going to be over in market. Trying to play off the alarm bot clear, maybe. Just waiting it out. As Bleed is trying to spam down angles, see what they can find. They've got a little bit of info. Know that Lakia is now in short.
Yeah.
So what's your decision making going to be off that? A danger ping towards mid. Texture's just going to hold an angle and probably just go for the one and done. Wouldn't be surprised if he pops a dash.
There it is, first contact. Texture backs away. Durian may actually just send this already. Paranoia does get the one catch. That's going to be Lakia done and dusted. Texture all alone.
Util here was
Too
perfect.
much as he falls down, and that's going to be Bleed picking up the site as well as the spike planted down. This is a
Having a
great
lot of
round.
success of actually getting over
Started things
towards
with,
A.
Bleed here. Meteor opens up the doorway. Durian gets caught. Lockshan's available right now, and there's plenty of time to actually threaten for it. Are they going to use it? That's going to be the question.
No point.
Set things up.
Over
It looks like
there.
they're just going to go barreling into the site, charging against the ones that took it away from them.
What is that?
Great pop shot through the smoke by Crazy Guy. Zest gets caught.
Wait,
Munchkin
how's
has
that
the
kill
open.
from Crazy
Will
Guy?
follow as soon as
Maybe
his
a
teammate
footstep,
falls
I
down
guess.
as well, and that's going to be Bleed with an answer.
Yeah, it's a really good read from Bleed. So first of all, Texture challenges
Zest
you.
is
You know that
really,
the Jet's there. You get the information
really
that
doing a
Lakia
lot.
is
He got
over
double
in
kill on
short.
this, right?
So you're going to gamble on that, okay, maybe there's one other player
This is a,
lurking
again,
on
it was
A.
a very nice Omen
But you
flash
might be
into
able to
recon.
Kind of take advantage of the lack of flashes, lack of counter utility.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they do. They find a great opening in GenG's defenses when you have both Munchkin
Hey,
and
Texture
Karan on the
up.
other side of the map.
And we got
Not a
someone
lot
at
of
middle, so maybe he's
resistance
going
that
for
you
the
can put
aggro
up
peak.
Getting towards that A site. Well, here's Texture with the operator.
Yes.
Oh, he saw the hand.
Oh my god, you cannot
Crazy
be
Guy.
doing that.
Does get the refrag though quickly enough, so at least they stem somewhat of that bleeding. No pun intended. But the 4 versus 4 continues with the op dropped.
That's a huge find. That makes things way more difficult. Munchkin.
Around the corner here. Spotted out, but Duran's just too quick. Now Lakia
Perfect.
backing up onto B.
You should run.
Yeah, that lockdown's gonna mess with him. And it actually catches the back up until the back of the site as well from the position as we can see here. So they're just gonna play here on the spawn itself. Nanoswarm might catch them off guard. Only one does get into the back of the site. Well, no. Scary actually also TP'd from the
Yeah,
shadows.
that should just be all in this,
So they
right?
have
Don't want
full
him to use
control of
the
B.
Killjoy.
It's gonna be a retake between them and GenG, but
Cure
Meteor,
it.
if he can get
The
on
big
switch,
round
will
money-wise.
have that ultimate available to use for the lockdown.
Ooh, they're gonna counter. No command popped.
How long into his knife?
They're gonna have to delay this even longer now. Get it done with the guns.
Shots
Darian
in this
not
round,
having
by the
any of
way.
it. Gets 3 on the round so far. Could be on for the ace.
Yeah, he's looking for it if possible.
They're
Meteor
getting a pretty
now
good
stuck onto
score.
Switch. Just gonna try to go for those exits, but Durian's just too swift. One more and he gets that ace. Lakia, come back here. I need it. He's just gonna rotate around, save the operator for Texture. Smarter play. But he might actually get caught. He's slow peeking onto A main. Durian's almost there, and it's just timing. 3, 2, 1. And Lakia gets it, denies the ace. and saves the operator, but Bleed
2 people are
still
wrecked.
around to pick themselves up 4.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of anticipating
Texture,
GenG's positioning now. GenG's been
Guardian.
trying to hold a lot of
Is
these
someone
off
missing
angles,
util here?
and now they're kind of ready
Or
for
just messed
it.
up?
Oh, Darion. Just a great
Dude, look
find.
at this round. Look at all 3 of these
Anticipating
shots.
Munchkin in that position around the corner.
Enemy remains.
Just making short work of him. Huge for the Duelist to Bleed. Now we got a real game on our hands.
True. Very important round for Bleed here. Big little Blade as well. And no peek outs from Texture here. And he kind of saved himself from being detected by the early KO Blade that came out from Zest.
Yeah, trying to see if he can play off of that. You do have Scary up on the wall, right on top of him. He's got no backup. He's on his own. That's a tough spot to be in, and yet nobody around the corner.
Yeah,
so
I mean, if he goes forwards, he's dead.
Going to retreat from that position, but now he suspects that maybe Scary's up there.
Oh,
My ult's ready.
Durian just wanted a bit of a peekaboo. A search, a gander, a glance, a glimpse. But he's the one that gets ganked. Well, you said it. He thought that Scary was there. Scary just hold the angle for like the extra 30 seconds. And
He's got a little bit too aggro again.
Yeah, just that little
Been a couple of
extra
rounds.
timing.
And I like what Bleed have been doing because you can just see how ready they are for peaks at the moment. Like, I think the timeout really helped them.
Meteor's alone.
The GenG are
on site.
disrespecting them.
Has the lockdown, and he's going to be using that to stop them.
Wait,
from
you can
coming
actually
in,
see the
but
top of this.
This is 9 seconds.
No way! It went on the top wall so they could see it from A main and they just shot it. That's so
Meteor
unlucky.
there, but Bleed's not going to shy away from breaking.
That's so
utilities
unlucky.
And just rampaging their way onto the A.
Makes it pretty easy to break it when you can see it.
True. Peekaboo.
This is just good stuff from Retla. Nice. Nice adjustment on the aim.
One enemy remaining.
3 on the round. Zest continuing to be a nightmare for GenG. And I was wondering when this was going to come.
Yeah.
Felt like
Yeah,
maybe a round ago,
they gotta show him a little bit more respect.
Solo obviously has a lot of confidence in his team and wants to talk about things a little bit more. Texture feeling very confident, but starting to work against them a little bit. Him taking some of those aggressive angles. It's getting punished by Bleed very nicely. And they've really done their homework here. I mean, Bleed, strong start, a really impressive start to this map.
Absolutely. I thought they were actually going to get
The
that
A main
round
op.
lead already, but they
The
have
A main op,
equalized,
I mean,
at least at
A main op is
5-5.
fine, but you just need
GenG
that
starting
omen
to get
smoke
into trouble
because of the 2 angles.
right now.
You need omen smoke because of the 2 angles and KO flash. Like everyone defaults
Not
KO
really the
flash.
highest, 37%. So they're not able to convert it as cleanly as some other
Yeah, he
teams.
just
that
overpeaked
Bleed
though. He just
feels
repeaked.
like a team that has converted those post timeouts into their own wins.
Oh, yeah. But, you know, it's so hard to judge for sure on that percentage, like what it really means.
T1 extract was eye-gelling in full Korean today.
It is
Oh.
kind of interesting. I do appreciate
That makes
though,
sense why Ross
if you
is
look
on
up at
there.
the top,
yes.
by underneath the team names, we have the position currently, the rankings.
Oh,
so
yeah.
right, GenG 6th, Bleed's 11th. I just noticed that. I was like, that's pretty sick. Oh, get out of there, Munchkin.
He does have his null command, so he can use it from far distance to stop any kind of aggressive util take into A. Maybe assist Charon. So far, GenG hasn't really found any success with the style that they kind of played at. Sure, they're going to get a frag or so, but it's not really getting any map control, especially if they get refragged themselves.
Yeah, well, it's just been very aggressive.
Keep going for picks.
And it's getting punished
Like,
every time.
Every
It is
single
once
time.
more.
And that
have a smoke. You
timeout,
can already put that on A
Lagia
main
just
and
said they're always
picked
going to
up.
come duel you. Just hold every single
tries to pick
angle
that
and
up
wait
right
for
now.
it.
Scary's holding.
Really paying off.
He saw it too. Does not want to commit. Cuts the noise. And while the rest of his team is actually already working their way through B.
And you just have Lakia on his own, holding from the alley. Lead wary of these aggressive angles, making sure they clear
30
them.
seconds left.
See what they can do. Getting slowed up by the nanos. The spot there gives Meteor 1.
Darion's already here. Oh, challenge accepted as they go in for the fight. Texture still has the operator in hand,
Yeah, I mean,
switches up.
It's hard to retake.
Now
Is he going to use
Guardian.
96?
Bit of damage right
Yeah,
here,
just
but
going to save.
maybe no commitment to follow through for Bleed. Unless Charon can actually make some noise happen. He's on guard, so we'll have to see.
Well, yeah, the real question is how much do you want to save this op for the next round? How
Yes,
important?
Blades.
Oh my god.
It's winnable now, 2 versus 2. Still aware that Scary could be right in front of
Don't
them.
give him this peek,
Jurian
bro.
out in the open,
Holy.
spotted out, but actually able to
Honestly,
punish
that
the setup
pulse
Texture
normally is
was
good for
trying to
one,
do.
but I was very
Especially
nervous.
with the dash, and Durion's just on it today. Instincts just
Six.
always correct. Lane, he's right there.
Last
I
round
get it.
in the
I
half.
get the kill. I get the clutch of the round.
Yeah, dude, he is stepping up.
6.
Well, so even though the
Two-
op is dropped, the Blade's still
pistols.
available for
Let
Texture.
the Bleed look like the better team right
Scary
now.
Outdueling Munchkin. Crazy guy gets punished for the Odin spam, but that's okay. They're able to use that to make their way into sight. Darion, so nasty right now. So good. And I am really liking what I'm seeing out of Bleed today.
Oh yeah. 100%. Oh, looks like a
GenG look
completely
undisciplined.
different team.
Yeah,
Enemy
massively.
battle incoming.
They're like trying to disrespect them, but
Darion, challenge.
they've lost so many rounds that it's like at one point you
possible.
probably gotta
He's just waiting for,
respect them.
just maybe waiting for someone to peek out through A short, but unfortunately no one's there. Dexter's just patiently waiting for any peek outs on mid as he just jump spots through spawn, but no dice for now.
Well, you can tell that they are sensing.
There it is.
Yeah, went for it. That they're sensing that maybe Texture was going to try some big play out of mid, but
Yeah.
now they're just kind of trying
That's
to feel
nice
out the rest
though.
of the map.
Get him scared of that
No
angle.
real A main control, but that really hasn't bothered them, to be
Keeps
frank.
3 people
So
here.
every time they've tried to re-clear that space, they've taken a GenG player or 2 with them.
Knife
No
goes
tags
in,
with
but as
KO
soon as
Blade.
this drone comes out,
This is
does
confusing
Jet go
GenG
back?
a little bit. You can see that they're starting to move back
Drone.
into their defaults.
Yeah.
Noise done
Yeah,
for Bleed.
boost
And I
Jet
love
up.
this for
Oh.
Bleed. It feels like they're
Oh.
dictating the pace right now of how GenG's playing around
Hey.
this. Look at that. Munchkin's already
Take the
using
KO
Nomad,
out of
but
him.
still no contact
That's
from
nice,
Bleed.
though.
And now they're going to see all these flashes. It's going to be this B site. Meteor's going to be by
Moment all
himself.
gets stuck to the back of
Jurian
sight.
sent,
Okay, with Texture
but
win.
whiffs the shot.
GenG win this round.
Unfortunately,
But still,
he cannot convert
6-6.
these kills. Texture comes into play. Blade's working
6, and they
very
lost
diligently for them.
Pistol.
Iscarian
It's
and
really
Gray Sky
impressive.
are the only ones to remain.
10
They get a couple of
seconds
frags, but they're still stuck on B main. 8 seconds, and this actually might just be the round.
Should be.
Yeah, nothing anymore left in the tank
Yeah, I
there.
mean-
Unless they can get like 3 kills in 3 seconds.
Not
No.
gonna happen. Yeah. The time is over. The round is GenG's. 6-6. Not bad at all for Bleed. However,
Overall, last
However,
rounds.
yeah.
Why not?
the scary
something.
thing about GenG is they are generally really, really good on their attacker side on this map. Okay?
Yes.
Just to go through it, when they played Heretics in the grand finals, they went 6-6 on their attacker side. When they played G2 in the upper finals, they went 8-4. Against 100 Thieves, 6-6. FBX actually did really good, only let them go 5-7. Against DRX in the previous stage,
The team doesn't qualify for
8-4.
playoffs, but has the most points
So,
of the remaining
they are
teams. Do they
very
make champs?
fearsome
Yeah.
on their attacker side on this map.
What champs points all about?
They are
Fourth.
very good at working the map. Munchkin really likes to kind of fool around a bit, and then they have those tremendous kind of classic Korean style executes in the bag that can really just win, you know, big important rounds when they need to. So good luck. But I mean, I like what I'm seeing from Bleed. They're looking fired up. They're looking crisp. They're looking clean. They're making good reads.
Yeah. Possibly is like Crazy Guy integrating a lot better compared to maybe last week.
Yeah, well, and you know, you can tell that he's got a pretty good idea of what
Does
GenG's
the
trying to
smoke
accomplish.
land
I mean, yes,
before the
Texture is
flash? If you
18-8,
go close here and you
but the
smoke,
fact
it
that
lands
it's-
before the
fact
flash.
that Texture's 18-8 and it's only a 6-6 scoreline.
Wait, they're
you
doing the
gotta
flash
feel
above?
really good as Bleed right now.
Yeah, because
Oh, this is the one that goes above it
at
anyway.
bay for the most part. Anyways, ooh, standard setup here. Is it going to be the flash and dash on A main?
They're gonna try to do it back to him.
Holy.
Yeah, spotted though.
It saved
Only
him.
just
But does he think?
Really a little bit of contact there. Sure, it forces them back, but that's Durian still stuck on the corner. And somewhere else on the map as well, you can see Crazy Guy has took some
Completely wrecked by
pretty critical
Classic.
damage as well. So Bleed coming into this defense, not really the hottest. Scary wanting to get some pop shots through the smoke, unfortunately not going to be connecting. And again, GenG feels like, oh no, does not feel like full control of this game right now.
Yeah, and that breaks the B side.
I like this though, back to their standard.
To make matters worse, Karon just takes Crazy Guy out. Like you mentioned, he was already super low anyway, but
they're the biggest fans of this, the double share, and they have a very good pistol record. Not that they did it in the first pistol, but...
Well, he's going to be checking mid. Should still know that somebody's just kind of hovering there by themselves. Quick little refrag. Lakia is also taken down by Scary, but that's going to take so much positioning and time for him to just even hope to get into a site.
Cover going out.
And he's just going to try to isolate an angle here. The best.
He just knows they're going to peek him.
Oh,
he got a... He almost got him. Hey, double pistol.
Yeah, it's just... It's pretty entertaining, you know, because Bleed just tries to do what GenG did to them on the pistol. A little bit of a different look to it, but
yeah.
But Darion gets stuck in that corner. And Darion's pinging desperately. He's like, I've got Karon by the ult orb in cubby. There's not much he can do. There just isn't a response fast enough from the rest of Bleed. And it's good pistols so far. Can GenG find a bit more success?
Full eco.
Flash out, here we go again.
Oof. He ascended. That one-way smoke turns into just smoke on A main. Durian right beside Zest here. They're close. I think they gotta read that as well. They saw two of them, pushing it up already. Fragment does segment them ever so slightly, but they fall back into the smoke, so there's no punish that came out from Bleed here. Very good job for GenG, just to kind of, again, funnel them out of the site, flush them out. That's gonna be the straight plant, and again, a force on the retake here for Bleed.
It's gonna be nice. See, at one point we're gonna see gun switch, Lakia to hunt, get his ult early. Are we? Actually, they're just gonna send it to this guy.
The attention of the rest of Bleed here, and they are falling down. No way. Okay, so Meteor cannot escape that, but that's 2 kills in bot time.
Okay, Munchkin's just out here hunting. All right.
Yeah.
That's really all you can ask for in that position.
Fair enough.
Just not enough bullets in that revolver.
Unpin? I can unpin on...
Done. Munchkin clean with it, takes Zest down.
Unpin on
follows
YouTube.
up, takes down Darion.
Yep.
And okay, anti-eco going the way of GenG. And they string this together, find a bonus. Bleed's got that Odin. It's going to be going over to Crazy Guy. And that can be very fearsome, as we saw. Oof. As we've seen so many times on this map, that the Odin is annoying to go against.
That was also, again, kind of sus for Scary. He missed the positioning on the smoke because he wanted to do the obvious 2 things. Smoke and then insta-TP.
Okay, we're back at that point where it's the fast buy. And I like this though. Odin.
I'm just waiting.
Talked about it a little bit earlier that maybe some specific teams don't lean into the Odin enough.
Crazy though.
Oh, he runs away.
That's pretty important. That opens up so much extra space. Shock dart to clear util if it were there.
Yeah.
Crazy now has to go looking. The drone.
Yo, what on earth have you
Find out what he
typed in?
can.
Can he break that through this? Oh, he doesn't even tag it too.
If Valorant released an agent whose normal height is crouch height and they can still crouch lower, would that be busted? Yes, it's busted.
Like, that's both the drone and the
Yo,
recon dart used.
never. Yo, do not join Riot.
Really want to make sure. They're getting a spot
Even if they
on
offer you a job, just for our
little
sakes,
do they
please
know.
never take it.
Texture's all the way up in a tree almost, so.
That's crazy.
See if they can get a read on that. There is.
There was, you know, there was a game like
very
this,
close
right?
eye on it.
You know the original GoldenEye,
towards
GoldenEye
market.
64. There was like
Here's the
2
turret,
agents
puts the
that were
alarm bot
smaller,
down. It's at least keeping
and you would just
players
play
over
them,
there
and
in a
everyone would
lead
just shoot above
from
your head.
Darion as well. Scary, this position though, so annoying.
Yeah, that's a really good smoke. Recon dart's not even going to spot him, but Texture does. And that just catches them off guard. No amount of refrag is going to save Bleed's
Oh, job,
A-site.
yeah.
Meteor almost wall banged right there by Crazy Guy. Recon dart used. Not going to spot out Meteor for just yet, but they do know that there is a possibility of a lurk. As long as they don't show themselves on Heaven, I don't think Meteor's gonna.
It was so busted, dude.
Oh no.
He's just gonna wait for him. I wonder if he's gonna get another con.
Which is so heavy for him.
Okay. He thought he was getting the hard reads, but
yeah, they're just gonna.
Well, it's crazy.
I mean,
about
at least
this
Bleed
now
had a
is,
bit of
like,
belief
if
here.
Bleed had a little bit more info and a little bit more time, they could have gone for this.
Yeah.
But you know, with just that extra player and that unknown location, it buys tons of extra time for GenG. So I'm gonna go their way. Bonus gonna go their way. GenG on this attacker side on this map is fearsome, 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 fearsome.
agreed. I mean, Meteor will probably take deaths, honestly. Just get him closer to the lockdown, right? And they have money for it anyways.
Yeah. Just one other thing I want to point out is the way that GenG uses those smokes.
If we can do anything with the save guns,
they're so
give us
good
any
at it.
belief.
And it makes it like, even though it's Scary's in that
I've
weird
lost belief
position
right now.
that GenG had no idea initially.
Yeah.
But
Not that I
because
had
it's
much.
so
I mean, actually had no
anybody
belief
to see
going
what the
into it.
heck's
The
going
fact it
on
was
as GenG's
6-6
coming
with a
into the site,
pistol gave me a little bit of
eventually
belief
doesn't really
to take a
find much
map.
value
I'm not
because
saying
it
they're going
gets
to win the
spotted.
best of 3.
Oh, Lakia.
Speaking of spotted though, that's Durion down.
Yeah, what gun does this guy have?
That's rather unfortunate. B mains kind of opened up here. But, I mean, was that a ruse, a trap?
That better not be a sheriff right there.
Well,
This guy's making a
Might
play
not matter now.
Yeah.
with a sheriff when
Now
his
you've
team's got
taken
this.
Zest out. That's one of the flashes out of the game, so and you know that that's going to offer you so much opportunity on this A site. Just let Meteor hang out on his own and everybody else just group up, push towards A. I mean, Crazy Guy is making the rotation. Didn't see anybody
It was a
mid,
sheriff?
so
Oh, no.
all this util coming through. Now you know for sure. Recon at the ready. Is there going to be any response, any denial of this plant? An attempted spray, but no connection found.
Yeah.
Mate, that
It is quite
sounds
difficult. It is a
mental.
wide, platform,
Dude,
so
all these
unless you have
skins
that,
sound so different
first
than what I
couple
thought they were going to
bullets
sound
hitting
like.
him, it's probably going to be difficult to find a second one. Any case though, great catch. That is going to be the kill onto Lakia. Munchkin, ooh boy, very close. No ultimate for him to use, so he's going to just be sitting on 32 as the rest of Bleed try to come into the site. Redla, no lockdown available, comes in. Crazy Guy, great wallbang onto Munchkin. Now this becomes doable, digestible. Time still pretty good for Bleed here. Slowly encroaching, but immediately they just get battered. Crazy Guy by himself, and this is just GenG milking as much time as possible. The wall banks, and Karen realizes it swings out for the 3K.
I kind of hated the round though. It doesn't make sense for the person with the worst gun to be making the main play.
Bleed is really close to putting together some decent rounds. It's just GenG is so disciplined in some of these situations. These early picks hurt like crazy. I mean, Zest there goes for a bit of an ego play off the flash. Gets punished by Karan on the jump peek. Please get the Odin. Please save the Odin.
Oh, thank you. But yes, you have to. Lakia's been good at it.
He's very good at the Odin.
Or Munchkin is now holding it.
Okay, that's fine too. Either
That
way.
works. Yeah. Texture though, ooh, he's going through the meat grinder here. Actually, he's
Whoa, there's a lot into this. Wow, this is a nice hit, man. Late recon that lands when you pop your ult over, sorry, Omen ult to the back of sight after the flash. Smoke, flash, then it all happens. They're great
from
round.
GenG here though is Texture as well as Charon with their ultimates, with their dashes, have got access on the
Bomber
back
app,
of
thank
B.
you so much, man.
Still, the separation is
Did I watch the Fnatic Keiko game? No, not really. It was on my second monitor. I maybe watched like 3 rounds probably.
This is not looking too hot for Bleed.
I might be looking at it on Tuesday, we'll see.
For another one. Blake, oh, Durion! As soon as the smoke
They're not
comes
gonna
up,
get one on
4K
defense.
for Texture. He knows where Scary is, and he's looking for the ace, denied by Scary. But the round, Scary just, he doesn't know. No one's there, no one's home. He's at the back of the site, man. Unfortunately, there's not much time. Ooh, he might be able to do this though.
Surely not the
Starts using
insta
spike.
cuts.
Baits it out. Meteor spots that's not being
Yeah, it's okay.
diffused. And he knows all he has to do now is waste that time. And Bleed
Just shaking his head at the end.
cannot get this. Oh, not even the save on the operator.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's so close for Bleed. They're just moments away from being able to take these rounds.
Yeah, this is just a
Hector's
nice
going
round from
monster.
GenG.
He's got 25 kills now.
Wrong sight, huh?
This early spot, the dash in with the Hunter's Fury to back him up, and then he immediately
It's nice that the
swings out,
ult
takes
starts
out
fast
Retla.
as well, so like the
Third up
person on site is most likely to get their
corner.
knife out on dodge.
You nailed it. He thought he had it.
You know what? Texture might be bad at horror games, but he is absolutely good, godly in Valorant.
Can you be good at horror games? Is that possible? He's good at reacting to horror games.
Okay,
How
fair
about that?
enough.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no. I'm going to get flamed, aren't I? Anyways.
No.
No. He's got some sick horror game clips.
Yes. Also, if GenG kept going short, there was potential concern there, but they've given up A main, and instead, I'm just going to go through mid. There's
Oh, Lakia.
Oh, boy.
He spotted a bunch of them, too. I think the footsteps as well.
Oh, no,
he's got to be
And
careful.
they're kind of run out of ideas, but this one makes a lot more sense, right? They're actually trying to enable the knives.
That's going to result in him getting killed. So it's going to be fine. This means that
Backside needs to
trigger
get
by
one.
GenG on B. And they see the utility as well, so they know that Retla is somewhere here hiding. He will get some support from his
Cross
teammate
map
as Scary
smoke to
drops
play
in a couple
around.
of smokes, but
Yeah, alarm bot in the
this is all
smoke.
up to
Kinda
Retla.
nice.
How good is his Sheriff if he can isolate some of these angles? Good tap, gets things started. 3 bullets. Not looking too big, not looking too good. One more. He's getting overwhelmed. Jurion's here to assist, but he's just a little bit too late,
man.
and he gets caught in the crossfire.
Unlucky. I liked what Scary was doing though. He had double smoke to support him. One to the right of sight, one over towards stairs, like so one to play around, one to block vision.
Lakia's spider sense is tingling.
How do you survive so long? It was only because of the
Now have to
smokes.
deal with the B main because Lakia's still alive. One around the corner they go. They fall and Lakia!
Okay.
Oh boy! Third shot
Okay,
is coming.
6
Headshot,
in a
headshot.
row. 6
Beautiful
double
stuff.
pistols
GenG,
as
they
well.
got map points.
Yeah,
just
now they got on to
brilliant
attack
game
is
senses from Lakia there, expecting
so
that
dominant.
somebody's going to be flanking through mid and pushes that angle and catches Scary a little bit off guard. I mean, there was some damage done, but
That's insane.
That is good. That is amazing, Lakia. Man, oh man, this attacker side has been all GenG.
26 to 10.
To send Bleed packing on their map pick and send us over to Sunset.
This goes. Wonder if they heard a TP from Scary here. That's also a big question. Flash out. Zest jump spotting just to see where they are. Paranoid's about to come in. Fragment goes through. Great catch by Scary here, but he will fall down to the fragment. So it's a trade for trade. Durion's also brought out the operator, but unfortunately can't find Meteor, as he did tuck himself on tiles quite quickly. The call right now for GenG is just to keep pushing this A main. Spots out 2 with the drone, and they still don't want to go through with this.
Yeah, they don't like what they see. Just a little bit too much contact.
Okay.
The drone to clear that space, but let's see what GenG wants to do. It looks like they're just gonna swap sides. Not gonna re-clear A main. Still have that operator to consider. Last time you saw it, it was over towards short 8. Still remains there. Munchkin going on a lookabout for it, but
Recon over towards A, clears everything.
Angle from Market.
There's surely a
GenG,
rotate.
it looks like.
Knife to confirm it as well.
Leading around the corner.
Good luck to Redler.
See how they get this done. Retla trying to hide again.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, so Paranoia does not allow Retla to
Munchkin
repeat
maybe has
for
all the
a couple
rotates.
seconds. Will get spotted. Actually gets the kill onto Lakia. That is the spike drop down.
Fair play, man.
Talon's gonna have
Retler's
to start running
annihilated
in,
them.
and he's just going to be challenging this one. But there is going to be a big flank right now from Munchkin. Spots out the one. Will fall down. All to Meteor. He doesn't take too heavy of a
And
damage
one runs and one stays alive.
Plant this spike. Zest challenging. Coming around the corner.
Uh-oh.
He hides. And he plays around this
Oh,
one.
no,
What
not
a
like
shot
that.
from Meteor.
Oh god, no. Oh, Rattler did so good, but that kind of sums it up a little bit.
Him and slaps him in the face with the phantom shots, and that's gonna be map 1 for GenG.
Yeah, I mean, look.
There's a nice clutch.
I'm really impressed by Bleed's attacking side. Their defender side on this map, though, like many this year, has gone to the wayside. GenG, so good on this map.
Rest in peace points. Wait, you went for
Very
bleed?
few can be that consistent on the attacker side on Ascent.
We'll pass it on to the panel.
I mean, you
What
would
a
have been
hectic first
believing
map that
pretty heavy
was.
after the first half.
Hectic indeed, but I would say that there weren't much surprises overall on this map, except that, you know, Meteor, of course, had a lot of surprises of his own, especially with the last round.
I mean, listen, he does it.
I think the first half
quite
was a
often,
surprise.
but it's still shocking
Mostly
every
because
time
it was
happens.
one of
Just a
those
matter
games.
just
What
how
is one of those
crisp he
maps
can get when
where
he's in the zone.
GenG know they're gonna
And then
win,
it's not just him, right? It's like all the players on
so they
GenG
just
that can pull this
kind of
off.
throw some rounds in there and peeks in that they shouldn't be
It's
doing.
just an incredible second half. I mean, they don't drop anything, realistically, like in that second half. Just perfect attack. It was just gorgeous. And I mean, I remember us getting to the halfway point. We were sat in the green room. It was 6-6. We're like, oh man, maybe this is going to be another 3-mapper. And I was like, GenG is really good at attacking. And they put that on full display. I mean, Texture from the outset was just cooking the
They
entire
gave us a little bit of
time.
belief.
Akia with some really crisp
Well, it could be
shots.
close.
Second
Teams
to
get
last,
points
third
for
last
winning
round,
games. Yeah,
just
teams
double
get
tap outside
champ
of
points
B main.
for these
Just
games right
gorgeous
now
stuff, and
and
then Meteor
playoffs
just
still.
able to just pull things off like that. It's just another, you know, C-mount moment from him over at Shanghai, basically.
I think that,
BRG might not make it to
this
playoffs.
GenG, it feels like a
Yeah,
GenG that's, you know,
it's,
very calm, just kind of settling in.
it's
at
to
the
go into a
moment, right?
Masters.
You don't really feel them at peak energy right now, especially
Disadvantage.
since, like, you know, it's, again,
We saw it
they're
for
coming in from, like,
Sentinels,
several
Madrid,
days off as well. But I
BRG
feel
now,
like, you know,
you're kind of
this
seeing
is
it for
barely
100 Thieves
even the
now as
surface
well.
of this GenG that is coming in with this new patch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we were on Ascent with no
I think a little bit with
changes on both
GenG, the
sides.
fact that
GenG just
they're maybe
played
not
with the reads that they
dominating the
have, you know,
league, as in they're
just
going to
the
be
original
in
ideas they've
single
always
limb.
had, and then the individual mechanics. And again, I mean, credit where credit is due. Bleed, their attacking was pretty good whenever they
G2?
were
I
able
feel
to
like
get the
G2's
spike.
doing
As you
pretty
can
well at
see,
handling it, though.
they're able to close out the round. But
They play
problem
NRG,
was
right?
that
That'll
they
be a big
couldn't
test.
always get the spike down, right? And if you
NRG
were starting
are
to beat a
normally
little bit of
good
the opposition, whereas on
at
defense you're actually
anting,
kind of
as
just
in
letting GenG one way or another
if we look
to
at
eventually get to the
the old
site,
NRG
then
of
that's
Chet
where you're going to
Finesse.
fall off.
Yeah, I mean, clearly both teams. You get the spike planted, you do well. I mean, GenG dominant in first kills. Texture
Whoa,
has 7
7
of those. He
first
nearly
kills.
has a 400 ACS. This is just Texture things. I mean, from the outset, I was watching chat, which I don't normally do, but I was watching chat.
Hurry,
There's
there's just too many games on, man.
Fadeaway
It's
second kill
an issue at the
in
moment.
main, and everyone just started saying GG. And while that clearly was not the case, because we'd ended up salvaging that half and making it quite good as far as attacking on Ascent is concerned.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Kind of felt that way, and Texture just never took his foot off the gas.
Yeah, I mean, look at just overall the kill scores, right? Despite Bleed having a very respectable, if not a positive, first half on the attacking side of Ascent, getting 6 rounds, they were still having a lot of trouble just having to just grind through each member of GenG, and for the first half, a lot of it was Texture.
And one of the big things that ends up costing Bleed a lot is, you know, they pull off that Thrifty over GenG. It looks fantastic, but then they immediately give one right back to them. If they're able to deny that Thrifty away, they stave off the economy from GenG a little bit more. They get themselves a 7th round, which could then snowball into even more on that opening defense. And that's just one of those things where if you give GenG an inch, they are going to take a mile.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
just happened.
a kilometer.
Yeah, so many.
Several kilometers, I guess, as far as I don't know the conversion.
Oh yeah, but it's happened to so many teams, right? Not just here in Pacific, but all over the world. And what's happening right now with Bleed is pretty much what we saw earlier, right? What else can they do at this point? But, you know, he even said himself, we're just going to pray at this point.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, I think this is a positive trajectory for Bleed, having a pretty decisive attacking side, being able to make those calls and not always get bogged down, and having some good teamwork, right, covering for each other when needed. I think those are the positive. It's just that your opponent is a trophy-lifting GenG that has done this countless times, where they will give the first couple rounds and say, okay, we're downloading it, okay, download complete, and now we just keep going on a run.
I think that, you know, similar to what we talked about with T1 as well, referring to Bleed's roster, right? They need time. And I wish that, you know, we had so much more time. It almost feels a little bittersweet because it's like these teams, there's something there. I just wish there was more time for these teams to really, you know, get their groove and get the chemistry down pat, because I feel like of all of the teams, they've had such scrutiny and such unrealistic expectations set on them from the get-go. If they did have that time that we're talking about, would we be talking about them differently?
I mean, listen, I think no matter what, right, no matter where the spotlight was, Bleed, this was the team that needed the most time, right? First of all, you're coming up from Ascension. You haven't played against these Tier 1 teams. You don't really know what it's like. Sure, you might have scrimmed them, but it's a totally different environment. And then they had to go through roster changes, right, because of certain circumstances and age requirements. So, I mean, out of all the rosters, this was the team that needed the most time. So it's unfortunate, but listen, they're trying to make the most of it.
Yeah, and I feel like, on the side of GenG as well, it was an entirely new roster. We saw, like, what we kept talking about earlier about how it's like kickoff. We saw a GenG that was getting there. There was an idea there, but it wasn't like a ripe GenG just yet, right? Now we're getting that in full force to this day, and like they're looking at like this team that you see right here, pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing what they're able to do. And Texture in particular continues to just, keep my jaw on the floor. I just don't know how he has maintained this level of performance. I mean, granted, yeah, sometimes he has some soft starts, but then that one round is all that it takes for him to just suddenly dominate the entire game. And even if he's not firing all cylinders, you know that Karon's going to be good for some. You know that Lakia is going to be there. You know that you have Meteor. So it's just stacked top to bottom. And, I think we've said it time and time again, but I just don't think that anybody really thought that this team was going to be performing at this level coming into this year. Like, we had some decent expectations from them, saw them in the off-season tournaments such as Convergence. Like, okay, I can see where they're going with this, because this Karon guy looks pretty good. Never in any, reality did I think that they were going to be the team that was going to be lifting a trophy from Pacific.
Yeah, I would say even people who were hopeful thought, well, they could be like a top 3 contender, right? But not a trophy contender, and not just in Pacific. So the fact that they're able to do this so consistently is very impressive.
Kind of felt like throughout the year, they were like that, that little kitten, the little tiger, just stalking, just like biding their time. And then suddenly by now, when they're like a fully roaring predator, where it's like, it's far too late to stop them at this point. They're like, that tiger that is in full force right now.
This season, they've been playing. Hakuna Matata's been on in the background. We're watching the montage of Simba growing up.
I love that.
Into his adulthood. Granted, that's a lion, not a tiger, but you get my point. Come on. It's a big cat.
It's still within the same family, so to say. But yeah, that's absolutely right. And at this point, it doesn't seem like there's any team at this in the entire VCT that can stop them. I mean, like, they didn't win the trophy for nothing. They aren't called the champions for nothing. They aren't called the favorites for nothing. But right now, we do have our Guess and Gain game, and we're gonna see which team will record more flawless rounds on map 2. I feel like, okay, all right. Well, we will still be asking this, but please do write down your answers.
We can go through this pretty fast, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Let's go. Ta-da!
There we go.
I think we're pretty much in agreement, even with our audience as well. So there's 10% that do believe that Bleed
I mean, listen, I think a tie is probably maybe likely, just because, again, GenG likes to go for a trade-based style, but GenG's always going to have those 1 or 2 rounds where they pop off, and the flawless is going to happen.
It'd also be a tie if just neither of them get flawless rounds.
Exactly.
If it really is, if it really is just scrappiness, then that could very well happen. But let's see what the comps are going to look like. Okay, nothing really changing here for the side of GenG. It's just going to be Bleed saying, okay, hey, we've liked your comp. We like the Jet on this map, so we're going to run it ourselves.
So this is interesting because I actually kind of liked that Bleed just changed the Jet to the Raze back when they played it last time, because I think that makes this comp a little bit easier to play. Raze is a bit more self-sufficient. You can take out the Cypher util on your own, things like that. Now you really have to have just pinpoint accuracy in your coordination and the skill timings to calls from across the map. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see that teamwork come out from Bleed.
Darian's had some very good highlights when it comes down to the Jet, even in that last map in a loss. So I think that, keeping him on maximum comfort as far as Duelist is concerned, probably a good spot, but you're completely correct that you do not have that reliable util to really just break down those Cypher traps. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be piloting this one.
We did have an almost ace from Darian on the previous map. We also had that from Texture. We're going to see if maybe they can get that on this map, right? As we head into our potentially final map of the day. Question mark. Again, we toss it over to our casters, Paper Thin and Aserai.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk. And yes, we are looking possibly right now with how strong the finish was from GenG on Ascent, but we'll have to see how this one works with Bleed, as they did change, as Desk was mentioning, the Durian pick of Raze into the Jet.
It just seems more comfortable, I would suspect, for him.
Okay. Almost missed this one.
That's kind of the biggest thing that it really screams to me. I really like that a lot of
Lead on
teams are
defense,
starting to
GenG on
lean
attack,
into the Sova on
and
this
only
map
one
because of the
no
Cypher
sheriffs for
utility,
GenG.
the ability to clear that, some of the information you're able to gain with the recon a little bit safer than maybe with the Gecko necessarily.
Have a shock
so,
to
yeah, some of that stuff I really
have a
do
shock to punish the guy closing the door. It's kind of cool.
Curious to see how Bleed's going to pilot it. They've struggled on the defender side on this map so far. Texture up in the box, just shut down by Crazy Guy.
Yeah, great positioning there for Crazy Guy as GenG.
Rattler might be wrecked here. This is a great smoke to play around.
From Meteor now has to reload. Could be in danger here. Comes back around. 2 more players. They're just charging into the back. They don't really care about planting for the moment now as they want that map control for here. Scary does fall down.
Okay, nice
and even
whistle.
though there was that first pick on Texture, still does not phase GenG on the ball.
It's a shame because Scary Guy's reactive smokes are really good. Like cross map smokes to help the people on site. Wanted to cut this bit off, so he just focused over towards here. I mean, they just lost Jules.
Pretty aggressive, and they are in a way, but it's all measured. Like, right, watch. He realizes he doesn't have the shot, and he keeps working this corner. Doesn't give Rattler the opportunity to do much until the reinforcements arrive.
Yeah.
And then they challenge that angle with numbers advantage. And it's things like that where they know they can make their opponents into bad situations. Even
Just,
if they lose the player off
what
the
is
rip,
this? 3
they're just
3 maps in a row, basically.
what else do you want? I mean, like, there's a reason they won Master Shanghai. It is what it is. And by the way, it should be noted, as we go into this eco round, that
Need to watch the GenG voice comes of Shanghai final.
They are
yeah, and they do this so many videos like that that I need to catch up on.
Don't know the order that they may fall out in, but they are close to securing themselves.
He's even spotted here on mid. And
He's done so well to delay.
He's a bit alone. Never mind, he actually gets the support of his team, and this actually blows up.
Yeah, he did so good to delay here. And the call wasn't that bad for Bleed. They think he's isolated the middle. They can try over one, get a ghost. But he did great, man. Double cage. Rest of his team sending it to help.
Just connecting with each other?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's... I use discipline, but it's not in the way you would normally think. Like, discipline's like holding your angles or using, your util at the right times. It's just Meteor's just got such good game sense for, when he can be a little bit aggressive and when he needs to fall back. Yeah. And he reads that position that, they've spotted him out. There's going to be a lot of spam coming his way, so he can fall back behind that fountain in the middle. And Texture is very deft, but he's very much on this angle, and he is just good with the Guardian.
Yeah, Zest wants to at least
Yeah, they did
approach another kill.
There's a lot of damage that was just done through the spamble box on the left here.
He's still
definitely got to keep an eye on Meteor.
Look at where Meteor has already pocketed himself. If he pushes this up, he might be able to get a pick. Zest right in front of them. Munchkin throws out the flash. Zest not phased at all. Still, Texture for the pinch, not gonna be able to get a pick.
Texture
Scary's
move
there.
back.
Crazy Guy as well.
Just one shot dash to distract them for Meteor.
The big question.
This is very
backs
nice.
away. Oh,
Doesn't overstep, just sells it with
right
this.
now for Meteor, and he does get the pick.
That was lovely.
What a play here for GenG. It's all Scary on the site. Redless just a bit too far. He falls down. 3K for Texture. And that spike's going to get planted with Redla having to readdress the position in a 1 versus 3.
In the Yampy speedrun video? Yeah, I watched that one. That was fun to record, though, to be fair.
Patience. It's being aggressive when they need to be. I mean, that's a great shot from Redla. Takes down Karan.
It's so funny getting Yampy to do just like different games because he's just so competitive. He wants to win all the time, no matter what it is.
I like the reposition here for Meteor because if
It doesn't matter how
around again,
doesn't matter what the challenge
he can
is.
at least look through a link.
He just wants to win.
Sync up
It's
as
always
he's
fun.
still there, and Texture picks up the 4K.
Yeah, and Texture did really good as well. Like this, not overextending over towards side and just like Meteor play here was everything.
He takes that corner at elbow, holds it for forever, waits until he gets a little info, is able to punish the kill onto Munchkin, and then buys time for Meteor to make this lurk.
Yeah.
Never over-aggresses an angle. Except for the first one, maybe. You could argue that that one's, but that's part of the plan. They need to do that to get into sight, so.
Yeah. This is a nice spot. To get control of A main and elbow.
Yes.
Distal into bonus.
100% agree.
Gonna be sending it over towards B.
Bleed right now. They got their gun round. So actually, no, that was last round. They have their upgraded pistol round,
Yeah, that's
I guess.
pretty good, though. Crazy
Scrap
Guy maybe
fire
did his
round.
recon a bit too early.
I mean,
Slightly.
They'd love to get Darion the Bladestorm here. That would be super good.
Pushes out an A main and picks up that orb. He will be able to, though.
Plus ultra good there.
No contact for Meteor just yet. GenG silence on B main. A ping comes out from Bleed here though, so I think they do know while Darion is still holding A main, there's no one, or there is no no deceit that B main is still unoccupied, which it is. There it is.
Scanning ahead.
Quick little dart. But they're vacating though. Oh.
Ooh, 3 of them hit.
So this is gonna be the
3 of them hit in front of the
yeah,
recon as well.
taken.
Then got info of 1.
Such a good read, though. I mean, in a way, it's a good read from Crazy Guy, but the rest of the team just kind of not there to punish.
Liking IG out? Yeah, it's not great. It kind of only works if you have people that are really good at mid-rounding in the pack.
Does get the refrag though, but this is GenG already finished
Everyone
with
playing
planting the
together
spike
from
and then just
GenG
put up
here.
the fight.
And it was just off the back of the smoke from Scary. GenG's just waiting for that smoke to come up, and that's when they slow walk their way right into position to attack. And then when that dart came through, that was just the go button for them.
Yeah.
If anybody's still there, well, okay, we'll make the best of it. And I love how they just try to take these really bizarre positions. I mean, really selfless stuff there from Texture. Try to hide in a corner, see if he could get away with it.
Yeah.
Gets taken out, but then they're just immediately there to just grind Bleed to a pulp.
And it's a double-headed axe, not sword.
Why axe?
Because if you don't, pick up Texture and you start taking care of the other players of GenG, if he's still alive, he's going to be able to get multiple kills in that position.
Right.
And then if you get Texture, we basically saw exactly what we saw there. Darion, though, bringing up the operator, wants it to go for the hero second shot.
And as soon as they realized he was isolated, they popped the ult, and then he missed his chance, so dash, because he ate the KO. This is a very nice reactive KO ult, though. I'll give him that.
I don't think he wants to challenge this one again. GenG was very quick on the peaks. He wants to use that body cam, or that Cypher cam, excuse me, to
I mean, it was kind of GG before the game started, but
slight bit of opening, and it does.
they needed
to
get off to a good start on both halves.
Now activated. Munchkin flashing around the corner here. No one's defusing the spike just yet. Crazy Guy contesting. That smoke's really good on the position. Great flash altogether, but no one's defusing it just yet. They're willing to go for the push on the fight here. One player standing is going to be Lakia. Coming around. He will. No, wait.
Nice. See, all we have to do is flame him a little bit.
I was about to say that maybe he got a chance, but again, we did see that.
Can they win the next? They lose 3 people, so there's 3 people that can't buy. That's the one. 4 is all they get.
Interesting idea from GenG with that plant right on the corner so they could watch it from a deeper position in main, but it's just a better recognition of that. And like you said, the smoke here really good, but just they understand they need to clear out main as quick as possible so they can make sure they can set up this defuse.
No, that when Lagia was asked how they're gonna prep for GenG, he said pray.
All over the place. Rella had just used
pretty funny.
that info as well, making their lives a little bit easier as Bleed.
Does Cage not have a gap that they do on their default?
What was that Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy very early, and it gets shut down
No,
by the
doesn't
0.
look like it.
Yeah. Texture is blinded by the paranoia, so he can't.
Okay, big round for
push
Bleed.
too far. Still the contact though. They were willing to fight on top of Boba, but it does blow up in the face of Bleed here as they lose 2. Again, GenG, different take, same side. Still gonna be the B, but all the way coming from Market.
Planted.
I mean, that 0 point had to be in the air already before that Hunter's Fury got popped.
Yeah.
Had to be.
Yeah, well, now they're gonna save.
Realize that.
Breaking the game?
But
Yeah, I can't,
that was
man.
also weird
Today
that
it's
they
too
did an early
strong.
Hunter's Fury off of no contact from Darion when he was still,
yeah,
looking for any kind of.
That's in the video, mate. Flo's just got
against GenG on the A main.
just so much for the cast video on this.
100%.
Just from today.
Darion, not this time. Good shot with the op, but in the previous round, with that operator stuck around a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Like you said, went for the hero play, got punished for it.
I do like that he's still challenging though, so at least GenG still have to be aware that he will always threaten with the op when he has it.
Good news is they saved 3 guns.
Like that.
I already thought he was gonna die here.
Yeah, okay.
I wasn't trying to do it on
Still
purpose.
round goes to GenG
People
though.
were wondering.
Yeah,
They can still bite. So they get another go at it.
Some of these moves. Just a very hard hit towards Market. Everybody working together. Just knocks players down so fast. Now they've got a Hunter's Fury.
That goes there.
They've got a Neural Theft. Used the null command in the previous round on that execute.
Get out of my way!
Blades popped even.
There's the setup now. Texture.
Poor guy on
fully
site. Wait, he's on his head. Wait.
Scary somehow managed.
Wait.
Yeah, so he pocketed himself underneath the smoke here.
He saw him.
And he's still gonna get
Yeah,
spotted.
guy on site, sorry.
Fortunately, I think he thought that maybe he could get a catch or something. Wait, did that connect? No.
Nope.
Oh, that was crucial. If Darian could have gotten that as a 3 versus 3, he has the blades as well. But now numbers advantage for GenG on this post plant. Pop shots coming in from Crazy Guy. Trying to flush out Munchkin from his position, but the shots are not even connected.
A little bit high on that one.
Less painful for GenG. Neural Theft for a bit of that information, and Texture just immediately jumps up, and he's not done. He's going for the chase.
It's so brutal to watch, isn't it?
Take away the op in the hands of Durian. He spots him too. Does he know? Redless around the corner here as well. Durian, oh no.
Oh my god.
He knows exactly where he is. Unfortunately, Redless too good of a shot. Lakia though, able to hold on and pick up the operator from their
nice
hands.
shots, too.
And Retla, shock dart.
Oh, okay. I mean,
Wait, stop. Okay, there you go.
gotta
Forget about it. I thought it was about to
up
run
the
the other
stats
way.
a little
You're
bit.
like, calling it for. I'd be like, yeah, dude, get it.
Give me a moment.
But that was some sick shots from Retla. 4K on the exit.
Pyrrhic victory though. Just, yeah, okay, you're able to keep the op, but the rest of it is Sheriff's. And you can see it on Darion's face. After he missed that first shot, he just, you know, he's just not quite feeling it. And it's tough with the pressure that GenG puts on you.
Yeah, absolutely.
One enemy remaining.
I thought that shot that could have gotten him too.
It's very close.
Yeah.
He was like 2 steps further forward, he was dead.
And now we're kind of going
Hero
into
op.
that, what I like to... Ooh, never
Okay.
mind. I was about to say the
this is a good
op
start.
paradox where you just don't get value on the op, you keep saving it every single round, but Darion's just too good on the conversion. Alright. Meteor's now slowly creeping up.
Knife hits the jet over towards A, and
Here
it's
on
not going to be a
market.
lurking jet, so you know there's a few
They
more.
did lose Munchkin, so no flashes, no KO blades to kind of fall back on.
No way, the timing's wild here.
Great catch onto Texture. Does get refrag though, but is looking better and better for Bleed.
And I was just about to say, Meteor is
Meteor just disrespects the smoke and market against an eco.
At the very least, maybe buy some time. This is so unexpected. Oh, they read it. Yeah,
This there is gun barrel the whole jaw.
Nicely done by Bleed here. They've got a real opportunity to turn this round on its head. I mean, it's kind of the GenG special to give up at least 1 eco. But then they take ecos of their own, so.
Darian. Oh, Lakia. Not wasting any time whatsoever. Big flanks coming in as well from Zest.
Yeah, Zest.
Him and
That should be good for
Charon
one.
Now getting closer and closer.
Last player standing.
Space not taken. Caro not able to get the conversion onto Crazy Guy, and he might be in a really bad spot here. He hears it. No. No way, almost. Crazy Guy. Great check into the smoke.
And they can
Spots
pick
out
up the op
Charon,
and they gain the
flickering
gun
around
from
to
it.
Rosie, and that's going to be Bleed with a second round in.
I mean, it's just insane sometimes. That opening pick is all it takes. You know, you're able to preserve the op again. You shut down Munchkin, and that makes...
Ah, there it is.
Yep. Came out, you were absolutely right. Thought that was a little bit too aggressive from Meteor there, but you know what, when you're that far ahead, you can take risks like that.
Yeah.
You can go for those plays.
Yeah.
Streaming China? Ryan might be streaming, right?
Like, he pushed the smoke up until, and then he stopped at the edge of it.
This is a nice one.
I see what you mean.
Right? That's
Okay,
what kind of
is it going to be the same as
play that
earlier?
he wanted to
Win a
do.
round, lose the next, money's in the bin?
Fair.
Yeah.
He's not streaming today? He's been feeling ill
Darian
recently,
gonna
right?
Try this hop angle again. What a readjust. Takes Texture down.
That's
there you
fine.
go. Now he's feeling it.
Starting to heat up as well. That's going to be perfect because now Texture's gone again, and the spear tip for GenG unavailable in this round. This is going to become a lot more difficult to get any form of map control here if they want to go for those aggressive pushes. And with Bleed still having so much utility left, setups like this is going to be something that gives them some net kills. Paranoia used. Okay, slows him down ever so slightly. Scary coming Coming around the corner here, wants to go for the challenge, does get the pick onto Munchkin. Flash
Getting good for back-to-back rounds. There's no need to overstep now, and they're done.
Meteor backs away. They're now slowly creeping up on elbow here.
Does he give him a kill on side? Okay, nice.
Some decent damage done to Zest and Scary, but now they've got reinforcements. Orb going to be secured by Lakia, one away from a Hunter's Fury. Let's see if GenG is just going to really commit to this A site. Still have to worry about Crazy Guy. Tucked in behind the corner, awaiting presence from GenG, but if
Is it saving?
they're just going to save, now's the time, and that's kind of what it's looking like they're
Bleed
doing.
will take this, bro.
Just going to hold on to their guns for the rest of this round.
10 seconds
Not too
left.
sure if anybody from Bleed will go hunting. Maybe
Yeah, we'll
Crazy
take
Guy
all the
could,
money
but
there.
they're going to realize it here momentarily that there will be no pressure. Then Relish just going to send out the old shaving a haircut.
What?
That's what it's called. Yeah.
Oh.
That pattern.
Yeah.
Back to back as well.
Haircut?
Shave and a haircut.
Shave and a haircut.
I think. I could be wrong.
It's okay. But
What are they
what's not
talking about?
wrong is having Durian on that operator. Look at just snappy that fight, that flick was. And Scary following up, you know. I mean, right after the next contact, just to kind of go for straight fight.
2 in a row and then they get timeout.
Confidence. Interestingly enough, Bleed actually called a timeout.
Are we sure?
I don't think so. Unless GenG is spelled with
Are
a
we
B.
going to have back-to-back timeouts?
Maybe. We'll see.
It's possible. I mean, I was assuming this was going to be GenG's timeout.
That's fair.
I
Yeah, it
think
works
you just,
either way.
Yeah, you just need a way to deal with that operator.
True. Texture has been getting a bit too straightforward with his approaches, and I think Bleed are reading it pretty well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think GenG's been... I'm certain
In the future, do you think Riot will increase the number of teams in champs? Nah, I think it's pretty
They
decent.
don't want to have to dig super deep into the playbook if they don't have to.
I think it's
But, I mean,
like
Bleed's
16 is a
enough
good
right now
number.
that you're gonna have to
Doesn't need to be anymore.
throw a
It's
few
still
different
that,
looks at 'em.
that's a
Munchkin
lot
had
of
to buy down
teams.
to a stinger for this round. Just make sure that they can afford to buy for the next round. So, yeah, still have the op, have a Blade Storm. Retla has another Neural Theft. One away from two.
For the top 3
also.
teams in
Munchkin
APAC
and
with huge
Lakia
percentage to
close to
qual.
theirs.
Thing is, it's GenG, Paper X, and then it's
Oh,
just
it's
open.
Yep, right outside of it.
And look at that. But
Yeah, I am leaning into
at least they're
RRQ, Team Secret.
Oh my God.
Oof, they're
But
checking.
it's
but
just
not working out. And
unlucky
look
for
at the refrag coming
whoever
in from
gets
Retla here.
GenG in
They did
single
not
elim.
really realize that
It's RNG,
it
to
was
be
the
honest.
double stack between him and Durian, and that's going to be 2 players of GenG down.
It's just great counterplay. I mean, they expected potentially that the 0 point was going to be there, and they had a plan for it as soon as that.
Acreal, thank you so much for the
orb was
Prime.
tapped.
Thank you for the 7 months.
That was when Darion made his move.
Oh, Meteor.
What?
Oh, Meteor. Ooh. Wins the fight against Durian.
That's just outrageous.
And now he gets mid control as well, top mid control even. So they can split up this offense a little bit up until Retla just gets that pick. But look at this, Charon's going to be able to
tunnel
flush, but
visions
he
as
does
well.
not know the Crazy Guy's
Yeah.
right in front of him. Coming around the corner here, that's the pick for Meteor, gets 2.
Surely not.
So this means that he's going to be able to plant the spike.
He has 1 trip as well.
Is he?
Oh, that's true. Spike is out here on B main. He has no Cypher
30
Cage,
seconds
so
left.
he can't really cross this, giving himself some
Oh,
cover.
what a
and
shot
an
from
excellent
Zest.
play
It
from
felt like he was
Zest.
looking way more to the right.
Bleed. Slowly
3 in a row?
but surely.
This is really good news for Bleed. This has been the side of the map where they've struggled, but they're getting some really good reads, some timely operator shots from Darion. Yeah, he's only 6 and 8, but these shots have been really impactful.
Ooh.
Just again, so good. And then Retla right there to punish. You okay? Why not?
Yeah.
But he's been really good these last couple rounds. That's a great shot from Zest.
Yeah. Zest special for you. Okay, quick little knife on top of elbow here. Spots out 2. GenG gets that quick little bit of information.
Shock to shock to
Nova
break
in
the
that
trip.
corner. And that's, you know, all
Let's
the
just
flashes
save
and
one.
everything. So now you just got to deal with that operator.
When
You
did the
gotta-
Sem meta
you gotta
become
suss out
popular
where
in
that
Sunset?
is, and you can make this
I
B-hit
think, I
go.
mean, honestly,
So
not many teams
Meteor
use
will
it.
be in charge of
More,
mid happened, but Crazy Guy
more a
not
lot
having
of teams
any
just
it.
looking at heretics.
Got stuck on the
It's
wall
literally
there,
just
so
a
he
lot of
couldn't,
teams
like,
looking at heretics and being like,
strike
well,
around. Yep.
how can we make this comp work
So
with our
good.
players?
Yep.
Oh.
And they're like,
They
well,
waited
let's
a
take
little
the
bit for
Neo
the
now.
offshot as well. Durian
And let's
gets
use the Jet.
caught. Actually, no, that wasn't Durian. That was Crazy Guy.
Dude, they
And
love
then
this though.
Durian
And the
protects
Gen
the
G
gear.
just literally just sight hit every time they have
Very
Sova
fast,
ult
very
and just
quick.
overwhelm.
Rella's been good at
Sure,
this.
why not?
Pretty much the like they literally use the same strats. Like they use the same strat on B here as they did in Ascent.
Caron just swiftly deals with Retlo. Finally, a thorn in their side plucked as Scary comes in. Zest as well. They're backing up into the corner here. Could not get the multi-kill. Zest, he's still got some time to work his magic through B main. He's looking for Munchkin first, as you can see with the positioning. But he doesn't know that when he starts moving in, that's Locky right in front of him. And he's reaggressing. But how can he quickly deal with such a wide crossfire between the two players of GenG?
The Jet, you can do some good
3 in a
stuff
row
with the
though
Jet.
for Bleed before GenG was finally
I
able
think
to
Raze is better, but
stop
it relies heavy on defense as well.
Great play off this Hunter's Fury used to keep Darion uncomfortable. Try to swap over to the shorty. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Retlo has been really good. Zast has been really good today in moments. That time around, just too much for him to do on his own. Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm for Darion to back up the op. Neural Theft for both of our Cyphers. Let's see how this one is gonna go. It's that same knife. Darion, I think, be behind it and gets the early kill on the Texture.
There it is again. Now he's got his blades out.
This is nice
Last
from
round of the half.
kind of nice from Gen G though. Maybe
Meteor
the
is
peak
already
is
going for the big
just.
flanks. Zest is aware of it.
To be honest, the peak's fine. It's just the fact
They're
that
backing
Bleed
away.
had two people here, one person
Coming
shoot the
in as
recon.
well. If Meteor actually just backs away into mid, he's
Ooh,
going to get
5?
caught, but not needed. Neural Theft comes out, and that's going to mean that the B push from GenG
And they always have like a nice
the one
first
that's
half.
the
though.
real push. But they're taking so slow into this that Blaze is sending everything. Great catch by Heron, but again, damage by Crazy Guy is just going to be a bit too overwhelming. And Lakia, oh no.
They got
Oh
5
my
on
God, he
defense
actually
and
got caught by that too, and that's gonna
they
be
didn't
him
win a
falling
pistol.
down
Like
and Bleed
actually a really good half.
equalizing 7-5.
Yeah. I mean, that was great, honestly. Bleed really putting up a hell of a fight. I'm really starting to understand the way that GenG was working the map. You know, Meteor kept trying to go for those lurks, and they started to be really well dealt with, really well accounted for.
This is my dark horse in the
Every
playoffs.
time on the point of attack, every time
I mean,
GenG tried to
either RQ or
get an
Team
execute
Secret.
set up or take a little bit of space, there was congestion for it, and often Bleed
My-
was coming out
my
on the
dark
far side
horse
of it
is
as that map
whoever-
wore on.
Yeah.
Whoever added
Really,
Team
really,
Secret or
really
RQ
impressive.
doesn't have to face Gen G in the singular limb.
And again,
That's
they just
my
can't
dark
really
horse.
deal with how quick
How long?
the op
Yeah.
threat was, or quick
Dunno,
and
man.
devastating the op threat was from Durian. We talked about
I
it,
don't know
sure,
what it
worked
is.
on the one
I
round,
don't.
and then he just
For
shifted
some
up
reason, I
aside.
don't. Even though I know Talon's probably been
Just couldn't
playing
deal with it
better,
again.
like overall, than probably
Yeah.
Talon, probably RQ and
see
Secret.
The other
I
side
don't
of
know.
the
I'm
map
just not
looks
believing
like
in it.
still no pistol round wins for Bleed just yet. That could change. That could change.
Yeah.
Do you think their coach has been doing some nice,
decent, I think, for Bleed.
some nice timeouts though?
They're
I like
playing
his
pretty
timeouts
well.
at the moment.
It doesn't look like they got
Doing good
phased
impact on him.
too much by that.
Okay,
Ascent
back
map,
to the
because they're
Gen G
still
original
playing
double sheriff.
As I think, as well as what we saw during the first half of Ascent.
Yes.
So that being said, let's see how their ability to convert rounds, or this second half into a round for them, is going to be. Breathless been doing really good, as you were mentioning. 12 kills already for him. Durian, even though he's 7 kills, these are 7 impact frags.
Yes.
So very big to, meaning it's just frags that, or kills that get them much closer to winning rounds.
Exactly. Yeah. That's.
Oh, look at
that's
the
what's
pistol
really,
there.
really
49%.
Yeah. He was
Sorry,
able to,
59%,
fight
40%.
through some bad rounds where he was a little bit off. Texture.
He tag anybody though on the exit. Looks like that's going to be a no. Texture still holding an angle here. They're using the recon dart on B main. That's interesting. I mean,
They're expecting
3
somebody
people here
behind the
for
box.
Gen G.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, they're not going to have anything on the
That's a nice
site
shot, though.
anymore, but it might not matter here as well. Look at the damage
Yeah, they
already
got some
made,
shots. We might
just
have a game.
rampaging on the B site. This is not looking too good for
It
Gen
should
G
in
on the
theory be
pistol.
easier on
As
attack.
Only Lakia and Caron will remain. The only one that's really injured is Crazy Guy. No kills from the Gen G players just yet. There's one for Lakia here, sure. But again, it's a bit of a tall order. Big flanks coming in as well from Crazy Guy all the way through mid. As he comes up to top mid, Locke is not.
How is he not dead?
Down. This is pretty big. Karon's
Don't lose this.
No way. Zest by himself. He falls down. Okay, the crazy guy has to go full control here. There it is. Spots out the first. Karon can start defusing this. Does get tagged first. Twice actually, as I think the recon dart was on his body.
Dude, he bailed them out. Can't believe they nearly lost that.
Spike.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty sure it was.
Yeah, I mean, recon landed on him.
See it again, yeah.
Yeah. That was too close for comfort.
Yes. Like, there's just no reason you would think, but I mean, these GenG players are just so ridiculous.
Yeah.
We're able to fight back in really odd situations.
There they are.
Oh, okay, so he just didn't get out of the smoke.
Yep.
Okay. I thought it like stuck on there.
Yeah, right?
It looked like it was, because he was like running away from it.
Get it off, get it off. Well, that's a huge win for Bleed.
Absolutely.
Oh no.
So that's called deja vu karma.
Yep.
You know, Texture did that a lot last.
They literally bring one sheriff into this.
That's fair. No pickup on
one sheriff. That's it.
Spectre. Yeah. Pretty sure Durian had a rifle and then someone just picked it up. Anyways, not yet done for Bleed here. Look like they're setting things up. Safety fragment on the side just to make sure no one's hiding on the corner there. Counter fragment as well, just to kind of stop them there in their tracks on B main. No pushes just yet from Bleed here.
Okay, they call it cancel at 40 seconds.
That's way too much utility.
When does it? So Munchkin gets a knife, he checks over towards B, it hits no one on B, so they can probably heavier rotate. They do heavier rotate. Bleed don't call a cancel, even though they know the knife hit no one.
Is going to go straight.
They got a one-way on the left, so they have to go towards the right.
Hear the footsteps. Karon's getting all that audio
go left
information.
through the one-way.
He's starting to rampage through on this one.
They did it well though. Cage on the floor.
For the moment here. Not able to get the shots for now.
Oh, what an armor flash. Oh man. Correct.
All the way from downtown. Reckless coming in, but
well, there goes any bit of hope on this one. One sheriff into that one. Bleed goes down. Nice shot over towards B. Stop the hit. Then the knife clears everyone.
Yeah.
Heavy rotate in, and we just get so many people, and they have to try disrespect this smoke.
They put these rounds together, and it's just that early.
When as soon as that knife goes in over towards B main, they have to cancel. They have to cancel their original hit and go all the way back.
And then you just kind of mirror your opponent's
or
movements really nicely.
Instead of doing a cancel, they could do like one pass and fake.
Just an outrageous, that was Texture.
Like the person that, in theory, has a ghost should go fake over towards A like you're rotating.
Outrageously good paranoia.
Yeah.
And that's just round over. That's all it takes. Oh my.
Yeah, Durian forced to use that tailwind. I think it's a fair trade. Paranoia for a tailwind.
Sure.
Yeah, especially with Durian being such a very strong contender for entry fragging this game.
That was not a fair trade.
For sure.
How can GenG have done this on both of them? Just give them a little bit of belief in the first half and then annihilate them.
Because you just don't want that safety.
Wait, what?
Okay, well, are we gonna just do the?
Wait,
oh
what?
My God.
Oh no.
They're doing it.
Oh my God.
Oh no. It's actually blowing up in their face. They do get the trade though, so that was a
How?
So that's gonna be a 2 versus 1 as the round continues. Durian's already low, not able to pick up a weapon here. He may at least give the
GenG over peeking? Oh, for sure.
He's going to be holding the angle with a Bulldog. Durian coming around the corner as well. Lockhead's not going to find anybody there for the most part. But he should be aware that they are going to be playing at the back of the site with him peeking out through B main like this.
This has now gotten really tough. He has to win this against
He might go far enough to find this kill.
Oh no. Yeah.
That's one.
If you get
oh, boss, man. Come on.
They didn't even check it. They pinged it too. That is unfortunate. So counter thrifty by Bleed, and that is going to ruin... Actually, wait. Does that ruin GenG's economy?
This is crazy, man.
Money because they had thrifty for thrifty.
I think they have enough.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I think this is the most casts I've ever had in a day.
Come alive. Oh my God, Rella. Rella is having a great map.
Absolutely.
Hey, they hit some shots, but...
I mean, imagine imagine if, right, Lakia gets the pick onto Zest there would have been a very big wall that would have caught the positioning of Durian there, so you had to go around.
Cam just outside of the vision of the orb. Gonna get the spot after the clear. Oh, Meteor has the one way to protect himself at least. Takes a scrape of damage. Dash in here
It's a
for
really good
Darion.
omen flash though.
Meteor gets spotted. GenG though, only 3 players still.
Popping shots. Kind of trapped out in the open. Great trades though from Scary.
There's no way they still
Most
win
crazy
this.
guy. Meteor's kind of caught in the back of the site. Still somehow managed to get the pick on the Sova.
I know
and it's Durian alone. Waiting for Renton to get here to help him out. There's the pick.
Holy, they were stuck in this area for so long.
Another round and Bleed equalize.
Couldn't like get any map control.
I mean,
And they still won. And they forced
they're doing a
GenG
great
down to
job
Nico,
now
right?
of really pushing the tempo and keeping the players of GenG really uncomfortable. I mean, Retla is just that's Texture with an off. Takes him right out, expecting him to come on that higher angle. Insane. I mean, they're reading GenG every step of the way right now.
Absolutely. I'm sure there's going to be like
Okay, Texture, they're just planning to get him this orb.
But this is still
And this is
solid.
going to backfire because he's not going to be able to get the orb, so Texture's just got a classic for this one.
That recon dart.
He wanted to go aggro, get the orb over towards A to try to get him knife. So at the moment he's got heavy armor, had heavy armor, I guess.
I think to get Texture the Blade Storm.
Classic.
He didn't buy into this round, just the half armor.
Yeah. They read into it too, so that was great for Bleed.
Munchkin's gonna drop him the gun instead. Say, okay, well, we couldn't get it for you, so it's on to you. You can take over. I'll use the classic. Just throw my util. And mid is smoked off, so Bleed is gonna re-go towards A, and GenG here expecting a rotation.
A good knife over
Dart
towards
for
middle.
Lakia.
Dude, this knife on middle is very good. It checks
All they really
all
know
of
is
this.
that nobody's in close to mid. There's a 0 point to check it.
This is 5 players too. Okay, that's Durian coming around the corner, very close. Trying to play as cleanly as they possibly could.
Holy, hey, all the util is a nice hit. Yeah, they did it back to him. They did the ult overwhelm.
Trying to get some value,
Wait,
but does
this-
fall down.
yeah.
Meteor by himself gets 2 kills. Still
why
somewhat
why
doable if he can.
is it getting so close? Why is it so scary? You gotta call a timeout again, right?
And that's gonna be the
8-9.
lead for Bleed here.
You're on the harder
And they're
side.
starting to walk away with things.
I mean, they're really dialed in. They're making some good reads on the
Rico.
map. Taking advantage of some of the things that GenG wants to accomplish here. Denying the orb early is huge. Keeping that Blade Storm out of Texture's hands for this round. Takes one gun, basically, out of the hands of GenG, and then they swap it over. Munchkin tries to make a flash play off the classic. Doesn't work, so now GenG has to take a timeout, and rightly so, because
And they're panicking a bit.
You are-
They're definitely worried.
starting to fall apart a bit.
Yeah.
The only round you've won in this half is an eco.
That's
against
true.
the anti-eco.
The one thrifty where Texture got that first sheriff shot, but everything after that, I really like this from Bleed here, because I think they're starting to see how, in some aspects, GenG like to go for some of these, I don't want to say greedy plays, but a lot more risky plays where they're starting to just peek out, or rather, I don't know, Bleed's just placing themselves a lot more in the back of the site, so refrags are a better possibility for them. Whatever the choice was or the cause is, the effect, or rather the decision is, or the reason is, the effect is very much seen here. Bleed's just able to
Stop
always
flaming
get
the
that
timeout
positive refrag.
percentage.
Yes,
Any
exactly.
coach that has an 80%
just really
timeout
playing together as
win
a
rate
team really nicely.
is crap, because they're just doing their timeouts when they're most likely to win the rounds anyway.
Kind of playing to their strengths
So
sometimes.
relax
where they're
yourselves.
over-challenging.
Every coach should have
Something they
below
weren't doing
60%.
early on in this map.
Get out of my way.
Both Blade Storms
There should be no one with above 60.
gonna be in play, but
Otherwise they're
not
calling.
gonna cross
Otherwise they're
paths
literally just
yet.
playing for stats.
GenG with Sheriffs otherwise. Lakia with a Hunter's Fury. Could get the Neural Theft involved for Meteor, potentially. They're just really giving out space. Oh my god.
Yeah, that blade's not available anymore, is it? And yeah, the paranoia as Texture kind of just pockets
Wait, they
himself
put
out
the
there. But this
Sova
time,
all into an
Kara with the
eco
fadeaway
again.
headshot
Oh
does
boy.
get a refrag. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. That's just Crazy Guy and Durion. Meteor coming in around the corner here. Scary gets picked
A
up.
really
YG as well.
nice
He's gonna be
extra
able to
step
pick
on
the
that.
vandal. And I was about to say it, but
How is this a repeat of the first map in terms of like loads of the rounds that we've seen? Because this happened earlier.
Pop shot through the wall. They can't
Lucky
really get it.
used
Two
an
bullets
ult
on Meteor coming around the corner
into an
here.
eco.
Zest feels it. Meteor does
Oh, okay, that's giant. Big 1v2. No more Sova ult. It's 10-8. They're on the easier side.
Overwhelming lead as they get double digits in the second map.
I mean, they're really playing so good right now. I mean, they have to bail themselves out, but so many teams have crumbled in these situations against GenG throughout the year, where all of a sudden GenG starts hitting some of those sheriff shots. The discipline a little bit lacking here from GenG. Lakia just a few steps behind Meteor there. Had they swung together, I think that's around GenG.
Yeah. Texture, though, not tagged
Oh.
by the blade. See how this kind of goes, because he's looking at like 3 other players.
Oh my god, he's sticking around.
Dead straight up chasing him down, and he can't. Can he escape? He's tagged
Oh,
already
he
as well.
killed the guy
Great
backside.
catch by Durion.
Oh my god.
Spotting out the Munchkin that was holding the back of the site. Now the reposition for Texture. Lots of smoke, so he doesn't really have too much vision. Whiffs the shot. That's going to be rather unfortunate here. Bleed. Jeez. Absolutely perfect for them. Meteor's not missing a beat. Does get
Getting
the pick
kinda
onto
close.
Zest here, but there's still so many players left
They
onto
don't have
the
much
site.
util to retake this other than the
Durion,
cage to get him through the
switching
choke
for
point, and
weapons.
he's not even
They
with
come
them.
in through slowly but surely, but here comes GenG. Right around the corner, Crazy Guy
How
by
they managed
himself.
that?
2 versus 1. 3 versus 1 rather. Ring around the Rosie, and
Thanks,
Lakia
man.
picks up the 3K, and
Lucky you're
GenG
Valorant.
finally gets themselves around.
Well, they're just, this time, playing a lot better, able to kind of weather that early problem where Munchkin tried to bail out Texture. Meteor able to break open that extra angle and mark it, but these smokes are really, really good. They bought GenG some extra time that they needed to get this retake set up, start isolating bleed players. Really, really nice utilization of that Boba space. That can be really difficult to get out of there. Bleed tried to punish it, but GenG got the better of it.
Yeah. Thanks to
Imagine,
Meteor as well.
imagine they
I
lose
think
this
he
round.
almost single-handedly retook
Two
Market by
people that are
himself.
wrecked.
That being said, though, okay, insta close on the door. Bleed has not yet gone to A for like the past 2 rounds now, so they've been looking pretty much all B
3
all the
people
time.
here.
Karen
Got
playing this
KO.
like it's B and split. Just hiding behind the pillar.
Yeah, but they kind of want him to go into the kill trips there.
They do
Once
see
they commit.
Munchkin.
Dude, Darion is doing
Falls.
unreal
This is not good. They've
on the
lost that market
entries so
control.
far.
There's still 2 players here. Great positioning for Charon. Spots out the 1 onto Zest. The reposition not possible. He's about to get pushed. And Munchkin trying to at least assist him. Not going to work out this time. Unfortunately, Locke is just a little bit too late.
Hold
The
up.
Texture. He was trying to maybe hope that somebody was going to be at A main, but absolutely not. And that's going to be Bleed already picking up this B side, maybe even the round. Oh, okay.
Even the neural theft. They want to get this operator.
Oh, Darion's chasing for it. He's already there.
They don't have too much money
Texture,
though.
though.
Getting that extra
okay,
gun
other
means that
side
you'd
now.
have 2 people that are eco.
You can't follow me. I thought it was like
Oh, yeah, yeah.
through the
no, no, no.
wall.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The X-ray is misleading. Oh, he
Oh.
whiffs.
Darion's not going to miss the shot to go around and
Oh, they're sending
messing
it.
with him.
Damn.
Scary gets that first pick first.
Okay, what do they do?
Is looking
Karen's got an
very
okay amount.
dangerous right now.
Got
for
3
for
people
GenG.
that can buy guns.
I mean,
Got
Bleed's
2
just
people
playing
that sing
really,
at
really
2K.
well. They're destroying these setups. I mean, that helps when you just read where Meteor's hiding in a smoke. But, I mean, it's just understanding of how GenG wants to set themselves up, what their default positionings are going to look like, and punishing them.
There you go.
Time and time again.
Yeah, pressing the
they've
panic
gotten
button
early
again.
reads on where GenG wants to set up, and they've been brutalizing them.
Yeah. And this is difficult as well because it feels like there's no good positioning anymore for GenG, right? Like that last round we just saw there was only a tiny bit of an angle where Cowan can really get picks. So if Bleed just don't really readdress that angle and slowly creep up together as a team, exactly what we saw from GenG on the first half, they can really just mess with the defense of GenG. And we've been seeing that again, time and time in the second half.
Yeah. No, for sure.
Who's the highest percentage? It's Alex, right?
They've really well prepared for this map. Definitely feels like this is something they expected that GenG was going to be bringing. And they have done a great job. And it's just these B hits. I mean, time and time again.
Here.
You know, GenG just can't find enough of an answer cleanly enough to shut down these early pushes. And they've got a Guardian, a Stinger.
Go on.
Other guns.
Because the problem is you have to time out in ecos.
This is the first time I think we're
like
seeing
a lot of the time.
GenG actually push for B main.
Like half of the time, the timeouts are on ecos.
Where they push that far.
Or like low buys.
Exactly.
And that's a micro adjustment that pays huge dividends for GenG.
Especially when you're not trying to make it obvious when you're changing up.
They're reading this pretty well. Lakia's going to have his drone. They're going to try to hide from it cleared. So they don't know about the two players that are towards the door. And Bleed's just going to expect that maybe somebody's trying to challenge that angle. I mean, so many times GenG has tried and failed.
Yeah.
At top mid.
So they're kind of just mixing things up, seeing what's going to be working here. I think as well as just to kind of see if there was a recon, or not a recon, but a
killed the cam over towards B. They make pressure over towards A and making a lot of sounds. Cypher's just slow walking B. So it's pressure over towards A. Thinking they've created a question mark here, but actually we have a camera that spots
textured down right now. This is going to be huge by Bleed. He backs away cleanly.
That gives up a lot, especially with the camera watching the side. Here comes Smoke.
Lakia setting up for
still has an ult. He has a recon left at 180 to shoot once they come into the site.
Okay, he breaks it. Recon dart comes through. Texture very quick.
He gave him the smoke to hide it.
Tries to charge out. Crazy guy.
Yeah, it's nice
fall to the wayside. As Scary, he did use his ultimate there, but Spike's already out in position in 10 seconds. That's just going to be the round for GenG. No more time for him to really do anything.
Well, now finally, you know, GenG able to deny that B main access early in the round. Work the map a little bit more. Don't give up any of those freebies.
They keep 4 people alive as well. That's like the main thing here. Loads of money going because their money's been low for.
And then just shut them down. Texture does a great job.
Speaking of low money,
right there for the backup. Now GenG.
I mean, this might be the big round right now.
Maybe feel themselves a little bit more. We'll see. Bleed's been doing a great job of bouncing right back after GenG's taken around here on this half. So
that's true.
Certainly very doable. You have the no command Hunter's Fury for Lakia. One away from a Hunter's Fury for Crazy Guy. See what they want to do. It's time just a knife and an out for Munchkin. So that should be likely, potentially, the orb going over. Hunter's Fury, though, from Lakia.
No catch. Not as already the third hit.
Yeah, well, he hit the jet, though.
Interesting.
Hit the jet and he got the dash out of him, right?
That we saw from B main that didn't really dissuade Bleed from rotating out of this one. Great catch from Redla though.
Nice trade in the end.
Oh,
nice trade on that as well. Whoa! Oh, he jumped it. Kind of. It was honestly too far to the right.
Meteor just
I think he would have been fine anyway.
What is it with me in the hula hoops?
High jumping?
The jump rope.
Did he silent jump?
There you go. No information will be garnered here against
Meteor. He might have.
As he does get the pick onto Zest, but still, that is just the. Yeah, I was about
to
say that is just him.
Dude is playing great.
So he's still going to come up from this one. Here comes the big flank coming in from Texture. Everyone else looking at his direction.
Hilo.
Does have the dash, spots out two, but
okay.
unfortunately,
a nice attempt on it though. Hilo is really strong on this. 2 chances to do it. And Meteor's wrecked money-wise.
They're just giving him 1v1s there. And Bleed's just good for it. Even if there
but
was
Texture
a kill,
has
there's somebody
knife, so they drop him down.
I mean, Relentless has been an absolute nuisance. That opens up the Hunter's Fury. GenG doesn't have any real follow-up to challenge that orb. They use a Hunter's Fury themselves. They don't get any value out of it.
Yeah.
And that allows the Hunter's Fury to be picked up by Crazy Guy, put it to great use.
He'd call for the fast A. Is this the camera flash dash
right
contact?
Behind him, 20 and 16. Now they're going to change it up.
Oh, he goes
finally,
side
maybe go for faster A hit. Blades popped by Texture.
This is just such an insane overall map by Bleed. They cut the noise though. Ooh. Oh no. Texture. Oh, what a trap by Bleed. They're banking on the fact that he's just a bit too antsy, a bit too overeager to get any kind of advantage. Blows up in his face.
And that's something that they've been doing a great job with. Sometimes on Ascent even as well, but you know, they always have at least a couple players to play off of these aggressive angles. They read every move that GenG wants to make so well.
Yeah.
And now they're waiting for more, you know, just seeing how impatient GenG really is.
Lakia is next up on the table here, on the plate rather. Durian coming around the corner right now. Lakia's been spotted already.
Ooh.
Somehow manages to pick up the win against
That nearly
Durian.
didn't go that
Backs
way.
away, but he's down very low. Meteor
Still
as well.
3 on
There's
the
someone else that
site.
pushes
They
on
should be
elbow. This is gonna
okay.
be
Moment Flash is
very
great.
bad. The swing out
Oh,
from Meteor actually gets quickly punished. Caron around the corner. They spot on the planner, and somehow Lakia and Caron, no value. Munchkin by himself, 3 versus 1. Can he delay? Can
Holy
he
hell.
deny? We'll have to see. You get a little flash.
Hey, we're going
Absolutely
Icebox.
not. Ladies and
I
gentlemen,
did
we are
not
gonna go
see
to
this one
map number
coming.
3. Blade, just stellar in the second half. Durian and the rest, perfect.
I mean, huge smiles,
Imagine they
and
do it.
rightly so. They're taking GenG to map number 3. They're taking him to Icebox. And who would have thought it happened like
Darren
this? On
had
GenG's
so
map
many
pick on
opening kills.
Sunset,
He played so
GenG
well.
has been really good. Bleed have their way with them.
This is what we were expecting from Bleed. In any case, Hanel, take it away.
Oh boy. Okay, there is a lot to discuss with that map. This was, as Paperthin mentioned, this was GenG's map pick. This is Sunset. This is a map that they generally perform well in. But Bleed here, able to actually make them back down.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's several aspects to it. Obviously, first we have to mention Retla just having an absolute game, just winning a ton of duels, taking so much space on those lurks. But also, I think we're starting to see Bleed at their best when they have a lot of tape to study from, when they know what to expect. You get the reads, and you're starting to really kind of abuse the timings that GenG had on some of their utils and then wait for the peaks to come out afterwards.
Yeah, this was just good. I mean, you mentioned Retla, but Darian as well.
Yeah, I think he needs a shout out.
For this team. And I
He
mean,
got
we kind of saw, you know,
so
little bit
much
of the run back
impact.
happening there from GenG, looking like, okay, is this going to be an overtime game? Are they going to be able to take the lead? A lot of that was when they were able to get an early punish on Darian. You know,
Dude, imagine they get a good start on
Icebox. Right
Icebox.
off the end of that.
That'd be
and,
so
then
sick.
that's where things started to falter a lot for Bleed. But more often than not, he was going in, he was gaining information.
Okay, what's the world where GenG don't make playoffs?
It was a gorgeous performance from
T1, they only have to win one, right? Oh, they're still so fine.
Really solid moments. Crazy guy getting value off those Hunter's Furies. This was just a really good team effort from the side of Bleed, and GenG were making constant mistakes.
Yeah, they
throughout
would
this
have to
one. We
lose.
saw, I mean,
They would have to
talking
lose
about
every game.
The antsiness of the players there, and that last round texture, just not hearing anything, not seeing anything, opting to go for this just dry peek in towards that B elbow and just getting punished consistently. That was happening time and time again.
Yeah, and this is something that GenG used to rely on a lot, quite frankly, throughout the whole year, right? They're known to just play very heavy 4-1 defaults, especially on the defensive side. Once you go through the util timings, they'll try to make sure that they can save the util by going out for peaks because they're very, very talented, and they usually win their 1v1s. The problem is that Bleed
You got 13 points, they're fine. So they would have to lose every game, and then GenG would have to...
Yeah, and I love that you brought up Darian
then,
because
then
I like
Paper
this
X,
kind
wow.
of like Mexican standoff between him and Texture, but you know, after a lot of time,
Then
you
Paper
actually
X
saw the
would have to
confidence
lose
coming from
both
Darian.
games.
He was really able
In playoffs,
to
right? So they
just
take the
almost shepherd
the
GenG.
points.
I mean, usually
first kills.
Yeah, 10 first kills. I was gonna say usually Mexican standoff is when you have two people with guns pointing at each
That
other.
is
Darian had both
insane.
guns most of the time. He was just absolutely coming out on top. I mean, Texture still, you know, picks up 18 kills, but 19 deaths. This was a far cry from the performance that we just saw over on Ascent.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think Munchkin not having one of those breakout rounds that you're used to
chat, I'll be back
expecting
in a
at
bit.
this point from him, no matter how weak he might or slow he might be in the other rounds, you always expect, okay, when GenG becomes to start to dig a little deep of a hole, Munchkin's going to have that one big clutch with the Sheriff or the Guardian, and then GenG's going to rise right back up. We just didn't see that. Bleed just didn't give him the opportunity because they were actually kind of playing GenG style against GenG by always having multiple people ready for trades.
Yeah, and you guys brought it up earlier, right? There seemed to be some kind of miscommunication, maybe misinformation as well. Perhaps they weren't as active with their communication because we saw how many mistakes, how many corners were left unchecked, how many, smokes were just left, useless basically for the side of GenG. So I just feel like for the side of Bleed, they just needed to basically make no mistakes, and once they saw that they were able to push GenG where they wanted, they took it and ran.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of really close rounds where it's like, oh, wow, well, GenG, they are going to just be that team. They are going to clutch things out, started, that pistol right there that we witnessed, where it's like, oh, like they're actually going to turn this around like a 2v5, but then it barely evades them, and Bleed managed to just go ahead and clinch the round. That was happening time and time again, but all to Bleed's advantage. I mean, GenG, just an early start in the second half, but then, yeah, moments like that, it just all gets away from them. So it's well done by Bleed to continue to persevere because, I mean, again, this is a team that has already been eliminated from playoffs. What they're playing for right now is, that last championship point, one of the last championship points rather that they could get, but also just putting some confidence in for the fans, for these players, that they can perform. And right now, they are showing that.
And T1, they're also playing for T1.
They're playing for T1. T1 is rooting for them right now.
I mean, they're probably ecstatic right now, seeing that there might actually be hope. But something else I've noticed is this is very similar to the form that we saw the core of Bleed play at Ascension last year, where this was the core that shut down Jemkin, made him have a 0-kill game where they just got the absolute reads on the tendencies. Once you just weighed out the util, what do they do next? When do they go for the piece? Where do they go for it? And how do we make sure we have multiple people ready for it?
Yeah, I think that, there were so many rounds wherein, right off the bat, you would say GenG wins this. So many rounds that you mentioned, like 2v5s maybe even 1v3, where you would say, okay, Meteor wins this, or, Lakia will win this, but unfortunately, it didn't go that way this time around. I'm really curious as to what's going on with the team. I'm really curious, aside from Bleed as well, like, how are they feeling now that they managed to get momentum? I actually saw the last time out, Lakia sitting up a little bit straighter, eyes a little bit more active, so you can feel that energy come back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the things that we were talking about, after that Ascent is that download. Getting idea about how the enemy team is going to be playing, and then Munchkin having a really solid read. This time, the download, it contained a virus because this was falling apart for them. We saw so many times very little util use on one side of the map, a full stack from Bleed over by A, and then suddenly everyone shifting towards B. It's only Texture or Karen that are left on that site. And GenG, they've been known to do heavy rotates, but normally they are really good at assessing where the opponent is actually going to be landing. This time, it was the complete opposite.
And also, normally, the person who's left alone will either get one kill or they'll know to back off and just buy time. But right now, they were getting picked off, right? Texture goes out for information, gets picked off. And I mean, Meteor sometimes as well. So now we're starting to see that, okay, well, even GenG can bleed, but they've done this before as well, right? It hasn't always been clean 2-0s for this team. That's one of the unique characteristics, is that as dominant as they seem overall in record, their actual match scores aren't always that dominant in their entire journey, so it's far from over.
The thing is, cleanliness is what we were looking for. To be specific, flawlessness is what we were looking for. And going into our guess and gain game, I believe it was a bit confusing at some point because we were asked which team would score more flawless rounds on map 2, and there was a little bit of a round that was confusing, but I believe that nobody won at this point.
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, GenG definitely didn't get it.
Yeah, no. I mean, they were close a couple of times, but then they would just go ahead and into away a couple guns at the very end. But yeah, we didn't get an in-game trigger for a flawless round, so we're all wrong.
That beautiful sign didn't come up,
anyway.
right? So I go over here to bronze, and
we just all go down, and Astrai remains smiling.
Yeah.
Back to gold.
Oh, leave him there. He'll have his day. Just.
He's on a desk tomorrow. He'll screw something
To
up.
be fair, I was looking at this and I was thinking, like, wait, why is Astrai the only other one that gets to stay on the board? And then I realized it's because Victoria and Quack are down in
we're over here. They're having a good time.
We haven't gotten paper thin in the area.
To be fair, they look like they're having fun. It does seem like the wooden rank over here, the earthiness of it seems like a very
makes the best of but yeah.
Yeah. Why not, right? But right now, we are going into map number 3, something which I didn't think I would be saying right off the top, but because, of course, as we mentioned, this is a David and Goliath matchup.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think it's rude or harsh to say that this is completely and utterly unexpected.
Oh, yeah, sure. But also, I mean, David does beat Goliath in that story. So, like, it is a David and Goliath matchup, but it can happen.
They brought the sling today.
They brought out the sling today.
They had that ready. They got the biggest rock that they had.
But how many rocks do they have? That's the big question.
That is
They have stacks waiting in the wings. So
There
he
you go.
probably never left the stage at this point, right? Going into Icebox right now, what are our thoughts on this composition?
Okay, so Bleed's trying to just be as consistent as possible. Keep Darion on that comfort jet that he has so many games on throughout his entire career. And then Zest has now just become that KO. He's become that flash initiator. He was doing real well on Sunset. Curious to see how well he's able to support his team here on Icebox.
I mean, we saw him using Gecko before, you know, here on Icebox, but was going over for the KO. I mean, this is essentially going to be fairly mirrored aside from the Gecko there for Lakia, and Crazy Guy, of course, playing the Sova. A little bit of a Jesse Bash in him where he's very much likes to lean into the Archer pick. But I think these are very straight up comps, and this is going to come down to just who has a solid read and who can hit their shots.
Exactly. It's looking like it's a comfort zone for both of these teams, so let's pass it on over to our casters to see who closes out this series.
Panel was right. They did not expect.
Right.
We all did not expect.
Yeah,
how
I don't think anyone
that turnout
expected
from
this.
Map 2 is, but that's valid.
They have a chance.
That is Bleed. Honestly, I gotta say as well, this feels like the Bleed that we've seen dominate during Ascension. Feels like a holler back to that. Sure, Zest wasn't there.
Hoojin, what's up, bro? Banana raid. Thank you so much, man. Hope stream is good.
It shows you with what time and prep, can be done for anybody. And this is
Thank you for the raid, man. Hope
this
stream
map
is
has been a pain
great,
point
mate.
for GenG. They haven't been great on it, to be
Okay.
completely frank.
Okay, chat. Let's focus up because
for them. Now, the quality
this would be
competition has been
wild.
high. Darion already
What
out
the
in
hell is
belt.
that recon? Oh my god, to make sure that you go to shoot it and then you go pre-aim the recon and then there's someone's holding you. That is legit.
The dash still continues here from GenG. Quick little catch onto Crazy Guy. Texture still not out of it just yet.
It was cool though. didn't get him around win, but kind of cool.
Losing Meteor so quickly. Becomes Scary as well as Retlo.
Last player standing.
Now it's just down to Scary himself. Can't really find the first pick onto Munchkin. Solid quick start for GenG, even though they did lose Meteor at the start of the round.
GenG continues to be very good on pistols throughout this year. And they got the opener, and then GenG.
Yeah, if you're taking them into a third map, let's
coming
at
from
least
every
make it
angle,
close.
just shutting them down.
Yeah.
Gunning them down. That's when GenG's at their best. They're working as a unit, playing together. But again, going back to
They're locked
GenG's
in.
performance on this
Yeah, that's
map
what
this
I'm
year,
worried about.
800 Thieves at Masters.
Like the Bleed had
They beat T1. And then
some
they
cool
lost
stuff
to
though.
Paper X twice. They lost to Heretics. They lost to Leviathan.
Flash over the top with a dash into the smoke. Ooh. That from JP as well.
This map has
Yeah,
been
these teams are not messing about at the moment. Leluco, thank you for the 15 months, man. Appreciate the prime.
Well, it is still,
Thanks for the support, dude.
It is still just round 2, so there's really no weapons available here for Bleed.
Yeah.
It looks like they just want to start getting
It's just nice though.
a quick start
People that
on
can
those lurks, an early start on
people
those
that can
lurks.
die.
But as
It's
you
an
mentioned,
interesting
GenG is
way
just
of doing
waiting around
it.
these corners,
The
just
double.
looking for
This
those
is probably
picks.
like the least we've seen invested into a buy round, right? Only 2 rifles. Then we have so many people that are taking risks on the side. And there's so many people that could have picked up the guns as well if they went down with how they played it.
Sure, they can always go for quick rifles.
Worked out great. They got a really strong buy. And they got
we've
fish
seen this
short.
a few times already. Sometimes they would go just for full Bulldogs, maybe even the Spectres, right? But this means that they want to go, head first into these sites with a lot of firepower.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just a ton of confidence being shown that, what happened on Sunset, they can put behind them. They can come through, save a little bit of cash, come through with some big buys, a lot of money in the bank.
True. And what's good about this one as well is, even
One
if they
kill
do
at the moment.
lose, let's say this round bonus,
That was the
they
pistol
still have
kill
money for
right
rifle
at the
coming
beginning.
in the next.
Exactly.
Insta fish short to clear close
Already got a
feet.
crash for Lakia. Just clear tons of space. No one's back yellow because of that.
With a knife
close
on
Turion
top of
is.
it, and
You might not know about this. Smoke goes down. Durion actually falls.
It wasn't a bad attempt from Bleed though. They had a flash that went up high. I just think that everyone played anti-flash, or maybe the smoke was up too long so it blocked the guy. I would have to see it again. Because the flash idea was nice, the flash just didn't hit. Two, at least.
Position without any kind of refrag potential from his teammates.
Quarked with the prime. Thanks so much for the 15 months. And it also looked like they knew that they were gonna do like they definitely knew over towards B that they wanted to wait for the knife and then do this, but.
Clear a little bit more space. Redlock gets texture, but immediately traded out by Karon.
Oh, Zest!
Spike planted.
That's unfortunate. Wait, they just planted the spike? Oh.
It took a while.
Lucky was like, wait, am I sending it for this?
They got there.
I thought they already did. Maybe they... Okay, that was just me.
It felt like with how much
Aaron was anti and the first was too close to lane.
Exactly. Thank you. Okay, so it wasn't
The
just
flash maybe went a bit too deep. It's
you
hard
were
to
a bit-
flash this. Like, both of these angles, it's hard.
So this
Kind
is
of
what
gotta
it
go a
has
lot
come to.
higher right in the middle.
Look, it's been a
Even
long
if it's
day,
right in the
okay?
middle, there'll always
You
maybe
know,
be
we've been
little
casting
areas.
a lot this weekend.
Fair enough.
This is our 4th match in a row. It all starts to blur together a little bit.
All right, so they're just gonna exit out. That's only texture lost, but that's still perfectly fine. This is full rifles coming into that next round.
And you put Bleed on a position where they're going to have to, you know, only get sheriffs or whatever.
Yeah. If they want to supplement these
Pat,
rifles,
do you ever feel
which
like a
they might
plastic
want to,
bag?
'cause they don't want to keep
What?
giving
A
GenG
plastic bag?
any more rounds.
Do you
and
ever
I think
feel
it
like a
would,
plastic bag?
as
I don't even know what that
important as it
means.
is, any
Because they're
more
useful.
bang.
Exactly.
But they're bad for the planet.
Scary. Hasn't even bought
They're
it
kinda.
yet other than the classic.
It's a song, yeah, but dude, if you think about it,
Hasn't bought that.
kind of has
Bought it too.
some deep meaning.
Buy a classic, but
Because we kind of are. We're useful.
yeah,
Are we
so it's
useful?
just- okay, there's the sheriff.
Maybe we're not
Last
even
second.
useful. We're definitely bad for the planet.
Throw on the Dizzy there, just to see if anybody's pressed up onto B. Meteor now holding on to mid here. But you can see through the X-rays.
Stop,
everybody
okay, sorry.
on the minimap, everyone from Bleed is now
That's a
scrambling
good question.
towards that B site. Munchkin's about
I
to
really
go
need
for
Bleed to
an execute here with the rest of
give
the
me
team.
some hope.
There it is. They shut down the Dizzy, sure. The question now is, can they stop the spike from getting planted? Yes, they can. The Nanoswarm's is perfectly placed. So here we go. Trial number 2. Shock Dart on Lakia. Not full damage, though, so he's going to be able to back away from this one. And in a matter of seconds, he could have his wingman out again. Start planting that spike if he wanted to. So.
Yeah, they're just going to peel out, though. There's way too much contact. Texture going to stick around and try to sell a little bit of something, keep a few players planted at Bleed, and so far it's been working.
Yeah.
But Carry On and Crazy Guy not too far off. Zest going to clear out Texture and immediately Bleed.
Hold up. Got
Starts
some
turning
potential
their
here.
attention a little bit more towards mid and A, but is it going to be
That's
fast
going to hit
enough?
2, that's fine.
30
Ooh,
seconds.
only hit 1.
They're already here.
Crazy guy, got a
Munchkin
drone.
now on top of the site.
Don't play in your own.
Crazy Guy's coming around
Don't
the
play in your
corner
own, you got a
here.
drone.
Look at that damage, though. I mean, sure, it's not a kill, but it is going to be big damage.
Honestly,
Karon does get the refrag.
They did
Okay,
way better than I
Meteor
thought they were
actually
going to
get
do.
out of this position as we still have a 2 versus 4. Spike gets planted. That wall's right in front of their faces. Nanoswarm to delay things just a little bit, but as long as they don't take down Scary, that wall's going to be up again to help them go for that defuse. One straight kill. There shouldn't be too much. Yeah, there it is. No more fuel, but that's going to be enough for Bleed to
It's a big
jettison
round,
themselves
man.
into this round.
That's a big round. I wasn't
a bit rough,
expecting them
but
to get
they
this
still
one.
get it in the end.
I mean, the fact that
I
Crazy
think
Guy just doesn't get dealt
on
with
paper
those
maybe
Raptors
these two
fast
misplayed,
enough.
but they got so much
GenG just
for it.
can't seemingly react to it in time.
And I think the Jet baited out a little bit. I don't know if the Jet had the gun or what, but the Jet did good to like make sure they were the one taking the first
economic advantage you had gotten
bit of contact when they were doing the high-low.
Dwindle for GenG. That's with a great opener here.
Yeah,
And,
really
you know,
distracted
2
well for the
players
second
there
one.
Trying to deal with the elusive Darion. Nice! That opens up Crazy Guy to do some good damage, and they're fired up.
Yeah,
still.
now
I
they
mean,
got the
lost
op,
bonus,
and
but
if this guy can get 10 first kills
smiles
again,
on Crazy Guy's face.
they're on for it.
It also just
GenG invest the
how
wall over towards
strong
A, no pressure
wall
towards B at
actually
all.
is.
Smoke middle though, but they put the
Right, the
alarm
Viper
bot
will
in the
actually
smoke as well.
Oh boy.
Durion.
So
Okay, he's shown that he had the
at the
operator, but he
moment,
backs away in
we can
time.
heavy lean on A.
If someone peeks it, then they don't know where his secondary
The alarm
position
bot
is.
die? What did I miss?
He might actually get screwed. In any case, Texture does get the kill onto Zest here, though. He backs away now. Durion. The plant on the spike's going to be on 2F. Oh, boy. That wall goes down. Oh, no kills!
Oh,
Durion
boss.
whiffs the shot. That is rather unfortunate. Spike as well as Lakia will be able to get planted and save himself. Texture boosted spot for the moment.
That was it. That was the chance into the round.
There it is once again. Possibility on a retake, but this time GenG's got more firepower and more bodies to kind of throw.
Guys, don't be four-person saving.
They've already given up.
Okay.
It's over.
Well,
GenG's gonna get their 4th round.
GenG by for all of this
doesn't
half.
feel comfortable enough.
Okay, but it's okay because
Finally
like
got this operator into Darion's
they're kind of just going.
That was so important for them on Sunset.
Is there any way to spin this
Figure it's
positively?
better to give GenG the round
Yeah.
than
Okay.
going
Chat.
more guns into the
This is
abyss.
their way of telling us that they're confident with just like 4 rounds. They're saying we don't care that you got all this money to buy all of these. We only need 4 rounds.
Yeah.
We only care about our own econ. It's fine.
This is looking a little bit similar to what we saw from.
Yeah, the timeout doesn't film
there
with
it
too
is.
much
I was
confidence.
about to say. Timeouts coming out from Bleed here. Exactly what they need to kind of slow the pace down.
Do they? No, I mean they
GenG,
probably need way more than
full
that.
steam
But
ahead, honestly.
Yes. What I'm gonna look for now for GenG is a little bit of kitchen pressure. Looking for somebody to go on a bit of a mission to try to spread the map a little bit more. To set up some of these hits, especially if you want to lean B again.
econ was bad, yeah, on a couple of them, but
You need to at least keep Bleed honest, so they can't overswing. That's been the only thing that cost them.
it was they were in a rough spot. That as soon as that op shot missed, it kind of got pretty bad.
That if they lose a player or so, they should
I do
really
feel
go
like
to a site that doesn't
sometimes
have the
they're not in
Viper, or
positions
at
to get
least
trades, but that's also
you know, if Scary's still alive
also a
here,
lot of the spots on
or,
Icebox.
excuse me, the Viper's still alive for Bleed. They don't go to the site where the Viper's still there and they're rotating, and they planted beyond the Viper's toxic screen, because we saw how difficult it is to play the post map where you can't really see what the spike or the spike diffuser is at. So you know, that's I think everyone should really respect, especially on Icebox. Icebox is the best map for toxic screens.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be curious to see, you know, with that toxic screen being on A again, how GenG wants to approach this.
Don't worry.
But I like this mid push. You can already see it here that Karan and Lockie are maybe at least considering, or at least worried about a push themselves.
Oh, Darion.
Here we
He's
go.
got a chance to go for a target here.
Going for the 10 first kills.
They are pretty close. Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Could go. Oh,
Hey, there we go.
shot, but
No way they get a trade. There's no way they get an instant trade. Gate, you gotta go get another one.
Right around the corner.
Good luck.
If he peeks out, look at who's just
Uh-oh.
hanging around there, and it's gonna be Texture. Backs away.
Oh,
Somehow
no.
manages to survive. What is
Woo!
what a shot from Darion!
What a shot. Texture's also crazy.
With the blades. Absolutely bonkers shot from
Oh.
Darion here.
Oh!
And he's not done. Quick scope into
Whoa!
Darion,
No way!
Yes, he is!
That was insane!
From the Shadow Blade! And GenG just
That might be the best clip I've ever seen.
That is
single-handedly.
Oh, absolutely unreal. Absolutely unreal.
That might be the best.
That's one of the best aces we've seen
Ever.
in this stage.
Full stop.
Other than Karon's. Yeah, right as the flash is running out.
Look at this one.
That is
Whoa.
What in the world?
Whoa.
Oh,
This one's nuts. I think that one's the best. That's insane.
Wow. Darion just like bumped up the
Wait,
best aces
he actually can do it.
Pacific of all time.
You can't lose when someone gets around like
Ah,
this.
one of the. All right.
That was
There's too much
absolutely
belief in the
outrageous.
team after that.
What a play from him.
All right, take 2 for GenG. No more blades on Darion though, so.
Yes, now Texture
Best
has
ace ever? Bro, it's up there.
Maybe Texture can do
It's
the
at
same thing.
100% in the top 10 ever.
Darion's so close.
I would act. The problem is the game's been up for so long,
He
but
just has
it
like
was
a
incredible.
default back away, fall back position. Texture now playing at the close corner here, and just not really going to get the pick onto Zest. Needs the help of Karon on that one. That's going to be enough, though, to get the site. Lockdown also used to kind of help out. Scary's already on the flank. Meteor by himself. Redla doesn't know that one's underneath, but they will be able to break that lockdown. It's going to be very important. As Scary and teammate are still here. Munchkin.
Wait, they're in a really good spot.
Meteor is there. He's trapped.
Oh,
They're
boss, you gotta get that kill.
back to the site perfectly, so the
Oh
flank
no,
has
and
to
Meteor got
push
another
through,
kill
pull
there.
through for Bleed.
No, Meteor
Looks like
did
that's
so
gonna
well.
There
Oh
it
my
is.
god.
Meteor's caught Retla lurking, sleeping. lacking.
Yeah, dude's
It's
a
all up
save.
to Dorian
I'm
once
so
again, but
fine
this
with you
time,
saving the op right
again,
now.
doesn't have the blades.
I want you to have this gun into every round.
This is kind of more stock standard for GenG. Just explosive entries. Everybody just well coordinated on these pushes and reading the quick flanks attempted by Bleed very nicely.
Holy hell, can we get a replay of that round again? That would be sick.
Meteor playing his life so well there below Nest.
Yeah.
Woo! No room to breathe in these rounds.
I wonder if there was a call there for Munchkin to, you know, be the scapegoat. Just make as much noise as possible so that
Just
Meteor
watch it.
doesn't get
Just ignore the replay from this round and just
until the
watch it
very
again.
last second. I don't know. It looks like
Should we off?
Yeah.
Probably. Let's look at it.
I mean, obviously, if he can win the fight, great.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that the goal for
Yeah, I should've.
Munchkin is just play his life as long as he can.
Yeah.
So that Meteor's position becomes harder and harder to read that he's there, potentially.
Yeah.
Because it starts to go out of your mind, right? Like when you're in the
True.
middle of,
All
like,
still
a
invested
long,
over towards
prolonged
A.
battle.
True, and of course, I'd say that in post-plant, you'd want Meteor to be alive longer because
absolutely
Nanoswarm.
That was
Nanoswarms
crazy.
over
Yeah,
the
dude.
one
I'm
frag.
still like
Yes.
pumped up from it, man. It was mental.
Anyways, here we are.
It was just so insane.
Okay, they knew exactly what Durian was playing at with that one.
Yeah, they're
Was that?
getting.
Yeah, dash used already by
Oh.
Durian as well as Texture.
Dude, look at the confidence of this
He's
guy.
actually chasing for
Oh
this.
my
Yeah.
god. And he got hit by the
Are they
knife,
gonna
so
be
they
ready
think
for
he's
this?
just like relatively
so.
far back. Yeah, and he goes to try and push him
Wow.
off with a flash. Wow, that's
That
sick.
is
Dude, he's great.
very, very S+++ confidence from Durian.
No kidding.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, I
credit
mean-
to Bleed. They're throwing everything they've
Bro,
got.
after that clip, you
GenG,
must feel like you're
angle
walking
for
on water.
Scary, so good.
You'd probably try it.
Takes down Texture. Looking for more, but GenG able to get behind Yellow. Gets
Wow.
a dink.
Still. And he's not done.
Oh my.
He's not done.
How's he, how's he a unit, bro? He's tanking all the
That's
bullets.
going to be the catch onto Charon.
Hey,
Spike will
convincing
get
round, 4
planted,
people.
so-
Money's here. Harder
Wait.
side, 3-5.
Oh, it got planted after they got the eliminations. Okay. All right. I got confused for a little bit. I thought
Thanks,
they were going to
Wingman.
defuse. At least they got some money. But what a push from Durian.
I mean, this angle just unaccounted for by GenG, and Scary makes him pay for it.
Truly.
Things get a little scrappy for GenG. You know, once something goes the wrong way at the beginning of the round, it seems like GenG hasn't been able to recover. I mean, granted, it is very, very difficult when you're in a 4v5.
Yeah.
But you're almost so used to GenG winning those rounds.
This time, though, they do have some accessories
Oh,
to take this site.
raid boss is on the other
That
side.
Thrash is available
oh, no.
once again. You can see that Bleed have kind of adjusted for it, especially with Crazy Guy on top of the site, and everyone else just near the exit point of A. Yeah, no one's home, at least for now. Texture, though, they know that he's gonna. There's a possibility that he'll peek this, but they gotta be careful.
Oh, it's underneath him.
Can he stop the plant? Oh, looks like he did. Yeah.
Got Wingman.
All right, that buys him a little bit more time for them to start.
I think
getting
Wingman
back into the
tanked
A
like a
site.
little bit of the Viper
Sure.
molly. Why it one-shot him.
Viper Spit's also used on the offense.
Oh, it's a Viper
much
ult at the
nano
top
swarms
as
they have.
well.
Oh, man.
Oh, that's a hard round to
Nothing,
retake. A lot is up to Zest
Zest
here.
is already on
And
the,
a lot is up
oh,
to
yeah,
everyone else
wrap it
making a
around.
lot of sound.
Pit for pit,
Whereas
sure.
Zest is bailed out.
As long as you
Okay.
get
I mean,
closer
think
into
he
the
should be
spike
so
itself.
fine.
This
I know
is
they're
so
really low
messy.
HPs, but
Meteor comes striking, crashing down into the site. Crazy Guy coming around the corner.
Ah,
as well.
yeah, dude, your
Even
butt's
trades
showing,
all
man.
throughout, but still, no one's defusing the spike on the side of Bleed. They have to start going for it right here and now.
One enemy
Spike's not even half, and it's crazy, scary. They're just out and about and can't really figure out what is happening.
dude,
So
that's a nice
confusing
ult,
it
though.
is, but that's
From
still
up
gonna
top.
be GenG in the forefront, taking the lead, 3 rounds ahead of Bleed.
I am
look at
just
this.
loving these rounds because they're so wild.
Truly.
Insane.
I mean, Scary goes for the counter pit. I'm all about it. But Meteor just finds a great time to swing out, and he's so fast with that Phantom. And they're able to just knock 2 players down inside of the pit.
Yeah.
Give themselves a decent advantage. Darion still has enough to get one more op. But
They
it
get
has
the
to be at the
op
cost
back
of
over
a
towards
Spectre.
A, man.
Down to a
Give me
sheriff
this
for
guy on
Scary.
A.
So that's honestly been fine for Bleed, though. They're able to recover nicely, and he's so out ahead of this again.
He's so wrecked,
Wow.
dude.
Okay. I was about to say there was a missed
Yeah.
timing on the
What's
turret there,
going
but
on? Where are
Durian
your teammates meant to be
overstayed his
covering?
welcome and got scanned and, well, picked off by GenG.
What is this setup?
Expensive round, say at the least.
That turret now going to do its job holding the back line. Oh my, that was so close for Lakia. Stuck his head out, almost got it taken off.
Oh, he got hit by the Dizzy. Got walls giving them a little bit of leeway. He tests. He doesn't see him. They could go nuclear here.
I think he did come up on the radio because Meteor just started spamming the hell out of him.
Through the wall, right on top. Spike will get planted. And Bleed.
Rattler even go for the... Oh, I mean, he can't find them.
Question is, are they willing to use the lockdown
And by the time he gets there, it's too late.
With Crazy Guy getting that pick, it's a possibility here, especially with the wall still active.
Yeah, they still have Scary with the wall.
By himself. Retla now slowly creeping in. There is going to be Meteor
Whoa,
still
hold up.
with the lineups.
Yeah, and they just saw double lineup. What the hell is this all?
Utilized 2 versus 3. They can't actually start defusing it. That is just difficult. This 2F position where the spike is planted at, hell for Bleed. And look at this, Scary can't even get on top of the site because he has to jump through so many boxes.
I mean, the layers there for GenG are so good. The fact that Bleed's able to get past the first couple lines of defense, somewhat impressive. But I mean, these plays here, that shot by Lakia as well from the belt.
Yeah.
This one right here, that's the round winner. Saw the spot on the Crazy Guy, could call it out to Meteor. He was quick to react. So okay, GenG now guaranteeing themselves a positive half. Can they get any more?
They might be on for the 4 that we said at the beginning.
Switched up where they actually want to go for that push. It's already here on the B site.
Hey, insta rotate.
Lakia has 2 away from having his Thrash once again. So that is an orb on B and then the plant on the spike, I think.
Give me 5 people here.
Well, we'll see. In any case, Texture's already pushed up. That lockdown should secure the plant on the spike. And look at how far both him and Lakia are
they've honestly tanked a good amount of damage.
We saw Texture here, so I'm not sure if they actually saw that he's somewhere there. And he's popping heads, he's popping shots. He's backing away onto yellow.
He did good though, the jump to make sure he can't get shot.
Absolutely brutal.
Oh, yeah, nice shots in this round from Lakia.
Almost, but not going to be enough. As it's Scary. All on his lonesome. A couple of low targets on GenG though, so he might make this expensive if he could. And he's starting to do so. One more. Nano Swarm stops him dead in his tracks. He's aware that maybe somebody could just wrap around the corner here. Unfortunately not.
Ooh, it's a nice high flash.
By that snake bite.
Okay, can they get 4?
Now GenG starting to play a little bit more that kind of classic style.
4
they
is super doable on this.
Doing a great job with these
on attack,
but
sure.
better is they're playing to their strengths in these rounds. In this case, you have the range advantage. Take it, use it. Helps that Lakia is clicking heads, obviously. But now you've got the op back. Darion, one more opportunity here as we get close to halftime.
Let's go.
1 round away. Thrash for Lakia. Zest does have the no command, so there's an opportunity here to kind of disrupt GenG's desired plan with the Thrash.
I think the knife hit the Gecko. I'm entirely sure it's a good start, little dink.
Ouch.
Oof.
Oh yeah, monster.
Okay, so there it is. But Zest is.
They did this last time with the official.
Yeah.
Looks like they always kind of do this with the official. Ooh. You shoot it out in the open so it's harder to get. It's a good reaction. That's probably better than their original plan of the flash swing.
Now you got the no command from Munchkin.
Oh, Meteor.
So you can kind of counter this. Oh my god.
Yes, you got ult. Oh my goodness, well there goes the KO ult. Nice trades though. Whoa. Dude, they're on for 4. Okay, dude, I'm kind of believing, man.
Crazy Guy's looking through B here. He might not actually be able to anticipate. He almost did though. To be frank, to be candid, but this is a 3 versus 1.
I got the spike.
Texture. Redless about to go for the ping, and he can't really dash out of their line of fire. That is going to be a 4 to 8 with Bleed taking back the last round of the half.
Yeah. I mean, some good moments for Bleed, but kind of back to normal for GenG.
Yeah.
Kind of expecting them to sort of have these
there's a lot of individual
entries,
rounds in there.
these crazy rounds where they're all just fragging out of their minds. But, 8 to 4 these days, this match,
yeah, 8 to 4 is fine.
So, I can definitely see a world where Bleed comes back on this. I mean, there's tons of confidence, in my opinion, when I look at Bleed, when I see them on the player cams. They look like they're fine.
Yeah.
They're having fun out there.
Yeah, and I love how that's the demeanor, the composure of the Bleed players, right? Because, again, we saw them a couple of months ago, I think, during Stage 1, and every single map that they kind of played.
I came from the baseball game to watch this, basically. Came here to watch. The girl on her sign. She said she was at the baseball game, and then she came here to watch.
I gotta say as well, all of our viewers have some really good, like, ways to draw fonts, you know, make those
I think the Jet on Sunset is better than the Neon or the Race now.
Yeah.
I think it's the worst out of the three.
It's the A game with the signs. No, I can't draw anything to save my life. Yeah. And my handwriting's garbage to move.
On Sunset, for sure.
I feel you, I feel you.
Like, look at this, look at this.
I can't show you mine because I haven't.
Well, they've gone for the GenG against GenG.
This is going to be. We've talked about this. Very crucial round for Bleed
All
right
invested
now.
over towards B. 3 people here. And it looks like at the moment they just want to send it to A.
I am wondering though what is going to be the difference of setups here between the two teams, since GenG kind of has a somewhat similar comp. Somewhat similar is the word I'm going to point out here.
Sure. Obviously just the Gecko for the Sova.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the real question is how aggressive is GenG going to get? They got a lot of potential info.
Oh,
ooh,
he made noise on Rafters too.
Oh boy.
I didn't.
Actually, a collat tag.
Damn, the double sheriffs is so
pretty
strong.
Low players right now in Bleed, but that's still 5 versus 3 as the round continues. No plans just yet, as the Nano Swarms do let them position themselves on the A site. And the question is Bleed going to keep fighting into this one?
Oh, the Gecko Flash was unreal. It hit 4. Oh my, that Gecko Flash. I can't believe no one shot it.
Ballistic with the 3K for Lakia.
Oh, they got the chances.
Toxic screen. It slows them up.
Yep, Nano Swarm as well.
Yep, the Nano Swarms too. They had to wait that out.
Did they,
just enough time for GenG to get in the position. A great dizzy from Lakia to set up Meteor around that corner.
They wall up Flash? Yeah, wall up Flash, so it kind of gets past the first original. Oh, that's a nice combo though. Fair play, man.
We're already half HP.
Wall up so it covers the original.
You can do the math on why GenG
I think Gecko Flash is broken.
And not let them
not gonna lie.
take the side and play for post plan.
Absolutely.
Pretty sure it's broken.
Extra up on pipes with a Marshall.
It is. I still think teams are bad at it. Is that fair?
Maybe take their
like teams still kind of don't realize that it's like a fade eye,
so
and you should be maybe throwing it a bit different.
Over Car on Munchkin.
Because this works well because the wall covers the original thing where it's like where it can't flash and then it can flash and then it instant flashes.
Oh, some damage done both ways.
Oh, no stop over the head. Yeah. Oh, they do. Oh. Some actually able to do. As you saw, Zest was running away. The shot through the smoke by
Munchkin.
But Munchkin actually takes him down. Absolutely.
Yep.
Now it spikes out in the open. And I don't think GenG's going to allow them to pick it up. So I'm assuming once that wall goes up, that's going to be a straight throw on the Dizzy. And everyone from GenG just, again, collapses onto the fight. Well, they don't even need to do that right now. They're just pushing
what's actually busted about the round before? Think about it now.
With the Marshall. It goes down.
Try and get a nut out for a little bit.
It's right above you, brother.
The Viper wall's this, right? And it goes higher, lower. And this is client side, and this is server side. So, and anyone above this will get seen on radar. So it would work the same way that a Gecko Flash, once it reaches here, it would flash you, even though it's covered by this. So only one person might see it on their screen, but it would flash like the other 4. And it would be RNG on if they could see it.
Yeah.
Kind of busted, to be honest.
They're very, very good with all these weapons in their individual respects. Like Meteor with the Marshall is sometimes got your, oh my god.
We always talk about the Munchkin Guardian, right? But Meteor, yeah, as you mentioned.
To go through the wall? Some people would get hit by the flash before they can see it.
No
unless you got client side and it was at its lowest of the walks, you know, it like waves.
I do appreciate that sometimes these players clearly do stuff because they're like, I saw you, I'm going to try that too.
And I'm skilled enough to replicate it.
Yeah.
Caron, though, is going to get exposed. Thankfully, they were able to break through. What? He actually just peeks through the curtain, gets the shot, and could have actually gotten the second one. They push through, and Meteor's right there.
Couple of nice shots in this round to just end the dreams.
And he still gets the headshot.
I mean, he's just outrageously good with that gun. This is what's so scary about GenG is they have these
specialized weapons.
Yes, in their back pockets that they're all just cracked out of their minds with.
Yes. And it's at different levels of like payment too, right?
Yeah.
Marshall super cheap. Guardian, middle of the pack.
30
Cheap
seconds
enough.
left.
Yeah, cheap enough, and then whatever else is there.
Charon's good with Sheriffs.
Okay, even cheaper. They don't know that the clock is here. Right underneath him, he's gonna find the
Last player
spike
standing.
also in hand. Redla just
A.
fully blinded and
Flawless.
Bleed, not able to answer any further. And this is just going, again, horribly wrong for them.
Yeah, there's your flawless analyst.
It's a shame.
It's
They
here
got
on
a
the
map. There's some
3.
positives that they can look at. They got an insane clip.
I know.
And on a bonus round, of all things.
What was Meteor's shot like?
They're just so good. But, okay. See if Bleed can punch back. See if Bleed has anything to say about all this. It's going to be Sheriffs for them, and to their credit, they've been really good in those situations today. So they could turn this around, no doubt. They're just going to try again on an eco. Go for B. But got texture with the op. Charon's here. Already players sliding over.
Here.
Orb tapped.
No way, Texture actually
This is
for this.
bonkers. This is so aggressive.
He's so confident.
Oh, aggressive
Very strong
and
though, man.
pays out.
Good. I mean, it's just always
Never
on his
mind.
term, right? There's going to be no one close because it's a one-way to
Alright,
get
Texture's
close
not
to
done
it.
yet. He's already going for the cross on mid.
Ooh.
He aims
he
the
whiffs the
angle
shot,
and then it's
though,
like,
but at least he knows now that the rotation from Bleed
it's actually
is
very hard for him to
coming. But then
get
Bleed,
killed.
they go for the double feint.
What
They're
they
coming
did.
back to the B site. This is I think this is a perfect read from
Yeah,
Bleed
it's a good
here.
call.
Because no one's here on the site anymore except for
That
just
kind of gives it away.
well,
They
Charon.
rotate
Yeah.
insta.
No, they've got this. I mean, they've given themselves the best opportunity they can given the situation.
Yes, absolutely.
Checking
Onto the case as well. Onto the
the
site.
snowman with it.
Blade, I think, exposed both of them. Can't really throw any mollies here, but they haven't planted a
30
spike. They're getting
seconds
closer and closer into the face of Charon right now. And they're going to go for the challenge.
GenG really
which
didn't
they
give him
will
anything
be
on
able
this.
to get a
That
pick.
was nice. Even
Okay, and now
even the plan
GenG
from Bleed here
is
was not too bad
already
at
here.
all. Fake,
Map point, series
big
point,
plan into flash,
and playoffs on the horizon.
swing, but there's no one's out in the open.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
GenG
8.
now in full cruise control here on map 3.
Poison's gone.
Sunset looked a little bit off for them, and as is tradition, they're just
Yeah,
back to
I mean,
normal.
it's given a bit of a diff.
And I love that the desk was pointing this out, that GenG kind of does
It
this
fell
in
apart,
Pacific,
yeah, basically.
Where they like throw a
Still
map
some good
out of
positives
nowhere
to
and
take,
you're just
though.
like, huh. And then they come back and they're just fine.
Darion still
great.
had like a really,
regional play
oh
is
my
very
god, he
different.
ate
Oh
that.
boy, Texture.
Really impressive series,
boy,
I
no
feel
one
like.
broke the recon dart there, so all this initial setup getting exposed.
Like that one clip on its own
Falcoman's gonna
and
be
just
activated.
everything that he was doing on Sunset.
Edging closer and closer. No trades whatsoever from GenG here. They're all falling down. I mean, I just blinked for a second and 4 players of GenG done and dusted.
And Meteor's just AFK.
Yes.
Back.
We know you do have the Princess transformation.
Okay, there's another flawless.
On map 3.
Yep.
We're already done with the guessing game.
But I just gotta rub it in a little, you know.
Yeah, we're not losing our ranks. Well, I'm not losing my rank. for
Well,
now.
I haven't even acquired one yet.
You will soon.
But like, you know, this is just great cover. I mean, you know, Garyon ready. Everybody holding their angles nicely.
Yeah.
Pushing together as a team. Doing a lot of really nice things there on Bleed. And then reminiscent of what you saw in GenG's attacker side.
I gotta say, that early initial throw of util from Bleed was, I think, the starter for them.
Yep.
Okay. Third time's the charm, right?
Yeah.
So maybe the next time that Texture does that, he's gonna hit the shot.
Will there be a next time, though?
We'll see.
Meteor.
7 rounds for Bleed to
What are you going for?
bring it back to OT. And honestly, I feel like it's starting to look doable here.
Yeah.
Scary's getting these picks.
Dude,
Rest of the
Texture
team are as
pretty
well.
much tried the same thing the round
Charon
before.
now
I guess
repositioned.
I guess he has
Around to
no
yellow here, but
idea
as you can
what
see,
Texture tried to do
Bleeder
last
just
round.
backing away, moving their whole unit back onto the A site.
Darion watching.
I guess it was the round before that.
Tube angle.
Yep. Ooh. Op for op. Block is right on top of the site here. He's playing a more passive angle if he could. And he somehow manages to survive. Sure, there's going to be fall damage, but he's still going to be able to get on this one.
Uh-oh.
Flash out. Conversion for Munchkin, not able to really get any picks. Now he does. But the blind actually just overruns
that was actually kind of
Lakia,
close.
and Scary's good for the 4K.
There was a couple of missed shots there that could have changed that one. Very on 10 HP as well.
To, you know, read the map nicely. I like that they backed
8 down
off
to 6.
of B here. Got the pick.
Bro, look how ready he was for a play like this now.
Like, nah, you're ready for the push through tube. Really have their heads on straight now to bleed. 4 kills for Scary in that round. And GenG starting to run low on cash. The reserves are running dry.
Texture's still on an operator too.
Yes, still have enough for that. This will be the last round of that for now.
Insta drone with the server ult.
Hunter's Fury used.
The classic. Ooh, I like the swing on top of it when they're trying to dodge. He just gets the guy above him trying to protect him. It's kind of sick.
Interesting. Still has a Dizzy as well. Throws it out. No one's there. Does allow Charon to start repositioning into Generator. Flashes come through. I think this is the re-aggress of Bleed. Wall still comes up. They push through. That is going to be the pick, the trade. But again, no foothold just yet for Bleed on this A site. They still have the numbers advantage, which is going to be good for them. They are dissuaded ever so slightly because Durgan is also out of this one. Now, all 3 remaining GenG players are here. Meteor falls. It's going to be up to Charon, honestly. Unless Texture can really get some shots with the operator here, it's going to be quite difficult for him. He does have the blades. He could try to go for the hero plays if he could. Drop it right down. He sees the one. Repositions maybe?
Okay, sorry.
No.
Barrel.
He's still holding the angle right on top of
Seems to the
Raptors
barrel.
here.
They can comment.
Texture making some noise.
Yeah,
Can't really
yeah.
spot Redlow right underneath him as he dashes
He has tunnel
through
visions on it
into
because his team's called
into
Comdet.
his sights.
Dude,
Yeah,
hitting.
this is a great run right now for Bleed. Now they're the ones starting to have a great
Man, imagine they won that
going. Not
pistol.
That it makes too much of a difference because you got to win every round, but
yeah,
what a shot.
overall it's just great play. I mean, good trades, good understanding of space. Meteor pokes his head out.
Yeah,
and that's unfortunate in a way for him.
And I like this as well.
Hey, they forced the
'Cause
timeout.
It just feels like
The win.
in those past couple of rounds that Bleed have won, they just let GenG, I think kind of panic is a good way to word it. Because you saw GenG was just repositioning ever so slowly. Sure, there's some, you know, mollies that Bleed would throw out, but they didn't actively look for any GenG players. GenG was the one that was actively looking for them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. And it's like these util, they're starting to hit their moments, and you're starting to really kind of be able to isolate and knock down GenG players where they're not able to play that style that GenG likes to play, where there's always someone there kind of trading, and there's usually 2.
Saving the timeout.
They're kind of moving in this formation where it's sort of like a recycle symbol.
Yeah.
You know
like
what
in
I
the
mean?
Byrons,
It's like there's always somebody kind of cycling in to help each
like
other
what?
out, but they're able to use
Here,
their util to
I don't
cut
know if you
apart.
ever need to really do it if
GenG
you're
tries to set
confident
up
in
like a
what's
weird
going on.
crossfire there, right up on the outside of
I can
410
understand
behind
not
there.
using a timeout when you
Toxic
lose double
screen, but
pistol.
it just gets isolated and identified by Bleed. And then they're kind of being really good about anticipating when GenG might try to go for peaks, go for aggression, and shutting it down, just like we saw in Sunset. Now GenG, though, big ults. Lockdown, Thrash, no command, only the Viper
This should
spit
be it for
Scary.
GenG.
So what is going to be the play? It's like,
They're either pretty much
this
going
is exactly what I
head
wanted
on
to see.
for
Oh,
texture.
what?
Oh, you don't give me a tech balls.
Oh, okay. We might have a...
I don't believe it. I refuse.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay,
we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Just a bit of a cliffhanger, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Munchkin there. I wanted to see what he's going for. Just that deep knife to check Garage. Hits Crazy Guy, so it's kind of curious that they're not maybe leaning a little bit more towards B. That Sova there.
Waits for the drone, goes back to
Generally,
yellow
usually
because it
have to
can't
respect
clear
it.
here.
Now I see Meteor making
Can
his
he
way over,
insta
but
peek the angle?
gonna rely on Texture to shut down this opening player, and
Sure,
he does
man.
it.
It was
Yeah.
fast.
He heard the setup as well, right? Just to kind of see if anybody's going to be pushing up. Backs away into yellow. This is not looking too good. Again, even though they do have this swing of momentum, it's still a 7-12.
Riv, hello, mate.
Lakia. Oh, no.
Ah,
They're slowly creeping up. They're forgetting that this is how GenG still
Still-
plays.
still
They
one of the
like to
better
play
performances for
these
Bleed.
close and personal first contact peaks and...
Just checking.
You want to get the second activation, so that's why. Oh, Crazy Guy almost got the punish through while Lakia was trying to pick it up. Unfortunately, no. This wall blockades them, but Karon falls down, so no more Viper activation.
He's seen, right? The guy in sight saw him. No, guy in sight didn't see him.
Lakia, he has a shorty.
30 seconds.
Could go far.
Oh!
Bad. Durian! Thankfully,
They made it doable. Scary ult on the left side of sight.
Lockdown activated.
Okay, now what do you do? Do one of you sit in the ult and then the other one has to run away? Do you push the ult?
Sure, Spike's gonna get planted, and Texture's already here. He hits the leg shot. Sees another one. That's damage done already. But Meteor's gonna have to go through all of this. Wait for the decay to vanish so he can get that HP back up. He hears the reload from Crazy Guy. And Crazy Guy knows that he's right there, right in front of him.
Oh, what a round, Stews. 3v5. Shout out to Scary. I actually can't believe they won this. Even in the 2-on-2, it looked brutal.
Starting to take over.
Durian as well.
Yeah, Darian's having some great moments. Scary though, absolutely nasty in these post plants. Darian there just catching Lakia off guard. Somebody, I think Munchkin's supposed to be watching that angle in Lakia's mind.
Quite nearly go around the corner as well.
There's a detain there.
Oh, last second before I detain, man.
Last hit before the detain.
8 chances in half to 4.
And I mean,
GenG's on an eco.
They got the max loss bonus,
down
so
to
they
an
do
eco.
have money, I feel like, every single round. They won't be able to buy fully
Anzi, what's up?
What's up? Have some weapons.
Anzi, there was a mental ace earlier. It has to be on Reddit.
That's tough for GenG. You lost a couple big ults.
You should check it out.
Try to get
It's nuts.
the match win.
You should run.
And now you don't necessarily maybe have a great answer for this. Does he read that the lockdown's below?
Munchkin throws out the fragment here.
Hey, with the nade, Mosh and nade together.
That's great, but I mean, it doesn't still stop the fact that Durian's already at the back of the
Aaron's
site.
just melting people, though. Oops, that's my bad.
No man's land. Great shot from Karon, though, but Texture's not going to be able to follow through. Still numbers favoring Bleed here. As the rest of GenG just try to edge in closer.
Last player standing.
Karon's now spotted. Heard that he dropped. Great shot, but not going to be enough as Bleed. They're 3 rounds away from an overtime, and it is looking possible right now, Paper Thin.
I mean, it felt impossible 5 rounds ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. I get more worried when they start getting belief as well. When you have 8 to go, you don't really believe him. But then when it gets to like 4-3 and you've done 5 in a row, you're like, hold up.
People back there. I mean, granted, this is an eco, so
You
whatever.
can actually do this. Like you're saying you can do it anyway when you have 8, but you don't actually believe it.
That's all they really need to do is just scale past that part. The round just goes awry. Texture trying to get aggressive with this op, but the turret's right there.
Rifle shoot the turret. Love that.
Yep. So they
Run
do that.
over towards B. Okay, this for GenG right now looks pretty
Similar
solid.
game plan, but Bleed's starting to get a good read on
Knife
this.
goes in, doesn't hit anyone over towards B. Hey, this from Bleed as well is nice though. They do a B default where they drone out towards here. Knife doesn't hit anyone. They know for sure that there's no one in this area to re-clear the info. A hard question mark created on a comp that can't clear util. Sorry, they can't clear question marks.
So it's always been A. Sure, they're
then they go back and they
go for B. There it is. First shot for Texture here on Crazy Guy. Let's start things up. That is pretty good because, again, that's going to be the Sova down. You're only going to be relying on Zest as any information and entry into the site. He might actually be second to follow. They know that Texture's here on the box, too.
Don't do it.
Shot by Durian?
Whoa,
Now,
okay, you do it, man.
This kid's
perfectly
nuts. And Redland just follows through.
It's actually
this is
nuts.
just going horribly wrong for GenG. Sure, there was the first pick, but the retaliation from Bleed is just brutal.
Diffing him.
Meteor's around the corner here. Munchkin flashes for himself.
Damn, he's diffing him. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Everyone hold up. 8 chances.
As Durian picks up the 3K,
down to 2 last chances. Bro, give Bleed a pistol, and this is no matter what. It would have been overtime. They probably would have won.
Funneling in one by one, and it, you know, it doesn't help that Darian's winning op battles against Texture for GenG's side. For Bleed, this is great. I mean, and again, Darian gets to that dice position. Immovable, so it requires another timeout from GenG.
Okay, well, it's max loss bonus. Well. What do they have, like 300 to 600? They can all still buy. They're probably going to call for a low buy, right, and use more Guardians light armor.
Deadly calm right now, talking with the rest of his team. Probably giving them a bit of that pep talk. Just, dudes, we're close to this. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not how he talks, but they've gotten so many of the rounds right now. I'm just lost for words again. This is exactly what was happening on Sunset.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm so impressed with Bleed.
Oh yeah, 100%.
This is a tough team to go against, and they really now seem to understand Crazy Guy is working his magic for sure.
They do way more of an eco than I
Good to
thought.
have him back, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
And now you're back on a scuffed bye for GenG. Bulldog, 2 Guardians, 2 Sheriffs. It'd be the most GenG thing ever if they won with this bye, but...
Oh, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Double Guardian,
but
1 Bulldog.
I mean, Bleed hasn't been
Still
giving
not
them
bad.
opportunities, even on these Thrifties.
And they go for what they had on. They go for what they had on pistol. Wow, it's really bold to call to go middle here on this. They're not actually going to go through middle, right? It's just to break the turret.
But this time, with their weaker
Bleed have been playing their attack pretty sick though. Like the calls have been nice.
So that the Dizzies aren't as
I feel like the general calling has been good.
They're doing a really good job of baiting out Util and making life very miserable.
There it is, that A main push.
Yep. Just when in doubt. I mean, GenG just keeps saying, oh, they're eventually going to go B again, right?
Nah, I think they have to start moving right now. If
Then they invest the wall, so these people on B can probably heavy rotate.
There it is. Great use on utility though. That's
nade, clears corner and breaks mollies. Molly maybe singular.
Meteor at the back of the site. If ever did they do go for that push. Now, it is going to get, the plant's going to get adjusted a little bit or delayed just ever so slightly, but it's still going to commence. Fragment used, but
they got mollies on the spike
far
here.
from where Zest was, especially now that he planted on top of the site. So this is going to be a 5 versus 5 retake. There still is credible weapons here for GenG, but the Durion just, again, holding the back of the site might be good.
Oh,
Does get refragged immediately. No response from Bleed just for now. They are pushing him. Great tags all together. Oh, and Scary actually can't reposition. Good shot.
Wingman to defuse.
That Wingman's starting to go for the defuse. Comes around the corner. They do stop.
Okay,
that
nice.
Gonna be that.
No way, dude. 8 chances, all down to 1 last chance for GenG. All of the timeouts have gone. They did just eco for this round, though. They low bide for this. 2 away from a killjoy.
Blade Storm along with a no command for Bleed to toy around with. GenG has a Viper's Pit. They're just having their way with them.
7 straight rounds for Bleed. 7 straight. And what looked like, at the start, impossible rounds for Bleed.
No doubt.
Double op. They got so much money. They're buying double op. They got a backup op.
Yes.
For any team. Any team. But for Bleed.
Against GenG as well.
Right. I mean, just...
Oh, dash gone already, though.
They're being so diligent. Yeah, Locky is on pipes. Shocker of the century.
Right here.
Bolt's going to be up for a couple of seconds more here. As Durion's just actively looking for any kind of contact with that operator. He's so confident right here with this one right now.
Well, now you've conditioned GenG that surely it has to be A, right? So they're giving up tons of space on the map to overcommit to this defense, trying to keep them at bay in front of 410.
They're going to at least take B control.
Spike is still there, though. Ooh, Munchkin.
It broke the knife, right?
Can't give up
Time
any
to test
angles.
the fates.
Ooh.
Viper
Did they hide from
actually used on B, so that's going to gravitate the rest of Bleed here.
Yeah,
to
I mean, they did enough pressure over towards B and hit over towards A to make sure they can get the Viper out over towards B.
Catches now on a rifle. No more operator here, so that changes things up ever so
Damn.
slightly. But
Big Jewel.
Munchkin.
Munchkin
is exploding at the back of the side.
Fair play. Shout out to Munchkin here. Shout out to Munchkin. Damn, that was close. Dude, give Bleed a pistol here, they win that. No joke.
Swipe the rug underneath Bleed. No
Holy, that
overtime,
was close.
No nothing.
Okay, so they're in playoffs now. Secured.
You can see that.
That's a very nice try from
Bleed through everything they had at them. And you got to tip your cap.
Shout out to Darian, man. That was
played here against GenG today was incredible.
That was impressive.
Absolutely.
It's so many fast kills.
Stellar series we've gotten. And I gotta say again, this performance from Bleed, I think, is the Bleed that we all expected when they came in to Pacific. Sure, again, it was a loss, but it was one of the closest games we've seen against GenG.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
to
true.
push GenG like this, that should give this team a lot of confidence. coming through, these players should feel really good about themselves. And the way that they performed, the coaching staff had them well prepared. They made really good adjustments. Finally, at the end there, GenG realized that, oh, we just need to make sure they can't get past 410, and we should be all right. But
or, you know, put some rifle in Meteor's or Dexter's hands.
Yeah.
Anyways, series
What are
done.
the
That's it for
Americas
us,
games
but we'll
today?
be
That's a
passing it
great
on to the
question. I
panel.
haven't actually checked.
We did know that GenG would take this series. We didn't think it was going to be in this way. I mean, when we woke up today and we saw GenG versus Bleed, we never
Cloud
thought
MIBR
it would
1100
be
Thieves.
this close.
I mean, listen, I'll be
and
very
MIBR
honest,
have their
coming in
team now,
today,
right?
I was just hoping that Bleed would have some good rounds, right? You know, some a respectable score line. Something like 7 and 8 rounds in each
Let's see
map, and I
how-
thought even that would
let's
be
see how
a
100
pretty
Thieves look
positive
as well.
point for Bleed to just say, hey, we found some stability. But, I mean, Darion, my man, one of the most insane aces we've
I think
seen
this is the best
year.
ace.
Yeah, this was
This or Jorgamo's ace for yeah.
I had stepped away. I went to the
Not what's
restaurant,
going to be
I come
the
back,
top
and
two, probably.
immediately you guys are like,
We'd have to see something mental to see something better than
I
that.
had to scroll back through on YouTube to watch it, and it was just
They're in
so
21st
damn
Bloods throughout the
clean,
series.
but moment after moment here from Bleed.
What, 8 on this map?
I mean,
Was it 8 on this map?
Good lord,
Oh.
what a run back from being down 8-4 at the half to nearly challenging their way into an overtime. And if it goes to OT, who the hell knows?
Yeah.
You know what happens from there. They very well could have taken the series. You know, but much to the chagrin of T1, of GE watching this one, it is GenG able to get the win at the very end, but this was Bleed pushing them to the absolute brink.
Yes, I mean, obviously Darion firing on all cylinders, but overall the team just looks so much more decisive. You know, maybe a big part of that is Darion
Okay.
being confident,
Yeah,
but
I'm
also
gonna
credit to
stop
Crazy
there.
Guy, right?
I'm
He
gonna stop there.
returned
Give me someone
Ascent
to raid.
IGL,
I
and
want to
he's right back
go
to the
gym,
things I would
and
say
I want to sleep
upgraded
before
from
Americas.
last year. The calls are
Who
the reset
is
of GenG's
streaming?
and
Who should we
also
raid?
The adjustments that GenG's going to be making. I mean, round to round,
Raid
you
Mini?
need all of that to work to have a run
Oh,
back
Mimi.
like this here on Icebox.
I mean, how many
Well,
teams
for a
can
second
push
there,
GenG
Mini was
to
streaming.
this limit,
Nats?
right?
Yeah, we'll stick it in
Everybody
Liquid.
sort of sat up just a
We'll keep
little
Liquid
bit
happy with that one.
straighter in those last few rounds because we actually thought there was just that percentage that we were like, they could possibly win this.
I mean, we can count them out very easily. And
Yeah.
it's Sentinels at Madrid, it's Heretics.
Okay,
and it's
thanks so
Paper
much,
Rex.
everyone.
Whoa,
Thank
whoa,
you,
whoa,
thank
hold
you.
up.
I will see
And
you
RQ at
all
kickoff.
in about
Okay,
what?
okay,
7 hours. Ooh, that's nice.
Why you
7
why
hours
you
for
say
Americas.
Pick up Arcu beat them last day.
Well, no, I know,
It's
but
still
I just
going
meant before that.
Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you all. Say hi to Nats for me.
Listen, have faith for a year and a half. Next
YouTube
year,
chat as well. Thank
we
you so
could
much,
be
guys.
taking
Thank you,
down,
thank you.
You know, the reigning champions. maybe,
Appreciate you
because
all.
Honestly,
Take it easy.
pushing a team like this to
See you in a
this
little bit.
end, I mean, it doesn't matter if they were tight. I don't care what excuses there are. It's an incredible feat.
No, that's the thing, right?
YouTube
I
chat.
agree with
Thank you
because
guys as well.
As we mentioned earlier when we were discussing, the series, this team needs time. And that
Right,
was
peace.
like the glimpse of that, seeing Darion